Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Pat. We have a couple things to do before we start into the presentation today. The first one is we need to do associations for Allie. So Allie, do you have any associations with the agenda items?
I have no associations.
Wonderful. And then Allie, you were going to tell us about process for slides this meeting.
Yeah, we're going to try a little bit of a different approach to developing our presentation for council at this meeting. I will send out an email with written instructions about what I'm just going to describe here. So don't worry, you don't have to take notes just yet. In the slides folder, I have a template presentation ready for editing. If you go into the slides folder, there's a Google Slides titled SSC Presentation to Council. It is set up in the order of our report and already has the slide templates embedded within it. So I would ask that the leads go in directly into that presentation and create their slides inside in that presentation. Everything should be set up and ready to go. We shouldn't have any formatting issues and we shouldn't forget any slides, hopefully. And so we were going to test this out at the June meeting here and see if it works. And if we like it and it saves us all some time, then maybe we'll implement it permanently. So again, if you guys have any questions or if you have any issues accessing the Google Drive, let me know.
Did we receive the link already for it?
I will email it shortly.
Thanks, Allie, and thanks for your creativity to streamline us. The other thing is I did announce sort of timing for getting report sections in yesterday. I just sent to Allie what I said, so you could double check it against your notes. And would you mind sending an email out to people? I did not do that. Awesome. Okay. So I think that those were our admin type things. So I think we can go back and start our presentation on sablefish, and welcome to Kodiak. Oh, Brad, I told you in 3 minutes I'd forget. Yes, you.
Thanks, Sherry. Good morning. So the SSC dinner is this evening at 6:30 at Hana Restaurant, which is about a 10-minute walk from here. Just past, it's underneath the bridge. It's up here on Marine Way. So I sent out just a reminder with an address. So 6:30 Hana Restaurant.
Great, thank you. Okay, now we'll go back to you guys.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm joined this morning by Andrew Olson, who is at the NIMS Alaska Regional Office, and we're going to start in on a description of the elements for the small sablefish release proposed action. And I'll note that a few of these elements are less kind of decision points for the council, but are really more implementation, some important implementation issues that might impact kind of the effects of the proposed action. So as I mentioned yesterday, the council directed analysts to consider the use of 5 proxy DMRs for analysis, and those are shown on the slide. Those DMRs were identified to demonstrate the influence of the chosen value on the impact analysis, and the council acknowledged that the actual DMR would be recommended ultimately by the SSC through the groundfish harvest specifications process in the fall. And so it's anticipated that any DMR that gets chosen could be reevaluated annually as any future observations or studies inform the realized impacts of sablefish discarding if this action is implemented. As a reminder, we came to you in February and you chose 3 values to use in the simulation models. This included 2 values from the council's options in the motion and 1 that was higher than any that were listed in the council's motion to provide some contrast in the results in the simulation model that Dr. Gaithel will be providing. And that was to be able to compare with historical studies and to account for any potential unknown future whale depredation or associated uncertainty from that. So the 3 DMRs that are used in the simulation analysis are 12%, 20%, and 35%. As you'll recall, in February also, the SSC didn't recommend using different DMRs for pot and hook and line gear because there's a lack of gear specific information on this, and the practical consideration that these gear types are not currently separated in the stock assessment. So this analysis uses those proposed DMRs as an average fleet-wide DMR. And that'll be expanded upon when Dr. Gaethel presents his simulation analysis. I think now we'll move into the descriptions of elements 2 and 3, which Mr. Olson will provide.
Morning, members of the SSC. For the record, I am Andrew Olson. I'm a NIMS fishery management specialist. So element 2 is on catch and release mortality accounting. Catch accounting for sablefish discards relies on data collected by at-sea observers that provides information on a weight and count of fish, while electronic monitoring, or EM, is limited to a count of fish and relies on observer data to calculate weight estimates. Current data collection processes are designed to assess total catch and not to evaluate size-selective discards. Observers collect representative samples at sea to obtain data used for the estimation of the number of fish, disposition of the fish, and the average weight of sablefish caught on a set. The weight of sablefish is calculated assuming that the size of discarded sablefish is similar to the size of all sablefish caught, since fishermen must keep all sablefish they catch under the current full retention policy, regardless of size. These estimates help determine discard rates, which are used to calculate total sablefish discards for the fishery. Observers use random sampling methods to check the unsorted catch, making these weight and number estimates accurate. If there is no size-based discarding, the current methods give unbiased discard weight estimates. However, if size-selective discarding is allowed, this would violate the assumption that the weight distribution of discarded sablefish is similar to the weight distribution of retained sablefish, producing a biased estimate. Therefore, new monitoring or catch estimation methods would need to be implemented to avoid biased estimates of at-sea discards. Allowing for size-selective discards without an adjustment in total catch estimation methods would result in an overestimation of discarded sailfish weight, since the average weight per fish used to estimate discarded catch will incorporate the weight of larger retained fish. To account for voluntary discards, a new catch accounting method would need to be developed, as there is no historical information on discards due to the full retention policy. A new catch accounting method would be unique to sailfish in order to inform the stock assessment necessary for management of the fishery. It is important to note that the accounting methods used for sablefish not discarded at sea would remain unchanged from the current methods. Under current regulations, the sablefish IFQ program requires full retention, therefore only retained fish occur towards the annual amount of IFQ for each permit holder. Discard accounting and other catch share programs like Amendment 80 requires data on discarded amounts specific to the harvesting vessel, thus 100% monitoring. Without 100% monitoring, the amount of discards on unobserved vessels would be based on an estimate derived from discard activity on a mix of vessels that are observed. The sablefish IFQ program is partially observed with percent observer and electronic monitoring coverage displayed here on the table on the right for the BSAI and GOA, or Gulf of Alaska, from the 2024 annual deployment plan for observers and electronic monitoring. Under voluntary discarding due to the partial observer program for sablefish discards that would occur to a permit holder's IFQ would not be based on the permit holder's individual fishing activity. This causes legal concerns, as discards would occur towards a permit holder's IFQ that would not be based on the permit holder's individual activity, which is not sufficient accounting method to manage IFQ. Additionally, this may create an incentive for unobserved vessels to fish differently than observed vessels and influence NIMP's ability to estimate accurate sablefish discards and cause legal concerns. In-season management relies on accurate estimates of discards for all groundfish species in order to produce an incidental catch allowance, or ICA, to prevent exceeding annual tax each year. The Sablefish IFQ program is one of the only catch share programs without an ICA. This would create a new ICA for the Sablefish IFQ catch share program to account for sablefish discards for the fixed gear fleet, and NIMPS would use estimates of discards to determine an ICA that are used in setting annual harvest specifications. The application of ICAs would differ between the GOA and the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, or BSAI, due to community development quota or CDQ reserve requirements in the BSAI. To account for fixed gear discards each year, ICAs would be set for the fixed gear fleet after the CDQ reserves are determined and not impact how CDQ reserves are determined or applied to trawl gear, as this is a IC only applicable to the Sablefish IFQ fixed gear fleet. The flow chart provided here shows the application of ICAs is highlighted in the orange boxes between the BSAI and GOA. This is how NIMS is proposing how to apply ICAs to account for sablefish discards, which is consistent with applications of ICAs in other fisheries. The state of Alaska Southeast Chatham Strait sablefish fishery utilizes a similar process to account for mortality of sablefish discards prior to setting the quota for the commercial fishery each year. Moving on to element 3, which is monitoring and enforcement. To account for size selective discards in the observer program, trade-offs have to be considered that come with its own costs and potential sources of bias and imprecision. A voluntary discard program would require situational decisions about whether or not to discard, and the presence of an observer or active electronic monitoring system could impact the decision, also known as an observer effect, that would be extrapolated out to unobserved vessels for which discard estimates are applied due to the partial observer coverage for sablefish IFQ fishery. An observer's ability to collect retained or discarded sablefish is already challenging logistically and require observers to change sampling methods and priorities to sample sablefish intended to be discarded while minimizing discard mortality upon release. This would increase observer reliance on crew to sort retained and discarded sizes of sablefish. Changing observer at-sea methods is already a complex task, as multiple users rely on this data collection to inform stock assessments and other mandates. Observer coverage rates are determined annually through the annual observer deployment plan, and under alternative 2, changes in discarding activity of sablefish would not impact the deployment process or monitoring rates. However, should the council proceed with allowing discards of sablefish, the Fisheries Monitoring Analysis Division would assess data and observer needs in order to best meet all identified data collection needs. For example, this can include decreased biological sampling of species such as halibut, rockfish, or crab, or even reducing sampling of sets and hauls in order to accommodate sampling sablefish discards. To minimize discard mortality of sablefish, the council may wish to recommend careful handling of discarded sablefish. Examples of existing regulatory language for careful release handling requirements already exist for prohibited species catch, or PSC, and halibut. Enforcement in collaboration with NIMS recommends careful release requirements for sablefish discards for both hook and line gear and pot gear, as the sablefish fishery has rapidly transitioned to pot gear, and current regulations do not specify careful handling requirements for this gear type. Enforcement of a minimum retention size requirement is limited, as observers would have to witness the measuring and subsequent discarding of sailfish greater than 22 inches and any mishandling of released fish under careful release requirements. Observers will not be able to witness every instance of noncompliance and must prioritize sampling duties. Moving on to management enforcement considerations. Current regulations prohibit discarding of sablefish by persons holding sablefish IFQ and those fishing under the CDQ program. Alternative 2 allows for discarding of sablefish of any size under option 1 or below 22 inches total body length under option 2. Under both options, NIMS is concerned with the ability to accurately estimate the annual variability in number, size, and composition of sablefish that informs the stock assessment and the resulting OFL, APC, and tax each year. The application of discard mortality rates that is predicated on voluntary discarding behavior for a portion of the fleet that is then further extrapolated to be representative of the entire fleet, thus creating some data biases. This can create a mix of scenarios due to the voluntary behavior and create observer effects, further extrapolating those data biases. Additionally, there's trade-offs in sampling priorities for other species, or even reduce the number of hauls or sampled to accommodate sampling of discarded sablefish. Additionally, careful release handling requirements should be considered to minimize discard mortality of sablefish. The halibut careful release requirements provide an example to look to, but only is applicable to hook and line gear, and this would need to be expanded to pot gear if considering a similar requirement for sablefish. In June 2023, the council requested that the analysis should include a discussion of selectivity in sablefish pots and whether requiring escape mechanisms meets the objective of this action. The analysis provides a discussion of escape rings and size selectivity of sablefish in pot gear in Appendix 3. This discussion highlights current regulatory requirements of escape rings in the British Columbia, Canada, and Southeast Alaska sablefish fisheries, recent size selectivity studies for sablefish in Alaska that demonstrate a reduction in the capture of sablefish across different escape ring sizes, and when using escape rings compared to when not using escape rings. And additionally, trade-offs associated with requiring escape rings versus voluntarily using them. Currently, the sablefish IUP fishery does not require escape rings, but are voluntarily used in the fishery. A cost of an escape ring is approximately $1 to $3 depending on vendor, and cost to outfit a pot depends on how many rings are installed on a pot. NIMS recommends the council consider adding an alternative for analysis that considers requiring gear modifications to improve size selectivity of sablefish. Adding this alternative will allow analysts to prepare information about all types of gear modifications, such as the use of escape rings, as shown here in a slinky pot used in the sablefish fishery, escape vents, which are typically used on the East Coast, are rectangular or circular in shape and used in the black sea bass and American lobster trap or pot fisheries. Additionally, in 2024, the Observer Program began data collection on escape ring size and quantity used in pot gear for the sablefish IFQ fishery. This information could provide a range of escape ring sizes and quantity currently used in the sablefish IFQ fishery that could help inform NIMS recommendation for the council and analysts to consider gear modification to improve size selectivity sablefish. Gear modification may meet the purpose and need for this action by reducing the capture of small sablefish while also reducing uncertainty concerns associated with data collection, as mentioned earlier, stock assessment impacts, discard mortality, and potential interactions with marine mammals.
All right, Madam Chair, that wraps up the description of the elements that we have for you and kind of the management and enforcement and monitoring considerations. So I just wanted to pause, see if there are questions on that.
Thank you. Curry.
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious in terms of the onboard observer process, thinking about long line versus pod vessels. Seems like it's going to be much more time consuming for the crew for long line vessels that would otherwise perhaps turn those smaller sablefish away at the rail. They would have to bring them on board, sort them, versus on a pot vessel where all those fish are going to be dumped out of a pot and sorted on a table anyway. Is that generally agree with your perspective?
Through the chair, Curry. Yes, yeah. So when sablefish come on board, you have the hook and line gear where crewmen would have to pop them off the hook and put them in a bin or whatnot to be able to sample live. Where a pot, when it comes on board, sablefish are dumped either in a traco or on a sorting table, and then sablefish will need to be grabbed and sampled and in a timely manner to be able to reduce that discord mortality. So there's going to be a little shuffling and working with crew logistically to make it work feasibly to sample as discarded sablefish.
Okay, thanks. So generally the bigger impact on deck, the on deck process is going to be for the hook and line vessels versus the pod vessels.
I think through the chair, Curry, I think it depends on how the pot vessels are set up. So they're a larger vessel that can have a nice sorting table or even just larger in general, more deck space. A observer would be more easily be able to sample those sablefish and sort through them. Whereas a smaller vessel, it could be a very similar situation, hook and line gear, like slinky pots. You're typically used on those smaller vessels as hook and line. So I think it'd be very similar. It's just making adjustments, how the fish are coming on board on a pot versus hook and line.
Thank you.
And I actually have a follow-up on that along the same thoughts. So you had mentioned that there may be bias if there's difference between observed and unobserved trips. And I'm trying to think of the process on deck. Do you expect it will take longer with the observer on board because you have to take more time with putting fish in a bin and like, especially for the long line boats? So in other words, is that a reasonable expectation, or is it the way the boats are set up, you just don't know?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So when I think of crab, when the crab come on board with a pot, crab are a little bit easier to measure. They can sit still, you can weigh them, you can measure them. Where sablefish, we're trying to reduce discard mortality. So fish, grabbing a fish, they're a little bit lively. You have to measure them on a measuring board. Getting a weight, an accurate weight estimate from a live fish can be challenging as well. And you're trying to do all this as an observer, well, to be able to release them and reduce any sort of discord mortality. So you're grabbing fish from the bin, sorting them, trying to sample as quickly as you can to reduce discard mortality while also thinking about other priorities that observer may have for other species that may come on board. So it's going to be challenging to sample live fish in a timely manner while reducing discard mortality overall.
And I guess I'll come back to the original. So am I putting the pieces together right, that it would naturally be assumed that for observers on board, it will take longer than unobserved trips?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Thanks. Kaylin?
If yours is on this topic, or if anyone else, you're welcome to go. Mine is.
Actually,
ahead.
mine's on the costs associated with this, so it's related. Okay. Thanks for the presentation. That was helpful. If I recall from our discussion with the observer program folks yesterday, there's a fee that's levied on these fleets that's roughly on a 1.7% of X vessel value or something like that. So I apologize if I missed it in the document, but as you talk about trade-offs, it sort of feels like we're either going to be experiencing additional coverage, so potentially additional costs to the observer program, or potentially losing some of the current information support that we have because we have to change the way that we're deploying observers. And so is there, in the analysis, did you explore what the potential additional revenues are associated with increasing X vessel value of larger fish relative to expected costs? And I guess what I'm thinking about is who's going to bear the costs of additional sampling if it's needed, or reduction in accuracy and precision for other species.
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Harris, for the question. So I think to start out, we certainly didn't include that in the document, and we'll try to look into that for future iterations. Every year when the annual deployment plan is reviewed by the council, I know obviously you all haven't been able to review that in recent years. There is a trade-off on how the coverage rates are calculated. I don't think that this action would necessarily assume that coverage rates would increase in order to get the data that would be needed. There are a lot of different variables that go into those coverage rates, but I do think your latter point about the data that we do get being more limited by this action would be appropriate. As far as how the revenue compares to the observer fee cost, we haven't done that calculation, and I don't, trying to think through off the top of my head, I don't think that this action would affect, it wouldn't affect the overall 1.65 observer fee, but I'm not sure how it would compare to the revenue, that any additional revenue that be created by this action. I'll look to see if the observer program wants to add anything. I know we have Phil in the room. If I didn't cover something, I'm sure I missed a lot.
Thanks to the chair, Phil Gans, NOAA Fisheries Alaska Regional Office in Juneau. I just want to back up a second and say that we can estimate discards with size-dependent discarding with our current data collection approaches. So these conversations about extra observer duties are really only relevant if it's decided that the size distribution of discards is necessary. So I just want to put out there and it's described in the analysis that the way that we would estimate discards in current data collection protocols is we would basically have observers continue to collect total catch, estimate total catch, and then we would subtract the landed catch from that to get discards. And so that's possible with current methods. And then the question of, I think the question of how revenue would change. Yeah, that 1.65% obviously wouldn't change, but then, presumably if the catch is worth more, if they're able to discard the smaller fish, we would expect revenue to increase slightly. And typically sablefish make up a large proportion of that observer fee. And so that would carry a lot of weight if total revenue did increase. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
I actually have a follow-up probably for you, Phil. This is just can you tell me, so Andrew, you had mentioned that priorities may or would likely change if you need to sample sablefish. So halibut may not be sampled to the same extent or crab. Are there, I guess, two questions. Who makes the decision on what's the priority to sample? Is that the observer program or is that the council? And then if it's the observer program, what are the priorities?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So the observer program does have priorities listed like in their observer sampling manual. I don't know how those originally came to be. So that'd be a question for Jennifer Ferdinand. Presumably those are set by the observer program, but with input from other bodies. So I'm not sure on that and I can't speak to that. And then what was your second question?
I think that you answered both. The second question was sort of what are the priorities, but you mentioned that it's already set out in the observer program.
Yeah.
So great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Curry.
I'm not really sure who this question's for, but Phil, you're at the table, so maybe I'll start with you. With this allowable release below 22 inches, I guess in an ideal world, every boat that's out there unobserved is measuring every fish precisely. But for a longline vessel where fish are coming up one at a time, how is that actually going to work? I would assume in some cases, crew at the rail are going to make a determination visually and either return a fish or not. And I'm sort of curious about the uncertainty relative to that exact 22-inch limit. What do you think? Do you think it's going to be fairly reasonable? Is it fish between, up to 25 inches that might accidentally be released? What's your guess?
Through the chair, Dr. Cunningham. Yeah, with halibut boats, which I've observed on, they typically have a line painted on the rail that they hold the fish up next to. That's, I think, 36 inches, right? So 22 inches, it might get a little dicier with a smaller length, but it does seem very reasonable that it could be fairly accurate. I think that the tricky part with the way the size limit is currently stipulated in the sablefish is that it's voluntary. So it's, maybe sometimes we'll be discarding those fish, maybe sometimes they won't be. And that part adds complications, but I don't think the accurately, discerning what's a 22-inch fish in and of itself is of concern.
Helen.
Great. I wanted to come back to my question from yesterday about the time frame that we should be thinking about and maybe the nexus with element 4 here. And I'm thinking specifically that a lot of this analysis reads as a very short-term analysis, and there's discussion in the executive summary or kind of caveats related to undercurrent utilization, for example, but then looking at a lot of the stock work that's modeled out to say 2070. So, should we be reading this and evaluating the sort of accuracy of what's here and I guess the depth of what's here on a 3, 5, 7-year time frame? Or really should we be thinking about impacts out to 2070?
Through the chair, yeah, I appreciate circling back on that question. So I was thinking a little bit this morning about how we specifically analyze, I guess, the simulation analysis, kind of keeping that separate for the moment. But throughout the rest of the EA and the RIR, we really looked at this action as what would the marginal impacts of this action be as compared to the status quo as we see it right now. So under status quo market conditions and not looking necessarily forward to some variables that are kind of outside the scope of this action. So I think John will get to it when he discusses the RIR, but trying to account for things like significant changes in the market, 20, even 10 years out might be how that accrues or affects the marginal change of this action isn't accounted for in this analysis, but really focusing on marginal impacts from the status quo. As far as the simulation analysis, I believe that a lot of the kind of projecting forward 50 or 100 years originally was asked for by the SSC, and I think it's more informative just to see, or it's provided just for informational purposes, but it's really more appropriate to probably look at the more immediate and closer time frame effects of this action, particularly as the council plans to choose either a sunset date or an option to review it within 7 years.
And sorry, I just want to be crystal clear. And so maybe this is even a question for the chairs. I mean, is this something that we would put in our minutes, so we evaluated this analysis and the validity of it with the idea that this would capture likely outcomes in the next 3 to 7 years? Because I don't see in this report, and I don't see in the task any sort of you had this up yesterday, the purpose. I don't see that caveat anywhere. And I think this is really important because otherwise I'm going to have a lot of questions coming up about, well, what if market conditions really change and the ratio of the prices of small fish to large fish change? And I think we could save a lot of time if this is really intended to be a very short time horizon.
Sorry, having trouble with my very simple button. Through the chair. So I don't want this to be a dissatisfying answer. I guess when I think of any other analyses that we bring in front of the SSC, they aren't necessarily specific on the time frame over which we are analyzing the impacts. NEPA requires us to look at the marginal impacts as compared to the status quo. And so we don't, even in this analysis, we try to think through some of the different types of cumulative impacts that might affect the proposed actions, such as changes in the market, but our analysis is really focused on those incremental changes when you compare what this specific action would be doing as compared to the status quo. And so I will kind of open it up to the chairs or to members of the SSC if you want to add anything to that.
Sure, I'll take a shot at this and then Franz and Sarah, both of you can share your thoughts. I'm guessing that we can frame in our minutes what our assumption was. So we made an evaluation considering the next 3 to 7 years. We did, and things may change past that, and our comments may not apply to those. And so we can also say that the analysts mentioned that your focus was more in the 3 to 7 year range, if you agree with that, and that's how we made our comments. And then at least it's clear. And then if you want to name an example of, say, if something was longer, this could be different by whatever, so that it's clear, you can, but at least we can state what ours was based on. Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
Through the chair, thanks. So I think the other thing to just make sure is crystal clear, and I'll let Mr. McCracken speak more to this when he discusses the socioeconomic impacts, but this evaluation is really done with the changes in proposed impacts from current market conditions. So we are not trying to anticipate what is going to happen with the sablefish market. So it wouldn't necessarily be, unless there are specific changes to the market that occur as a result of this action. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think I'm clear. And I think with the caveat and the discussion that you just threw out, Sherry, I think that all makes sense.
Yeah, and I think this is worth clarifying. So I think that if I understand correctly, we're together on the assumption that we're comparing current market conditions. We just don't know what to compare it to. And I think that that's In other words, do we compare it to what we think in the 3 to 7 years, or do we compare it to the 70 years? And that's why stating our assumption would be valuable. Am I on board with both of you?
I think, yeah, let me just say what I think. I think that we're going to caveat a little bit that this analysis was really done over a shorter time horizon where we wouldn't expect really substantial changes in market conditions, but over a longer time horizon, we might expect really substantive changes. And then the analysis here would not capture some of those changes. And I guess I would add, and I know there are people around the table that probably have much better expertise than I do, but I could imagine over longer time horizons, changes to the stock composition together with market conditions could lead to really substantial kind of changes in outcomes that we might expect from a discarding provision in general, including really big changes to revenue and maybe other things. But if we're okay caveating short term, maybe just some help on that other end to say what else we would be missing.
Wonderful. That sounds good to me. And I think that we can probably talk in our discussion about if this was long-term, what could happen if we need an example like you were talking about. So, and I'm seeing nods. So Corey, go ahead. And then Sarah, I saw that. We'll go back to you.
Yeah, I had a question on a slightly different topic, if that's all right. I'm sort of curious about the interaction between the incidental catch allowance and potential observer effects. So if I understand correctly, the ICA would be set based on recent observations of discard rates. Now, do you think there's the potential that that would set up a situation where vessels carrying observers have an incentive to not discard such that the ICA is lower in future years?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Curry. That's a potential impact that could happen with doing an ICA. So you could have an observer effect where fleet or vessels could be discarding differently than an observed vessel. So an example would be if observed vessels did not discard, it could create biases where your discard mortality rate that would apply for the ICA would be much lower because those observed vessels are behaving differently than, say, for instance, unobserved vessels. So there's some potential biases that could occur through this observer effect that does trickle down into the ICA application.
Just as follow-up, are there any examples where an ICA is set in perpetuity rather than being adjusted year to year or on an annual basis?
Through the chair, I don't believe there are any, but I have to check with some in-season management experts on that. I can follow up with you.
Thank you.
Great. One question, Sarah, did you have another comment that you wanted to make when we were discussing with Kaylin? Okay, Chris.
I find the right part of my polar cardioid here. Yeah, sort of building on what Kaylin was suggesting, I think that this action is sort of designed in response to a particular circumstance that is occurring right now. And there are parts of this analysis, or important parts of this analysis, that tell us, I think, fairly convincingly how the stock and the people are going to react now. Once we get beyond 3 or 4 years, I start to worry we're in a world not where markets change as much, but where stock composition changes and we have fewer small sablefish to play with, and there's stock structure effects of that. And we've established such a consensus around doing better modeling of how behavior changes and how market changes might affect our conclusions and feelings about this measure, that we've made this our SCS 8 and made this our our IRA project to figure out better. So to me, I'd almost rather focus on evaluating this as a 3 or 5 year program now with essentially a commitment to come back to it after we get the IRA funding work done, rather than spend a bunch of time speculating about the 27 different ways that the world could be very different in 2065.
So I'm tempted, this totally falls along with the questions that we were asking, but I think that that one we may need to come back to in our discussion, because I think that what you're saying stays along with the assumption is that the SSC will give its thoughts based on the assumption of however many years out that we're doing. And as long as that's clear, then I think that the remainder of this we can bring up in a discussion unless I missed something, Chris. Is there a question for the analyst on this before we get there?
If that's where my head is, how far should I rat hole on what might happen in 2065 during your presentation?
Through the chair, Dr. Anderson, I would really appreciate not focusing on potential changes in different scenarios in 2065 or further. I guess one piece that I think I picked up on in just the discussion around the table right now is just that any of those changes, either changes in or changes in the market, those are external to this action, and those are not, any of those substantive changes are not a direct result of this narrow action. And so that's the way that we analyze the document. And I think that's the way that that it might help to kind of frame the SSC discussion around that. And then all of the points that you made about IRA funding and everything else that is going on in the sablefish world, obviously has cumulative impacts on this, but it is, this action specifically has a much more narrow scope.
In my mind, you're right. Changes in future recruitments and market conditions are external to this action. Fleet behavior is not, and it is not modeled in this action, or is not modeled in this analysis. And how comfortable I am with that fleet behavior not being modeled depends a lot on how much small sablefish I think we have to play with. So, do we want to tackle that now?
Through the chair, I think the council has signaled that I think they're kind of tackling with some of these issues as well, and by their indication of having a review of this action and the discussion that I've heard from stakeholders around the room is this action is really, as what you said at the beginning, is in response to a specific need that we have, or that the fleet has right now. And the council is aware, as they've indicated in their element 4 for the review, that changes over the next however many years in the stock or the market might necessitate or would necessitate a review of this action to see if it's still needed to kind of account for some of those changes. So the short-term thinking, I think, is really appropriate for this one.
So I know that you've got your hand up. Let me ask, it does seem to me, unless, and you can disagree, it does seem to me that it would be valuable to state our assumptions and then also state things may change drastically if in our report for the council. And I'm wondering if it seems to me that we can do that. But if there's something that I'm missing, you guys can name it. I mean, we don't want to go in too many circles, but it sounds like there's something that's still not resolved and it's pretty key. So Kaylin, go ahead.
I just want to bring this back to the original kind of element 4 question that I had. And I don't know who wrote the text around this or the extent to which it's within our purview to weigh in on those different options, option 1, option 2. The text read as if, well, there's a lot of downsides to sunsetting or to reviewing. And, this conversation here and some of, I guess, my sources of comfort or discomfort with some of the analyses that actually leads me to think there are some positive aspects of element 4. And so just to come back to where I started, how should we be thinking about element 4? Because that is the kind of element that I think really speaks to the time horizon here. And I think in addition to our assumptions, I'm wondering if we should be tying it in with element 4. And then I'm trying to understand a little bit what are the extent to which that's within our purview, or where the text and analysis of element 4 that's in the current document came from.
Through the chair. Thanks for the question. So I think my read on element 4 is that the council will either be choosing between option 1 of element 4, which is a review in either, I believe, 3 to 5 or 7 years, or a sunset date. That review under option 1 would not necessarily end up in any change in this proposed regulation. It wouldn't necessarily it would not end in something like a sunset date. It doesn't necessitate any council action at that time. However, a sunset date would, as described in the document, just basically eliminate this proposed action and regulation at a certain time. And I think we did highlight kind of some of the negative consequences of a sunset date as opposed to a review. I don't see any negative consequences of a review necessarily, because it's simply providing the council information in the SSC if the SSC sees that review for providing that information. So hopefully with the framing of one of those two things could happen, hopefully that helps kind of clear up the SSC's framing behind this.
That helps a lot. And your question helps a lot, Kaylin, because I think that one of the questions of analyses, we're always talking about time allocations. And so if you don't need a review, that's helpful to know. But if the review is absolutely critical because you expect conditions to change, that's also valuable to put in, because it's then a higher priority, not only for the council, but the SSC. So I see where you're going with it, and thank you. Okay, I think we're back to you.
I think next is Mr. McCracken with the description of sablefish fisheries, and this is separate from the, we'll kind of circle back later to the potential impacts, potential socioeconomic impacts of alternatives 1 and 2, but we wanted to provide this description up front to kind of set the stage for all of that.
Madam Chair, John McCracken, McCracken and Associates. So this will be a really quick walkthrough, hopefully, since this is, I'm assuming everybody kind of scanned this or read this information. So I'll just point out what's in the description of the fisheries and then take questions on that section. So there's 4 major sections in the description of fisheries. First section 3.1 talks about sablefish harvest and in relation to the TAC, as well as looking at information in this IFQ fishery, the CDQ fixed gear fishery, whale depredation, and sablefish IFQ fishery, and then finally the non-target sablefish catch, which obviously involves the trawl catch. Section 3.2 talks about the target products. This is mostly pulled from the SAFE. Econ Safe. Section 3.3 talks about markets. This section looks at both the economics or the Econ Safe, as well as looking at information out there for like undercurrent news and stuff to get a kind of a read on the sablefish fishery. And then there's a really brief section 3.4 that talks about local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence. Okay, so the first slide here is just kind of orient you towards the total sablefish catch by sub area. as well as in relation to the text from 2013 to 2023. And I don't know if we need to talk about any of the information, the trends or something like that. I'm assuming everybody's seen that, so we can move through these slides pretty quickly. Okay, didn't work. Okay. The next two slides look at the same information, but not collectively across all the sub areas. It looks at individual sub areas and it looks at it by the sector and again in relation to the TAC. So you can see there the landings during the 2013 to 2016, and then obviously things changed starting in 2017. And then the recent trends in the last 3 years in relation to TAC. I think that we all kind of know now that we're obviously the sablefish guys are not catching all of their TAC. They're leaving a lot of fish in the water, and that's illustrated in all these figures. So go to the next figure. So this is for the Gulf sub areas. Go to the next slide. Okay, so the next section we talks about it, sablefish IFQ fishery. There are four main sections in there in this section. There's obviously a little bit of discussion on gear types. There's some vessel counts by vessel and by, I believe, sub area as well as vessel classes. There's some revenue information for the sablefish IFQ fishery, both ex-vessel and first wholesale processor revenue. And then finally, the last section talks about IFQ processor grade prices and the composition of catch by processor grades. So we're not going to really talk about the first two sections. We're going to skip over that. Vessel counts. There are a series of tables in the section, both giving the number of vessels active in the sablefish IFQ fishery from 13 to 23 by sub area. And then the information is obviously disaggregated by vessel class, by sub area, by year. So instead, we're going to move to the revenue information just real briefly. Table, there's some information here. Table 3-13 on page 48 provides sablefish IFQ, allocations, and ex-vessel revenue by sub area from 13 to 20 through 23. And then there's a series of tables or another table that looks at information on revenue broken out by area, by gear. And in the slide here, we don't have it published, but obviously we're looking at where revenue data is, just to orient you, is always delayed 1 year because the core data is just takes time to generate that information. But we have an estimated 23 number, and you can see there on the third bullet there, $51 million is likely going to be the revenue number for 2023, which is significantly lower than any year that we've looked at since 2013. Slide. This slide points to information in the document that talks about first wholesale revenue for both at-sea and shoreside processors from 13 to 22. You can see that they pretty much are uniformly across change directions uniformly. Just there's a slight delay in 2017 between the two sources of information. Next slide. Okay, we come to the last section of description of fisheries. This is the processor grade prices and the composition of catch by processor grade. You can see here that starting in 2017, we've kind of been on a decline in processor grades, which we all kind of know, and this is why we're here. They kind of work in unison together, so prices tend to go up and tend to go down across all the processor grades, with the exception of 22, where processor grade prices for the premium grades went up. Well, the smaller sablefish went down. And then in 2023, obviously they went down further. And from what I understand from Mr. Fye, that 24 prices are even lower. So we're looking at another dismal year. So next slide. This is composition by grade. And you can see that composition of catch by grade has changed dramatically since 2015. Basically, the larger fish are not in the catch, whereas the 2 to 3s and the 3 to 4s are making up a significant portion now. Okay. Section 3.2 talks about target products. This basically a slide that shows that most of the production is whole fish, or excuse me, H&G, followed by whole fish on figure 3-21. Again, from the SAFE, first wholesale volume of sablefish products averaged around 8,000 metric tons annually. And however, in 2021-22, production obviously increased dramatically and flooded the market, which lowered prices. And then obviously we're still dealing with COVID restriction logistics having effect on movement of sablefish and resulting in declining of prices.
Mike Downs.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you, John. I have a question for you. Going back to 311 and the sub sections there, where you describe gear types, revenue, and under the gear types, you have different vessel classes and so on. One discussion that came up during the work plan was, are those sort of distinctions between the gear types and the vessel classes and so on, are those differentially distributed across communities so that different community fleets are different on some of those dimensions? Because I looked in the community section, the social and community section, and you've got vessel counts, but it's not disaggregated by gear type or vessel class or so on. And I'm just wondering, did you consider when we get to later outcomes, potentially different outcomes for different vessels in terms of degree of impact by vessel class or gear type or whatever, linking those to communities and potential differences in communities in those outcomes?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Downs, I did not, it's not in the analysis where we're doing a crosswalk table for vessel sizes across communities that are obviously directly engaged in the sablefish IFQ fishery, dependent on the fishery. It's obviously something that we can look into to try to figure out if we could figure out how to see if there's any unique characteristics across the different communities by vessel size, vessel type, for example. My sneaking suspicion is that we're likely not, it will be hard to discern any of that differentiation, but I think it's worth at least taking a look at and seeing what we come up with. And then obviously using that information into your effects section to kind of say something about the effects if there is some unique characteristics, for example, in Sitka or something, you know, they're all unique small vessels of a certain size versus Seward, for example. Then maybe something could be talked about in the effects section that we could basically see if there's any effects that would impact more Sitka versus Seward or vice versa. So it's something that we hadn't considered and something that we could try to include in the next iteration.
Kaylin.
So going back to the catch distribution as a percentage of size, yeah. So is there a way to put the 22 inches on this figure? One big challenge I had was the integration of the different pieces of the analysis in the report. So just, or even off the top of your head, can you tell me or remind me where the 22 inches falls in a figure like this?
Yeah, 1 to 2. Yeah. Madam Chair, it's the bottom line, 1 to 2 pounds. So whenever throughout the entire effects section, you'll notice that I try to characterize the world such that when we're talking about the effects of under alternative 1, alternative 2, it's always 1 to 2 pounds and then 2+ pounds. So that's the world we flip back and forth on.
So then just following up on Mike's comment, so then for something like this, is it possible to trace back to see what communities over these past years have been picking up more of the small sablefish? I don't know if that's possible in the data or not.
I mean, I'd have to talk to Mr. Fye about that, but I'm getting a little concerned that I can understand what I think you're trying to do, which is trying to look at the world of composition as it comes into the community for processing, or basically, I mean, we do have it obviously from the perspective of a harvester. If a harvester, you know, their composition is made up of now 5% of 1 to 2s that can be discarded. And then we're saying that Sitka or Seward or Petersburg are the centers of the world for sablefish IFQ fishery. Obviously, then one could make a, you know, kind of a statement that's 5% of the stuff that's coming in to those vessels that are home ported or addressed in Sitka or Seward would be in effect here. But I think what are you trying to get at, like what's coming into the processors and seeing if there's a differences in the shoreside processors by processor composite or by catch composition, or is that what you're trying to get at?
No, I was actually thinking of harvesting and just thinking about public comment last time this came up, and just hearing that different vessel types, gear types, folks out of different communities, I think we're seeing more of the small sablefish. So just wondering if we could take data like that and map it back to who on the harvesting side. Because certainly we're hearing that anecdotally, but it would be nice to see that in data. And I'm going to look to Mike too, if you want to clarify any of that.
I'll just do a follow-up and try to make this in the form of a question. Did I correctly hear that you are willing and able with the data to take at least a first cut look at, are there differences in outcomes among different vessel classes, gear types, and sort of operational characteristics, that there's different potential outcomes of this action based on those configurations? And if there is a difference, would you be willing to see how those operational vessel gear differences map onto communities, so that were there differential impacts to occur, how would those be distributed in communities? Did I hear you say you would be interested in doing that first cut?
Well, I mean, I have to point out through the chair, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, just a little bit, because we haven't gotten to the SIA. So I haven't walked you through all the tables and what's there. There might already be some of that information that you're looking for in the SIA tables. And that's, I mean, when you're asking me the questions, it's kind of like, well, there's a lot of information already in the tables that shows, you know, what the impacts are to the harvesters by their address, as well as the processors and the communities themselves with regards to their dependency on the sablefish fishery. But I think that you're trying to get a little bit more fine detail in the communities, in the sense of seeing if there's any disparity, or just seeing if there's any differences between communities by vessels. And that's where I have to kind of look at Mike and say, is it possible to do a crosswalk table in this? I mean,
We'll need this on
we can take a
microphone.
look at it, but I don't know if we can accomplish that fine of detail.
Sure, clarify, and then if we need to, we can wait until we're done with the presentation and then ask the question, but go ahead, Mike.
I think I've prefaced my first question with, I've looked at the community section, and the gear types and vessel classes that you talk about in this section don't carry over into the tables in the community section.
That I know.
And that was the reason for my comment. my question in the first place. So I think, yes, I think we could leave this here now. When you get to the community section, if we need to, we can pick it back up. But I think you've answered my question. Can you take a look to see if there are any differences that make a difference potentially in community outcomes?
Right.
And you'll look at the data for that. And I think that's fine. Is that okay with you too?
Madam Chair, Dr. Jones, yes.
Okay, great. I think we're on board. We'll go back to you.
Oh. Okay, so the last slide in the description of fisheries is kind of a summation of the sablefish markets. This is a combination of what was in the safe, econ safe, as well as information from undercurrent news. And it all kind of points to basically up to about 2022, 23, Alaska and Canada were the primary generators of sablefish in the market, and where we fit into the food chain kind of in that world. But things could change in the near future with what's going on between the United States and Russia. Russia has, obviously, as most of you may know already, have significantly increased their version of TAC, like, I don't know, 900% or some ungodly amount. Whether they have the capacity and the infrastructure to be able to harvest all that is still in question. But if they do that, it could literally flood the market, and we could be looking at dramatic changes in inventories, the quantity that's available, and the prices across the world for sablefish. This coupled with all the other issues that are going on in the world market right now, just in seafood across Alaska, with obviously export conflicts with China. Operating costs are higher because of inflation. We're still dealing with lingering logistical challenges from COVID. And then obviously interest rates are pretty high for processors and harvesters to pursue additional modifications to their plants or their vessels. And so all this is left to a very volatile market in the sablefish fishery, and prices are fluctuating quite widely over say a 5-year period. And we don't know where we're going to be, say, tomorrow, to try to put a kind of a point on the discussion that was going on earlier about timeframes. It's the market is changing dramatically, and it's hard to forecast into the future what's going to happen, say, in 25 or 26 right now. And Madam Chair, that's hopefully a quick walkthrough on the description of the fishery.
Thank you very much. Looks like we're ready to move to the next section.
For the record, I'm Andrew Olson, NPFMC Management Specialist. So, Madam Chair, I'm just going to follow up on Curry's question regarding application of ICAs and other fisheries. So, NPFMC does not apply fixed ICAs in our fisheries. They're just annually using the latest information. So, how ICAs would be applied for sablefish would be consistent with how we do it for other fisheries.
Thank you for checking. I appreciate that.
All right, Madam Chair, I think we are going to move into the environmental assessment and environmental impacts portion of action. So any effects of the action alternative on the resource components are likely to be caused by either changes in the size or amount of sablefish discarded and or changes in the intensity of fishing effort in the sablefish IFQ and CDQ fisheries. And we essentially used 2 different methods in the EA to examine impacts on these different resource components. The first that Dr. Geithel will go over momentarily, we'll pull up a different PowerPoint for you to explore the potential implications of the proposed action, specifically on the sablefish stock. The simulation framework for projecting ABC for sablefish was essentially adapted to include fishery discarding scenarios, and Appendix 5 is what provides that full study design and the results of that analysis. So if Dr. Geithel wants to come up, we can start walking through that portion of the analysis. And then I'm happy to circle back on some of these other resource components. I don't want to go into detail for the SSC's sake of SSC time and discussion. I'm not going to go into detail on each of those sections, but I'm happy to kind of provide an overview and answer any questions if the SSC would like. But I think we'll switch to our other PowerPoint for now.
All right. My name's Daniel Gaethel. I'm a stock assessment scientist, mostly for sablefish at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And like Sarah said, I'm just going to go over, kind of summarize the projection analysis that we did. And this is the results of everything we discussed back in February in terms of making some decisions about how this would be structured. This is just some background. I just do want to point out that Ben Williams kind of put together the Shiny app that's available online to anyone that's interested. And I think it really helps to kind of look at the differences in all the results in a more interactive format than just looking at the static figures in the document. So especially when you're going over the results, it might be of interest for people to kind of pull that up so they can get their hands on that. And so I just really quickly wanted to give some background about discarding and its impacts and the differences between impacts on a cohort or an age class versus on the entire population. I think it does get confused sometimes, and hopefully this isn't too simple for this group, but I'll just do it very quickly just to give some context for the simulation results. When we're talking about just like a single cohort or a single age class, it's relatively straightforward, and I think people understand this part of the impacts of discarding relatively well. Basically, if you're talking about a single cohort and you have full retention, then you're going to have the most retained catch because you're not throwing anything back. And you're going to have kind of the smallest cohort size because you're keeping the most catch. As you allow discarding on that single cohort, basically what you're doing is you're throwing some fish back. Some of those fish survive, so you have a larger cohort size, and then you have a smaller retained catch. So there's that kind of trade-off between population or cohort size and then how much catch the fishery is keeping. And the main point here is that when you look at the total mortality, you have a new term, that's your dead discard fishing mortality. And it's a combination of the fishery selectivity, what proportion of the fish are being retained by the fish or by the fishery, and then also your discard mortality rate. But we're obviously more interested on the impacts on the entire population. And to do this, really what we need to account for is how the fishery effort transfers from smaller fish to bigger fish as we allow that discarding to occur. And this is really important and kind of a nuanced thing that's a little bit more difficult to understand. But basically, what's happening is you're high grading from small fish to larger fish. And this can be a good thing in certain instances because you're allowing small fish to grow and mature and in the future add to the spawning stock biomass. So hopefully that they can at least spawn at least one time and replace themselves in the population. The downside of that is that you're allowing for a higher fishing pressure on these larger mature fish in the current year, in the current time step. So it puts pressure on the SSB right now. And it also increases effort because you throw fish back, you need to fish more in order to get the same amount of catch. And just schematically, again, this is a little simplified, but if you just look at, in terms of full retention, then you catch some smaller fish because they're in high abundance. You catch some older fish because that's what you're targeting. So you have kind of this balanced removals from the population. When you move towards a minimum size limit or allowing discarding, your retention curve kind of determines what fish you're actually retaining. So in this case, you're throwing back all those fish that are below the minimum size limit, so kind of those left-hand smaller fish. And then a portion of those died due to discarding, but the other ones, survive into the future. And really there's this trade-off where because you discarded, say, 5 fish, then if you kind of compare it back and forth, you're allowing a few more larger fish to be retained. It's not a 1-to-1 because those fish are bigger than the ones that you're throwing back. But that's kind of the main idea there. And the hope is that into the future, those small fish that you release, they're going to grow, they're going to mature. Some of them are going to die due to natural mortality, but ideally they grow up, they get bigger, and they kind of replace those fish that you were able to harvest in the near term in terms of spawning stock and things like that. But they do have to be able to survive across multiple years. We're talking not just 1 year, but maybe like 5 to 10 years into the future. So that's the background. Again, just when are size limits used, and then just bring this up because it's for conservation purposes, it's usually used when you have really high selectivity and fishing mortality at young ages, basically on ages that aren't mature yet. So basically, if you want to allow fish to add to the spawning stock to at least spawn once so they can replace themselves, you want to make sure that harvest is delayed until after those fish mature and are able to spawn. And I bring this up mostly to point out that for sablefish, and this is kind of a spoiler alert to the results, so if anyone likes surprises, you're not going to be very happy. But recruitment to the sablefish fishery is already pretty delayed. We start seeing them at age 2, but in reality, it's age 3, age 4, age 5. They don't mature. 50% maturity is around age, I want to say age 6, age 7. So they do kind of have a late maturity, but in reality, the fishing mortality and the selectivity are so low on those young ages, it's much lower than natural mortality for, say, age 2, that there's really no benefit to allowing for discarding in terms of conservation. And that's, in terms of the biology, and that's an important kind of statement. And I think this quote from Funk and Bracken in 1983, I think really summarizes the whole thing much more elegantly than I ever could. But basically, they were looking at yield per recruit analyses, and I went over these in February. There's a number of these yield per recruit models that happened in the 80s, early 90s. But basically what it says is that sablefish yield and landed value are not improved by the addition of size limits. By the time sablefish recruit to the fishery, their period of rapid growth is over. Hence, there are few advantages to be gained by delayed harvest. Although the natural mortality rate is low, apparently is approximately equal to the rate of production due to growth by the population until sablefish reach 45 to 50 centimeters. But basically what they're saying is that there's really not much to be gained in terms of conservation. Even, a lot of the yield per recruits have shown this. You don't really gain much yield or catch by putting in minimum size limits. And so with that kind of context, I'll kind of jump into the methods. And this stuff, again, we covered all this in February. Much of the methods haven't changed. I've added, based on the feedback that we got in February from the SSC, we changed a few things, added some analyses, things like that, some scenarios. But as Sarah said, for the most part, we're using the ABC catch projection module that's used for tier 3 species across the North Pacific. All we've done is allowed for discarding within these catch projections. For sablefish, we use an age and sex structured simulation, or age and sex structured projection model. Again, we did 50 years because that was kind of the feedback that we received. Usually we do a sablefish assessment every year, and we do essentially like a 2-year catch projection, and that's kind of like the limit of what we kind of look at usually. So just keep that in mind, I guess.
Sure, go ahead, Kaylin.
Yeah, I'm going to ask this here, but if there's another point that it would be easier for you to answer, just let me know. So one of the things in the back of my mind when I'm thinking about revenue impacts and impacts of discarding is something related to changes in size composition. And so here you say you have more of an age structured model. And so in my head, I'm thinking, well, we have these really small, then we have these different, but at some point they're going to get bigger and the composition would change. And then I'm thinking back to some of John's figures related to price, and I'm trying to put the two together in my head. And I couldn't find in this online tool, and I don't think I'm seeing it here in the slides, anything about the composition change. And it seems like it's in your model, but am I right that there aren't any figures related to that?
Not explicitly. I mean, there's a limit to what we can output, but yeah. So in terms of the composition, the age structure accounts for the length structure essentially. Like you have an average length at each age by sex. So it's all kind of implicit in there. It's just the way this, assessment structured and everything like that. It's just easier to do it by age. But basically we just transferred everything from length to age and did the analysis by age.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, I'm very naive. So age, length, whatever you want to call it, I guess, are there figures by length?
No, like we didn't produce anything by length, just.
Okay, I guess, and just going back to the earlier kind of back and forth about what is a time frame where sort of the status quo is a really good approximation. And so Chris and I went back and forth and we said, well, there could be changes in market conditions. Would that occur in the next year or so? What time frame should we be thinking about in terms of market changes? But then I think the other dimension would be the composition change. And so I'm just trying to understand a time frame where, and maybe, I don't know, I see Pat, if anybody could answer this question, that would be great.
We'll go to Dan first.
Yeah, I mean, it's dynamic, right? Because recruitment determines the structure, the composition, so length or age structure, however you want to think about it. So, I mean, the most dynamic part is the first 10 years because the last 10 year classes have been enormous. When we do the projection, when I show kind of what we're assuming for the recruitment, we're sampling from the recruitment time series. So we have kind of this up and down that's similar to the last 10 years, but also the entire time series. But point being that it's most dynamic in the first, say, 10 years as those last 10 year classes move through the fishery, move through the population. After that, it kind of gets into equilibrium more or less. Not perfect equilibrium, but you see basically when I show the results, you'll see kind of an increase and then a decline, and then it kind of wiggles around kind of an average value for the long term. So yeah, in terms of dynamics, I think the first 10 years are probably where most of the action occurs.
And I'm sorry, I feel like one of the challenges here is that this is a more integrated kind of question, and there's sort of the ecological piece, and then I'm trying to read the market piece and put them together in my head. So the revenue that you're getting, you're taking these different lengths and then you're using the prices, for example, that John was putting up and assigning and doing that mapping, but that's kind of behind the scenes. Because I'm just thinking the revenue change could be a function of the prices as well as the quantities. And I can't see the quantities if I'm understanding that right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll go over this in a second, but basically we just convert the price grade, which is based on size, essentially weight. So we convert the weight to, whole weight. I mean, it's in landed weight, convert it to whole weight by size category. Then we apply a size category based on the average size of each age of fish. So then you map those size categories, which have a price, to an age. And so each age has a different price based on the price category it's assigned to. And then you multiply that by the amount of fish at each age that are caught to get the price at each age. And then you sum across all the ages to get the total gross revenue.
And I guess, so you're saying this would be kind of rapidly changing over 10 years and then kind of everything levels off after that. I think that's a little bit of what I'm trying to get at, back to these earlier questions about over what time, like how should we be thinking about the assumptions that go into all this modeling and the time frame and the changes? Thanks.
If it's a question, we'll take it. And if not, we'll leave it for the discussion.
I think I can put it in the form of a question.
Is it a question?
It is, yes.
Okay.
So part of what I'm hearing is a little bit of a confusion over what happens in the short term versus what happens, as you stated, in equilibrium. So my question for you is, when we think about equilibrium, 50 to 100 years or something like that, we typically use it for determining reference points and things like that. But presumably you have what the equilibrium size age composition is in this 50 to 100 years thing. What we're really looking at is like what's going to happen now. That's a lot of what our discussion's about. But you do have the numbers that are there for the equilibrium. Maybe it would be useful if you had, I think it's probably in the tables or somewhere. If you have that, if you could point that to us, that might be something we could look at to sort of reference. Does that exist in our report?
I mean, it exists in the million files that I have. But I mean, there's no way of reporting out the entire age structure for the 100 years, for the 500 simulations, for the 120 runs that I made. So that, I mean, that's the trouble of this sort of thing is like, and that's why we try to get feedback in February, because I have no way of predicting what you guys are going to want. And so we did our best. And the point being that the SSB kind of gives you an insight, the landings kind of give you or more of the revenue kind of gives you an insight of what that age structure is going to be, because bigger fish, add disproportionately to each of those things. I can give them to you, but it's one of those things like, what exactly do you want to make it actually read? I mean, I can give you 1,000 data outputs, but.
Well, presumably if it's equilibrium.
Yeah, I think he answered the question. So if we've
Yes.
got recommendations of what we want for the future, we can do that in discussion.
Yeah, I'm not sure we want it, but I think it's important to identify what exists in the 50 to 100 year, because we're really been talking about the scale of time here.
Absolutely, but I think he answered what's available. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so in terms of the catch projection, we're using the 40% sloped harvest control rule based on the stock status. I think that's pretty straightforward. I just like to note that we are assuming a dead removals based quota accounting, so retained landings plus dead discards count against the ABC. And that's an important distinction that, just to keep in mind. And then in terms of the recruitment, I just talked about this briefly, and I'll have another slide on this, but we're sampling with replacement from the Safe Time series to get our future recruitment values. That was requested by the SSC in February, so we did do that. And again, we have 500 iterations of each scenario just to encapsulate the variation. And again, important caveat that there's no economic or fishery behavior being modeled in any of this. It's a biological model. It's the same kind of catch projection that's used for all the stocks. So it's nothing new in that regard.
Before you go on, Dan, Ian's got a question.
Thanks. I have a couple questions about reference points. First on the F reference point. So I understand from the document that you did recalculate the F40 based on each of the selectivity scenarios. And so that would be constant throughout the simulation. Are those values, would you be able to report those values in a subsequent version? We had some discussion about this in February, but to be fair, the SSC didn't put that request in bold, so.
Yeah, it's easy enough to report them. They did not change very much, to be honest. Like, it was pretty small changes, but yeah, I mean, it's easy enough.
Thanks. I guess I have a follow-up on that. If they didn't change very much, that would be directly proportional to effort. And so there's a lot of discussion about how effort would change. Some of the discussion suggesting effort might change quite a bit. So how can you help with that difference?
You guys really like to jump the gun. Yeah, I mean, under the scenarios, the main scenarios that we explored, effort changed by a couple percent, F changed by a couple percentage points. So that, that's directly related to effort. When we show the sensitivity runs for alternate retention scenarios where we increase the age of retention, I think under age 5 retention, it increased by like 12%. So that's kind of the ballpark.
Let me ask you, so is that something you're going to be getting to as we go further?
I touch on some of these things, yeah.
Okay, Ian. Yeah,
Thanks. Sorry to jump the gun on that one. I appreciate that. With regard to the B reference points, I gather that you did not update the B reference points as the simulation progressed. We also discussed this in February, that this would be a potential feedback loop. And I think it's the primary reason why we asked for these phase shifts in recruitment, because we were anticipating a big change. As we've seen in recent years, the B40 will go up as a recruitment and the ABC and everything else. Could you just talk us through why you chose not to do that?
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, we calculate everything at the beginning. I mean, basically, I was approaching it from, you know, an assessment standpoint where we're in 2023. Here's the projection of what the catch will be. Here's the impact. Um, you know, shifting baselines is a bit of an issue with these reference points, right? Because, you know, if you every time we update it, we get a new recruitment time series, and the recruitment time series will influence the B reference point. I'm not sure that's the best way to do this, but that's how it's done here. It's not done in this model because, again, we're kind of taking it from the assessment standpoint of starting in 2023 as the terminal year. What are the projection of catch and biomass into the future based on those? They do account for, you know, discard, like each reference point changes due to the F that's associated. So B40 is influenced by the F40, and so, you know, which is influenced by the distribution of selectivity and retention. So those do change, but it's not updated each year in the future, as you're saying, when we get a new recruitment estimate. But also, you know, it brings into the concept of, are we going to assume that there's a regime shift? Because when we go to that low high or recent recruitment only, where we're sampling, then we have a new average recruitment value of like 65 million fish versus the long term is like 25 million. So that reference point is going to be completely different. And so that brings up the idea of, do we have, you know, do we say there's a regime shift and completely kind of change the reference point, or, you know, do we keep it kind of static? So, I mean, I think you could do that a number of ways, and I don't know if there's a correct way, but.
Thanks for that. I guess just to clarify that is what we're doing now, right? When new recruitments come in, they get immediately added into the calculation of the reference point.
Yeah.
Great. Back to you, Dan.
All right. So yeah, just quickly, the inputs, basically everything comes from the 2023 SAFE. So we got biology, selectivity, the terminal year proportion of fishing mortality between the two fleets. We do this, what's called the specified catch projections, which is the percent of the ABC that's been harvested over the last 3 years. So this is the average value from the last 3 years. So this is 66%. Like John just showed those graphics about the catch versus the TAC or ABC, however you want to think about it, and that they're differing very rapidly in the last couple of years as the ABC goes up and the catch isn't, you know, keeping pace with that. So that's a somewhat of a big assumption here. And, you know, we use it for our ABC projections, so I maintained it here. Besides that, the terminal year abundance at age from the stock assessment, so that's 2023. And then our time series of recruitment estimates, because that's what we're sampling from to get our future recruitment. So basically, we have 3 kind of axes of comparison that we're looking at for this simulation. This is what was requested back in February. The first one is obviously the retention. So we have full retention, which is status quo. And then this essentially, you know, the voluntary release, in order to make this feasible within this simulation context, we had to turn that into essentially a minimum size limit. And then this is where those conversions between size and age come into play that was kind of brought up earlier. Essentially, the 22-inch total length corresponds to about 56 centimeters total length, or 52 to 53 centimeters fork length. All those conversions are in Appendix 1, hopefully, maybe. But those were in the document in 2021 as well. But anyways, using all those conversions, you can, and then the average kind of length of sablefish at each age by each sex, you can basically see in that table in the upper right that there's a pretty nice delineation between H2 and H3 that corresponds to this kind of total length cutoff of 22 inches. So that's kind of the primary assumption that we made, is that we have this what's called knife edge retention starting at age 3. So everything less than age 3 is discarded. So essentially only age 2, since we have an age 2 plus model. And then everything age 3 and older is retained. And then the other one is obviously the discard mortality rate. So we have those 3 values that were decided upon in February: 12%, 20%, and 35%. And then the last piece of this is just those projected recruitment values. So those 4 different kind of time series that were requested. So the first one, which I termed historical, is just resampling from the entire time series from the SAFE, recruitment time series from the SAFE. Essentially, we have 20, probably 40 values, and then each year we randomly pick one of those values to be the future recruitment. The other one is what I call this low to high. So for the first 25 years, we kind of maintain that long-term average sample with replacement from the total time series. And then 2049, I think it is, we switch to this high recruitment regime, which samples only from the 2016 to 2023 recruitment events. And that's where those two different kind of average recruitment values come into play. The historical average recruitment value is around 25 million. The recent time series is about 65 million, something like that. The third one is recent, so we're only sampling with replacement from the last, those 2016 to 2023. And then the high to low, which is taking the recent for the first 25 years and then the long term for the last 25 years. And then this kind of tries to walk you through how we kind of converted from price grade to age in terms of assigning prices per kilogram for each age. And basically the table on the bottom there is essentially what John showed earlier in terms of prices by size grade. Size grades are essentially just weight. And so basically we converted the size grade to price per kilogram and converted that to whole weight. Since obviously we're working in whole weight, we have whole, virtual live fish. And then converted those price per kilograms, got price per kilogram whole weight. And then based on the average size of fish at each age, assigned those price grades to ages. And that's how they mapped out on the right there. I think it sounds more complicated than it really is. You have an average, you have an average size and average weight for each age and sex. And so you can say that, age 2 is essentially 1.5, 2 pounds. And so that's a 1 to 2 size grade. And this 1 to 2 size grade has an average price based on the table. And so that's the price per kilogram that you get. Hopefully that generally makes sense. So yeah, that's the methods for the most part. Obviously, like I said, we're going to be looking at kind of these time trajectories of the population of fisheries. So focusing on spawning stock biomass, the retained catch, the dead discards, and the gross revenue. Those are kind of the main ones that were pointed out in February. We have mean and median values for the first 10 years and then all years in the table in the document. I'm not going to get into those because it's kind of, there's a lot of stuff there. We'll focus just sort of on the figures in the presentation. And again, kind of the primary comparisons that we want to talk about is what is the impact of discarding and do the different DMRs give you different, results? And then also, what's the impact of our recruitment assumptions? Does the recruitment assumption impact what we see in terms of, the impact of discarding? And then we have a number of sensitivity runs here at the bottom that I'll show in a minute. But basically, these are just what I pulled out as some potentially important or interesting results that might be of interest to understanding everything.
Go ahead, you can keep going. Yeah, I'd like to hold questions until the end of the methods.
So this is just the table of scenarios that were requested by the SSC. This is again in the document. Basically, it just points out that we have 4 recruitment scenarios, we have 2 retention scenarios, 3 discard mortality rates, plus full retention doesn't have any discarding or discard mortality rate. And then the percent ABC, percent catch from the trawl fleet, and the price are all constant across all those scenarios. So those are the main ones, and those are the ones we're going to focus on, particularly the historical recruitment ones, because I think that's kind of the most realistic. But I'll show all of these quickly. And then there are these handful of sensitivity runs that I thought would be of interest and we'll touch on very briefly. Basically how these differ is there's a set that use different retention functions. Again, there's different knife edge retention, so age 4 and 5. retention, and then there's a logistic retention function. And then, so we have another one that looks at full ABC utilization. And that's just a comparison to this assumption that only 66% of the ABC is harvested. And then the other ones are reducing the trawl fleet, fishing more, or the percent of the F that goes to the trawl fleet to 10% from 25.5%. And then there's two price scenarios that were just in there for kind of informational purposes. What happens, to gross revenue if we had average price, and then what happens if price is inversely proportional to landings. And this is a very naive way of looking at price. But basically what it does is it takes the highest price in 2017, which is some of the lower landings in the recent time series, and does kind of a linear relationship between that and the 2023 landings, which have the lowest price. And then as the landings scale between those two, the price just linearly scales with them.
Let's just hold questions till the end of the methods.
That's about it. And then I'm just pointing out that the Shiny app exists and kind of easier to look at the results through the app. But that is the end of the methods.
Great. Let's go to Kaylin first and then Curry.
And I can ask this as a question to you, Sherry, first. There are revenue estimates coming from two sections of this analysis, and I don't understand. I feel like I should understand them both. And so my questions for Dan are going to relate to the components of revenue here. And is that okay? Or or if we want to say we prioritize revenue of one section, or I feel bad. I know you're trying to hurry here.
No, actually not trying to hurry. I was trying to give Dan some space to give his presentation.
Okay. So I guess, Dan, one thing I'm looking for within this analysis is just trying to match up the revenue that John is presenting and then the revenues that we're seeing from your analysis. And I'm happy to do that for just the short run, given some of the earlier exchanges, but I use this Shiny app. And I was looking specifically at the hindcast. I was thinking somewhere in here, I should be able to see the actual revenue that John has got, and it should be showing up in your model somewhere. And this was my earlier questions. I'm trying to understand the quantities and the prices where you're getting those two components, because in John's section, I think I can see where both of those are coming from, but maybe one question, or you can answer this or suggest anything, given that I'm just trying to bring these two together. One question is, what scenario that you're running should match what John has got in his section?
Well, I mean, they're never going to match because this is a projection into the future versus the past.
Well, I found on the Shiny app, the hindcast. And
yeah. But that one is also using that inverse relationship between price. None of them have the actual prices that existed in those years. And the hindcast one was just an informational one. It's not in the document. It's not necessarily one that was for review. It was just kind of informational. But it just uses different assumptions. It's not. And the other thing to think about is that we're only reporting the revenue for the fixed gear fleet. And I'm not sure if John was doing total revenue across all fleets or not.
Yeah, so that was going to be a question, because I thought maybe that was one of the issues. And I guess I'm just thinking generally about the kind of performance of this model, because in my mind, there's two different periods. There's the 2017 to 2019 period where the TAC was being hit, maybe even overages. And then there's the 2020 to 2023 where there are the massive underages. And so I think this model, well, I was trying to go through the hindcast to see kind of what does what there with the prices and how that changes things. But I think in general, this model, there's the two scenarios going forward, which is the full ABC harvest and then the 66%. But when I was looking at the hindcast, I couldn't see. I would think there would be that period of 2017 to 2019 where one of these scenarios performs well and one doesn't, and then sort of vice versa. And I couldn't really pick that out and I wasn't I can't figure out how to even get close. Like I'm not super close to John's numbers there. And maybe this is a question for Sherry too. I mean, I'm looking at the app, but it's referenced in the document we got. So I was thinking I should be looking there. And
So I guess if you've got a miracle answer, we can take that. And if not, I would actually tend to go to Curry's and take a break. We want everything, we want the answers to your questions to be public, but at break, we can talk among the three authors and figure out sort of where to put the questions. I don't want to jump ahead. So that would be my temptation, unless Dan, you can answer that immediately. Okay, let's go to Curry and then let's chat at break.
Hopefully my question's a bit more straightforward. When you did the sort of linear price adjustment as a function of tag, I just was hoping you could walk me through. So that was done for each of the price grades, looking at the difference between 2017 and the more recent 2023 price, and just relating those two. And then in each year of the forward simulation, based on the CAT, or at least based on the ABC, you selected that value somewhere along that linear relationship.
Yep. So yeah, it's just a linear relationship for each price grade between 2017, 2023 price and the associated landings in those 2 years. So whatever the fixed gear landings were, not the ABC, but the landings were in a future year, that would determine what the price, where the price was for each of those price grades.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Let's go ahead and it's time for a break. So let's take a break until 10 o'clock and then we'll come back. Thanks. Hey, all, just so you know, we're gonna extend the break for 15 minutes and we're planning to come back about 10:15. All right, everybody, let's come back together. All right, thank you for your patience. I know we took a longer break there and it was helpful. And I just want to report back because we talked amongst the analysts, the authors, and a couple of SSC members. And what we talked about was trying to figure out what is in the current analysis and what is not in the current analysis and what is behind the current analysis and available. And the other thing that we talked about was when we have SSC members that have a biological view or have an economical view, and you've got an analysis like this that you need to integrate the two of those, it's a little bit challenging because everybody's kind of at the edge of their expertise. And so we were kind of trying to figure out, also trying to understand for ourselves across disciplines. And so the way that we're going to translate that back now so that it is all public is that I know when Dan's talking, we asked him to clarify some stuff in sort of different wording that'll help us understand what he did. So he'll have that. And then we also came up with some questions that we found were helpful to ask both Dan and John, which we will actually hold until the end, but it will convey what we were talking about, and we'll then have this, it will all be public in a public discussion. So it just took us a while to identify the questions and actually figure out what we needed to know and what we didn't. So I think that we are good from there. So I think that the next thing is to go back to Sarah and Dan, and we also committed that we'll let Dan finish his presentation, which is a plus. So I'll go back to you, Dan, and if there are things you want to say immediately, you can, and if not, we'll just move on with the presentation and get there. Thanks.
I don't know what I want to say.
I realize I kind of threw a wrench. You can just keep going with the presentation, and then I'm sure that you'll be able to fill in as you go when things come to mind.
I guess I'll just touch on the revenue thing really quickly again. I think what we kind of agreed upon is that the simulation is not going to match the real world in any specific perfect way in general. If the actual, if we went back in time, the actual price and the actual catch were in the simulation model or, whatever the modeling framework, then we would get the actual revenue that you see in the real world. So if we had runs like that, they should match exactly. Those wouldn't really be simulations because everything would pretty much be fixed at that point. But that's how they would match up. If we had exact price, exact realized catch in the real world, then what was in whatever modeling framework would match generally. But talking about the future, there's nothing really to compare it to. So it's kind of hard to make a comparison about the revenue moving forward in time and comparing it to the revenue back in time because, everything's changing. We're making assumptions about price. We're making assumptions about the catch, the percent of the ABC that's going to be harvested, things like that. So I don't know if that clarifies anything, but that's kind of what we talked about.
Yeah, and like Dan said, I think that a lot of this was trying to match up for, if possible, try to figure out whether the simulation could be matched up to John's part in the sort of in the reality of it. And so that was, anyway, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so I guess just kind of jumping into the results a little bit here. Like I said, kind of focusing mostly on this historical recruitment scenario, mainly because that's taking, recruitment from the entire time series. So, if we think recruitment's, cyclical or, goes kind of in waves, kind of spasmodic, however you want to think about it, then we'd kind of imagine that, on average, our recruitment would go back to kind of a long-term mean. So I think this one, in my opinion, is kind of the one that makes the most sense if we really want to think about long-term. And so basically what we found is that dead discards under any of the discarding scenarios are pretty minimal. And this is kind of obvious based on how I described it that we're only discarding H2 fish. They're not selecting that many H2 fish. That was also in John's presentation of the percent that's coming from the price grade 1-2. I think it was, you know, in the older or longer ago when it was like 1-2%, but recently it's like 5%, something like that. But it's still a pretty small percentage of the total catch. So these figures, which you'll see kind of a lot of in the next couple slides, you have the spawning stock biomass in the upper left, the landed catch in upper right, and then kind of the gross revenue and the way we talked about how calculating that in the lower left, and then dead discards in the lower right. I apologize that there's no captions on these in terms of units, but everything's in kilotons. So SSB, landed catch, dead discards are all in kilotons, and gross revenue is millions of dollars for the fixed gear fleet. You know, I think the results here are pretty obvious. Like, you don't see multiple lines because they're all on top of each other. If you really zoom in, and that's where the app online can be a little bit more helpful, I think, in terms of actually seeing some slight differences between all of these different runs. But what we're seeing here are the 4 retention scenarios, or 2 retention scenarios and 3 discard mortality rate scenarios. So the dark blue is full retention, that's kind of status quo. And then moving up from there, all of these are retention, the H3 knife edge retention that I talked about. And then the 3 different discard mortality rates. So 12% discard mortality for the dark red, 20% for the orangish, and then 35% for the blue, light blue. And the only place that you actually see the differences is in this dead discards plot on the lower right. And obviously, as you move from full retention, which has no discards, towards discarding of H2 fish at different discard mortality rates, the dead discards scale with the discard mortality rate. So more discards for a higher DMR. In terms of the other plots, there's really no impact on the spawning stock biomass. The landed catch, you know, differs slightly. And then you have a very slight increase in gross revenue between, you know, full retention and allowing for H2 fish to be discarded. And one question that has come up a couple times is just, you know, what's causing, especially with the SSB and the gross revenue plots, what's causing kind of that hump shape? And really what that is those early year classes, or those recent year classes that we have in the real world, you know, the 2016, 2014, I think 2019, those ones are getting older as we move through the simulation, and they're adding to the spawning stock biomass as they mature, as they get bigger, they put on more weight. Those fish are worth a lot more, as we saw from the, you know, the price grade information. So as they get bigger and older, the gross revenue increases. But then those plots start to come down after about, I think it's 10 years-ish, a little less than 10 years, as those recent cohorts kind of die off a little bit. And then as our recruitment goes back towards the mean, we don't have these giant recruitment events constantly, so we don't have this constant high SSB and gross revenue. Conversely, the landed catch is more impacted by abundance. So those big year classes lead to a higher catch. And that's why the catch kind of maximizes almost immediately, because that's when those recent year classes were at their highest abundance levels. So yeah, in terms of, if you want to think of the long term, you know, things kind of go more towards these reduced levels in the long term, because recruitment's returning to the long-term average. So, you know, everything kind of decreases and then levels out as you get off into no man's land of 40, 50 years. And then one of the important things to point out is that the probability of entering an overfished state over any of these runs was very low. So looking across all the iterations and all the years for a given scenario, it was less than 7% of years across all of those, all that combination. So 500 iterations in 50 years, less than 7% were in an overfished state. And that was pretty consistent across discarding or full retention. So there was no differences there, which is the main point for understanding this motion.
Dan, I have a question, and this is a clarification will be obvious to some people. So when you did the sampling for the equilibrium state, you were sampling over what the full time series of recruitment, and the full time series was lower in the past. And then once you had a big year class, I think the first one was like 2014. Did it immediately go back to the normal average recruitment before, or were there, I believe that there may have been multiple year classes. And so what I'm trying to line up, which I know is sort of why we asked for these different recruitment scenarios, but I just wanted to see if you can help us be clear. What is our assumption for equilibrium? And I know you can't say how likely that would be, but in how would it be off if the recruitment doesn't come back like we assumed? I realize that's not a very clear question, but for people, we've got some people that are always reviewing sablefish, and you know what's happening with this stock and you understand this disparity. But I think for other people that aren't reviewing sablefish, I don't think that they realize, I don't think it's clear what the equilibrium is based on and how realistic that is, or how it might vary.
So just to be clear, there is no equilibrium per se, because we're sampling randomly. And so I think to point out something I probably should have said, that these graphs of recruitment here, the light gray lines are the realized recruitment from, I think, 10 different iterations. So it gives you an idea of what that variability is across the time series. And then the shaded regions are the 95% simulation intervals. And so, yeah, there's no equilibrium because you're never using an average recruitment for any of the runs, right? So it doesn't reach an equilibrium. It kind of looks like that because the average value across all the runs, gets to that kind of level off towards the end of the time series. In terms of the recent recruitment, the 2014, 2016, and then I always get it messed up, but somewhere in the 2018, 2019 year classes were all really big. I mean, like twice to 3-4 times the average over the entire time series. And that's why the recent recruitment scenario here has such a higher average recruitment value, because we're sampling just for those recent recruitment events. So, I mean, there's multiple things to think about. Any given run from the historical time series could have a string of high recruitment events that mimic that recent, 2014, 2016, 2018. And you can kind of see that in the time series here, is that you have some of those runs, there's, this series of high, but there's also a number of runs that have these series of lows that are below average recruitment. And those are the ones that are actually driving that. Anytime you get into an overfish state, it's because you're having recruitment that's below the average that was used for the reference point, right? So you're fishing, essentially you wind up taking more out than is really what you should be taking out, just because your recruitment was below what we think the average is. I have no idea if that answered your question.
I think for me, that was helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, so I'm not going to spend much time on the other recruitment scenarios. The main take home point, again, these are the same plots for each of the other scenarios. Really, the main take home point is that the metrics differ quite a bit, just because of what we assume for recruitment. But once again, all of those lines are stacked on the top of each other, so that the discarding assumption, the retention assumption, doesn't really change the interpretation. It's just the recruitment that's changing those metrics. So another way of saying that is, if you use recent recruitment, your SSB is going to be a lot higher, your landed catch is going to be a lot higher, your gross revenue is going to be a lot higher, because you just have way more fish in the population. And that's driving all those things. Eventually those fish mature, you get higher SSB. You have more fish, you're going to have more catch. You have more fish and you have more bigger fish, down the line, then your gross revenue is going to be higher. But the main point is that whether you allow full retention or you allow discarding, the interpretation across the time series within each of those scenarios is essentially the same. There's really no impact on any of those metrics, regardless of the recruitment, regardless of your retention. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. And so from there, we just have kind of some of the results for some of these sensitivity scenarios that I mentioned. Really, the main one of interest, I think, is the one looking at alternate retention scenarios. We heard earlier about how hard it's probably going to be to monitor the age and length composition of discards. And so we made this strong assumption that we're going to discard H2 and keep everything H3 and older. In reality, based on differences in size at age, some H2 are going to be kept, some H3 are going to be discarded, et cetera, et cetera. Right. So these sensitivity rounds with different retention scenarios kind of get at what would happen if we're kind of off in our assumption of that knife edge retention at H3. So there's that retention plot kind of in the middle there that shows the different assumptions. So the base one is the red H3 knife edge retention. The yellow one is we increase that age of retention by 1 age, so H4. And then the blue is the same thing, increase that age once more to age starting retaining fish at age 5. And then the dark blue line is a logistic retention function, which assumes that some of the H2 fish are going to be retained, some of the H3 fish are going to be discarded, and a small fraction of the H4 fish will also be discarded. And I think that one might be the most maybe the most realistic when we're thinking of how this is going to play out in the real world. But in general, I would say that, the assumptions about the age of retention didn't have a huge impact on some of these results. Obviously, as we move to discarding, the more extreme, so talking about age 5 retention, that's kind of the most extreme retention scenario. That's going to lead to the most fish getting discarded because we have H2, H3, and H4 fish are now all being discarded. So your dead discards increases the most under that scenario, and so it's going to impact each of those metrics the most. Basically, what we see is that we have a small decrease in SSB, which is kind of to be expected. The landed catch goes up slightly, and then the gross revenue increases moderately because now you're trading all those small fish, those 2, 3, and 4, for bigger fish, which have a higher value. And then this is just sort of the last results slide. And again, there's a lot of different runs in here. I think an important one here is the assumption of the percent of the ABC that's utilized. So this first set of bullets is what happens if we utilize 100% of the ABC. This result only shows it for full retention because it's the same situation where the relative impacts within a scenario between retention and discarding are pretty much the same. So all that really matters is, getting that baseline kind of result. But the key here is if you look at the, which one? So if you look at the SSB and compare the yellow line, that's the full ABC utilization versus all the other ones, the dark blue line above it is what happens when you use that 66%. So SSB is a lot lower, which is to be expected. You're harvesting quite a bit more. The landed catch is a lot higher when you use the full ABC. Again, straightforward. And then, the gross revenue is going to be higher just because of volume, essentially. And so, yeah. And then the main thing to point out there is it does increase this probability of entering an overfished state from 7% to 33%. It's still relatively low, and I wouldn't put too much stock in it simply because, to be honest, I don't think we're really ever going to get to the point where we're harvesting, like 50 kilotons a year, but it could happen. But anyways, so that's the result there. There were some questions in February about the percentage of the harvest between the trawl and the fixed gear fleet. So there was a sensitivity run where we reduced it. The rationale there, just since I didn't mention this before, is that currently we're kind of near the upper bound. The 25.5% to the trawl sector is kind of near the upper bound of kind of what it's been over the recent time series. So increasing it didn't really make too much sense in our opinion. The 10% value was more of kind of the time series mean. And so that seemed to make a little more sense of reducing it and seeing how that impacted things. Again, there's really not much impact of that sensitivity run. You're just kind of changing the catch between the two fleets with slightly different selectivity functions. The total catch remains more or less the same. The SSB is the same. But the gross revenue for the fixed gear fleet obviously increases because you're giving more catch to that fleet. And then the last two scenarios were those different price scenarios. So obviously, if we use the average price, which was higher than the 2023 prices, the revenue goes up, but all the dynamics are the same besides that. The slightly more dynamic one is when we use that variable price where we have that linear relationship that's tied to the landings. And essentially what we see is that it follows, if you look at the gross revenue plot and the dark blue line versus the, what do you want? The light blue line, which is the full retention scenario. Basically what happens there is that the revenues kind of match for the first 5-ish years. But then the revenue increases when you have the variable price. And that's simply because as landings go down, the prices go up. It's, a linear relationship there. And so you get, higher revenue by having less landings. I don't know if that's very realistic, but that's, what's implied in that scenario. So yeah, that's all of the results. I don't know if you want any questions on that or just keep going.
Yeah, Kaylin.
Thanks. And so I have a couple, I think, clarifying questions for you, Dane, and it's fine if you can't answer these off the top of your head. So I was trying to go between the actual report and then the slides and the little online Shiny app, which is great. And I just want to make sure I'm following, because I think sometimes, well, I think that there's the average price scenario, but then my question is that averaged over the 2017 to 2019 period as well as the 2020 to 2023 period? So that full kind of, the slide that you put up with the table to all the years that are available. And then there's what you're calling the variable price, which is the linear kind of fit between the two time periods. And then I thought I saw one other place that sometimes you just use 2023. Is that for the main results? I thought I saw. So the main results that we're seeing in the report itself are for 2023.
Yep.
Okay. Terrific. No. This is where I'm just trying to match everything up. And then, I think that's my big question. And then I might have more questions for John.
Great. I think we're good to move forward.
Yeah, so I can just go over these real quick because it's kind of just rehashing what I just said. But in general, there's no, conservation benefit. You don't get more SSB or more fish or anything in the population from discarding. But there's really no negative consequences that we saw from the simulation standpoint. There's a lot of other things to consider, but just straight from the simulation standpoint, there's no real danger that we saw or anything like that from the discard, the way that we modeled it. There's a low probability of entering an overfished state, and that's pretty much independent of whether discarding is occurring or not, which I think is the important thing for here. And, obviously there's probably a lot of questions about, kind of confusion. Why isn't there more impact of this, this simulation? Why doesn't discarding have more of an impact, positive or negative? And really, it goes back to what I said at the beginning, is that we have low selectivity at age 2. We're throwing back fewer fish, in this simulation context, because we're only assuming that age 2 fish are being discarded. And then, I think the main thing to note is that there's a pretty high natural mortality. It's a constant natural mortality across all ages and constant across all years of approximately 10%. Which kind of negates the benefits of releasing fish because there's a high percentage chance that they're going to die from natural mortality. And then, so if you look at that second to last bullet, that kind of, to me, summarizes all the results in a as clear a way as I can, is that by allowing discarding, the age 2 mortality decreases by 1%. So under full retention, age 2 mortality is 12%. You allow discarding with the lowest discard mortality rate that we're considering, which is the 12%. And the age 2 total mortality rate is 11%. So 12% to 11%. And that's pretty much what's driving a lot of these lack of lack of results, for lack of a better word. And then thinking about that in a different context, what do the discarded fish add to the spawning stock biomass, over the lifespan of a given cohort? So just looking at that, looking at the H2 fish in the 2024 that are discarded in 2024 in the projection, they basically add a half kiloton to the SSB over the lifespan of that cohort. And putting that in context of, the total SSB, that's about 0.3% increase. So yeah. And then in terms of the fishery, like I said, you get increases in gross revenue, but they're relatively minimal. You're going to have an increase in effort. You allow discarding, you got to fish harder to get your quota, which have some costs that would need to be considered, I think. And then there's always, this trade-off that I talked about early on is that for every, say H2 fish you kind of release, you're going to be able to keep a fewer number of larger fish. And you think of it from the price grade standpoint, where price grade 1-2 is, say, a 1 pound fish, and the price grade 3-4 is a 3 pound fish. There's a 3-to-1 conversion ratio there. Yeah, and then in terms of the retention, as you delay retention or delay the age of retention, then you're going to discard more fish, and it's going to have more of an impact. And then towards Ian's question about increases in effort, fishing mortality, I did put this bullet in at the very end there at the bottom. If you go to age 5 retention, then you'll have, somewhere in the ballpark of a 12% increase in the effort or the fishing mortality.
Got a couple of questions. Kaylin.
Great. I think my question is just to make sure I'm 100% clear here, because I think the primary model results that you're presenting, this isn't full ABC harvest. So when you just said that the folks would fish harder, effort would go up to get the quota, this isn't a quota limited fishery in that scenario. And so it's sort of this assumption behind the scenes of hitting that 66% that's then driving up the effort. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's under the assumption of getting the same amount of catch, essentially. Would the F to get that same amount of catch would go up.
Got it. Yeah, and John does a little calculation later on. I just wanted to make sure I understood what's happening behind the scenes in both of those models.
The other question is mine. Can you go back one slide? So on this one, when you get down to discarding with the lowest DMR reduces the H2 mortality by 1%, that's assuming the highest discard survival rate. So it's like the least effect that you would get. What's the mortality, say, with, I know that this was in a Shiny app, I was trying to figure it out, but in the, like, say for 35%, what would that be like?
Somewhere between 11 and 12%. It's less than 12%, but more than 11%. I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's like 11.6% or something like that.
That's fine. So you mean like the 1% would go up to somewhere around 12%?
No. So the total mortality under full retention, the total mortality is the highest. So it's 12%, right? Maybe I'm answering the wrong question.
No, maybe I'm just not following. Hold on one sec. So H2 mortality declined by less than 1% when moving from full retention with a 12% DMR.
No, so full retention doesn't have a DMR. So moving from full retention to discarding with a 12% DMR, you decrease the total mortality by 1%. If you were to increase the DMR, so it's kind of a scalar on that, so the 1% would decrease to like 0.5%.
And wow, I'm totally missing this. So if you've got full retention, obviously there's no discard mortality. You're keeping it all. If you do have it and your discard mortality is only 12%, your mortality would be 1%. However, if your discard mortality was 35%, wouldn't you have a higher mortality overall?
So, yeah. So the sub bullet there is the total mortality, accounting for fishing mortality, dead discards, and natural mortality at age 2. So full retention has the highest total mortality of 12%. The lowest total mortality would be with the 12% DMR, and everything else is just a scalar between those two values.
Thank you. Okay, I think those are the only two.
I mean, I think at this point we've hammered home a lot of these, but there's obviously a lot of caveats to any sort of modeling, especially when we start looking at projecting into the future and trying to predict what's going to happen. I'd say the main uncertainty that we considered, because we're thinking about the biology mostly, is the future recruitment dynamics. So we did those 4 different scenarios. We had random variation within each scenario, did the 500 runs. I would say in general, the impacts of discarding versus full retention are pretty robust to the future recruitment dynamics. I think it's not going to, obviously, it's simulation world. It's not the real world. We can't predict the future, but I think in general, we can say, regardless of what the future recruitment is, the impacts of discarding are not going to differ that much across different options for future recruitment. The issue of entering an overfish state, like I said, it's a lot higher if we take the full ABC. To me, that is more of an HCR issue than it is a discarding issue. And so to me, the take-home point for this motion is that I wouldn't worry about that too much. It's more of, maybe we need to think about what HCR we're using for sablefish. In the document, I go through a lot more of these caveats, especially, if we have incorrect parameters or, projecting with incorrect assumptions, things like that, and how they impact the outputs. So I'm not going to rehash all of that here. Obviously, we need a more sophisticated bioeconomic model if we want to know how, the economics are changing, how the fishery behavior is changing. So none of that's included here. I do think that in order to do that sort of stuff, we probably need some improved data collection from the economic data. So yeah, and then I did want to put in this one slide about the potential scientific uncertainty. This was been asked about a couple of times, but I think it kind of got nailed earlier in that we're going to have increased uncertainty in the stock assessment because we're losing data on age 2 fish. So we have less age and length samples from those age 2 fish because they're being they will be discarded. And then the data on discarding is kind of the huge issue for the stock assessment. Like we heard, there's going to be some really imprecise data. Obviously, if we want to model the discarding process like we did in this projection, we need to know the magnitude of discards, the size, age composition of the discards, and the discard mortality rate. Obviously, after with our kind of discussion of DMR in the February meeting, obviously we're not going to have any new information there, so that's going to be really uncertain. And the other two, I think, are also going to be very imprecise in terms of comparing those to things like the actual retained catch data. So to account for that, there's going to be assessment assumptions. We're probably going to have to fix a lot of parameters that relate to discarding, or we can move to this age 3 modeling framework. Right now, it's age 2 plus. We can move to age 3, and that would avoid this age that's getting discarded for the most part. So that's one option. Neither of them are great options, but we have to do something. So those are 2 options that could be considered. But in general, I think there's probably going to be some dynamics in terms of the risk table and how we kind of account for assessment uncertainty, which is obviously going to increase quite a bit. And that's basically it. This is just more rehashing. I don't think I need to go over that again, but yeah.
Thanks, Dan. Question from Ian.
Yeah, just maybe wondering if you could expand a little bit on the discussion of scientific uncertainty. I'm hearing a couple slides ago that very few H2s are going to be discarded, but then in the scientific uncertainty, it's a loss of information due to the loss of those H2 fish and possibly an additional risk buffer. And I'm just trying to see the consistency between that. Is it really a small problem, or is it potentially a big problem?
I think it's a moderate problem. No, I mean, I think the main thing is that the recruitment estimates are some of the most important ones for the assessment, right? And the most recent recruitment is the most uncertain part of the assessment. So you're going from the most uncertain part of the current assessment and then adding increased uncertainty to those kind of crucial estimates. So it is kind of a moderate increase in uncertainty. And then the other issue is, how do we actually model this stuff? And we're not going to have any data to actually model discarding. And so, I think in general, it's, not a huge issue for the assessment. But the question is, if we're starting to model a process that we have no data on and put that into an assessment model, even though the number of fish being impacted by it is pretty small, the impact on the assessment itself in terms of stability is going to be pretty high and kind of very concerning for me, because I'm not really sure what I'm going to do when the model doesn't converge and I have to come back here and be like, I don't know what the answer is. But, there's a lot of things that we'll investigate to kind of deal with all that stuff.
Curry.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. When you say that it's a moderate issue, that's for option 2 with the 22-inch limit. Under option 1, where there's potential to discard at any size, that changes that perspective, does it not?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, all of this is under the assumption that we essentially have a minimum size limit and we can model it as such. When we start getting the voluntary discarding, it definitely adds increased uncertainty if we're starting to discard H3, H4, and obviously converting that to sizes, but however you think about it. Yeah.
Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. So given that the source of this data would be the observer program, can you just remind me what the current rate of coverage is? I realize that's across multiple gears.
Through the chair, depending on the year, it's like roughly 17% for the IFQ partial coverage fleet. So just to expand on that a little bit too, it's something to think about in terms of boats that are starting to move towards electronic monitoring. From those boats, we won't be able to get observer collected length or age samples as well. That could change in the future.
And I think that this is obvious, but I think I may ask it anyway. So like Curry asked about the option 1 and option 2, all of these conclusions and everything that we're talking about is only option 2, and it could differ drastically from option 1. Am I on board?
I mean, I think generally, yeah. I mean, this definitely only applies to option 2. I don't really know what the impacts of option 1 would be, because can't really model it.
Curry.
Yeah, my question is sort of in the same vein. We've been talking a lot about option 2, and the impacts are generally minimal in terms of the fate of the stock, potential revenue across the range of the metrics that you showed. Option 1, there's a lot more flexibility and a lot larger potential impact in terms of operation of the fishery. And I'm wondering what we know from the West Coast sablefish fishery that has had, the potential for release. I think throughout its history, others would know better than I do about kind of retention probability at age or size. I know they're not subject to the same market forcings, but probably generally go into the same international market. Is there anything we can learn or have learned from the West Coast?
Never been there. Yeah, I mean, all I know about it is what was presented in April by Dan Holland to the SSC. It sounds like I think the markets are pretty similar because you're selling to mostly the Japanese markets, and maybe John knows more about this stuff than I do. So I don't know if there's a big difference in markets. It sounded like there's quite a big difference in how they harvest. It sounds like the trawl fleet is a much bigger proportion, and that's obviously going to have a different, discard mortality rate and retention and stuff. So there might be something, I'm not really sure.
I have one follow-up from mine. You had mentioned that, as far as model 1, you can't say because you can't model it. One thing that may be critical for us, am I correct that you can model it. It's just that the uncertainty would be so large that you likely couldn't come to a conclusion? Or is it true that you actually can't model it?
Well, I guess we could model anything if we really wanted to, but yeah, I mean, that's why I pulled up this slide, is this was trying to get at some of that stuff in terms of different retention functions. What's the uncertainty, what's the impact? Again, I guess the logistic sensitivity run here might be something that was in the ballpark. I just don't know what fish they would want to retain in that situation. If we wanted to model it, we would need to have someone kind of define retention probability in some way for us to like implement that. But yeah, I would say the logistic one might be the closest of these, I guess.
No, that makes great sense. Okay, I think we're good to move on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Sarah just reminded me, one slide that I didn't do is that we are having this is not for the SSC necessarily, but we are having a stakeholder meeting for the sablefish management strategy evaluation work that's ongoing. That'll be tonight in the boardroom. I don't know which room that is, but it's here at 5:30. So anyone that wants to learn more about the sablefish MSC and provide some feedback for us, that'll be happening tonight.
Through the chair, I think we're gonna switch back to the main presentation, Sarah, if you're able to do that. And I will have Mr. McCracken come up. We can. I hope everyone noticed that in this capacity, it's McCracken and Associates that John is representing.
This technology is getting a little back.
Okay, so circling back, and I think I'll leave this open to your decision, Madam Chair and members of the SSC, for the rest of the environmental assessment. I wanted to just touch on, because I know we'll be talking about it in John's presentation, is how we decided to think about how fishery behavior could be analyzed, since there were obvious caveats to the simulation model. A few of us talked about other methods to come up with for the impacts on other resource components, including the socioeconomic impacts. So essentially what's in table 517, which is actually hidden kind of within the RIR in your document, but I've put it here on the slide. We have tried to take the amount of, or we've tried to operationalize any potential increases in fishing effort, again, external to the simulation framework. So we use the average 2021 to 2023 catch rates of grade 1-2 sablefish in the IFQ and CDQ fisheries, just fixed gear, by sub area and gear type, and use that to consider the maximum amount of sablefish that would hypothetically be discarded under this action. And this approach assumes, similar to what was used in the simulation framework, it still assumes knife edge retention at age 3. So basically all grade 1-2 sablefish IFQ would be discarded. This is likely an overestimate of discarding behavior under alternative 2, because it's unlikely that all harvesters intend to discard every fish under 22 inches. And I think John talks about that a little bit. And so these percentages are likely the upper bound in terms of any increase in fishing effort that we'd be likely to see as a result of this action. So essentially, to predict the effort increase, we took the inverse of the retention rate And that represents the amount of effort that's needed to maintain the status quo catch. So table 517 shows those results of this exercise to try to estimate changes in fishing effort under alternative 2, option 2. And that's the basis for which we described impacts to both the non-sable fish resource components as well as the kind of the socioeconomic impacts. So I'm happy to kind of go through any questions on the other non-sable fish resource components, or we can move into the socioeconomic impacts. I'll leave that up to you.
Ian.
I'm just wondering, for this approach, what would be the implications if there were some degree of discarding of small sable fish already occurring? How would that change the perception of changes in effort?
Through the chair. Yeah. So I guess stating that there are obviously certain very specific scenarios where discarding is allowed, but not size-based discarding. Like, for example, if there's damaged catch or something, I believe there is some amount of discarding going on. But I think if you were to assume that there's already any additional discarding going on, you would just have to further apply that rate to the estimated effort. So you would end up having to increase, trying to think of this off the top of my head, you'd have it end up having to further increase yeah. So we would expect that the estimated, the middle row, sorry, I'm just trying to think through this. The average discard rate on the left-hand side wouldn't be accurate. And so you would have to account for that change in the discard rate within those other two columns. So you might not see the estimated effort increase quite as much. But there are a lot of other caveats to kind of our assumptions within this simplified approach as well, that leave a lot of kind of uncertainty on either end, such as how much of the TAC is currently being harvested, because this doesn't account for those changes or fluctuations.
I think so I think as far as like what you present, I may actually defer that to SSC members. Given sort of what was in the document, do you want to see a presentation on what was it, the other components that you were talking about that may be impacted?
Through the chair, yeah, I don't have specific slides on the other ones because I wanted to focus the SSC's presentation on the socioeconomic and sablefish impacts, since those were the ones that were really highlighted, but I'm happy to answer any questions on the others.
Great. Ian.
Yeah, I would say for my part, I thought the document was well laid out and written, and I don't think we need to see anymore.
Great, thank you. Kaylin.
I have just one more question, and it relates to this kind of table I'm thinking here in the kind of paralleling Dan's analysis or not. So Dan sort of had the other bookend case, which would be the full TAC, and so, or full ABC, I guess. And so when you said that this might be an overestimate, I'm just wondering, I mean, an overestimate, if we assume the 66% is harvested, but do you think this would change a lot if you were thinking about that other case that Dan looked at, which is the full ABC.
Through the chair, I think it could change if you went to 100% of the TAC from 66, which is where we kind of roughly currently are. The other piece that I wanted the SSC to consider is that I don't think that increase in effort would go above anything that we've kind of seen in more recent years or the last, however many years of data, because this fishery is limited by kind of space and seasons and limited to someone's quota. There are also several operational constraints that we've identified in the RIR in terms of, how much more gear or how much more gear is deployed or time on the ground a fisherman is willing to spend is at some point going to be capped by other constraints such as paying for fuel or crew or anything else. So I think at some point it does get limited.
All right, looks like we're ready to move on.
All right, so first what I'll do is we'll talk about the SIA information that's provided in the analysis. So this is in section 5.2 and it ranges from pages 109 to 124. So it's a typical SIA. First several tables provide information at the harvester level by owner address. And then we have a few tables that provide crew and quota shareholders, I believe. And then we finish up with some information at the processor level. So starting with the harvesters, table 5.1 and 5.2.
Hey, John.
Yep.
Before you dive in, question from Mike.
Yeah, hi, John. I had a question before you start on the tables. There's a section in the very front of this section, the methodology section, and I had two questions for you on that. One is related to, there's a statement in there referencing community, what does it say? Referencing characterization of relevant communities, which there isn't a section that does that in the current document. Would you consider, and I think it does need some basic characterization. Would you consider adding a couple of tables that I think have become pretty standard in SIAs, the most recent SIAs, one of which is a table that does kind of the institutional summaries of the communities that, based on your tables, appear to be the most substantially engaged in or most substantially dependent on the fisheries. That's one. And a second table that covers like just a single table that covers the basic demographics and sort of income variables for those communities. That's question one.
Madam Chair, yes, we could consider that and put it in the next iteration.
Okay, great. I think based on looking at your tables, I think depending on the threshold you choose, that may be between 6 and 12 communities. So it's a relatively small universe. The second question is, there's another section that's become pretty standard recently on SIAs, and that's a regulatory context section that basically lays out, based on National Standard 8, National Standard 4, Environmental Justice Executive Order, basically why you are putting in those tables about demographics, income, community institutions. Would you consider adding a small section like that sort of between that section and those two tables would kind of take care of I think for this, the community characterization that would, the very brief community characterizations that would kind of fulfill that part of the SIA.
Madam Chair, Dr. Downs, yes, I think we provided that for the first time in the snow crabbery building. And it would be an easy process, I think, to carry that over into this analysis and then link them up with the sablefish fishery.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay,
Okay.
now we're back to you.
Yep. Okay, so as I said, tables 5-1 and 5-2 provide counts of active sablefish, IFQ, CDQ, CVs. And I'll just say that all the tables in here do include CDQ, CDQ fixed gear participants in these all these tables. So I may not repeat that part. I might just shorten it to IFQ guys. By community of historical ownership address from 13 to 22. Obviously, once we look at these two tables, vessel ownership for CVs is concentrated in Alaska, in contrast to other fisheries that we often deal with in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, specifically Homer, Seward, Kodiak, and Juneau, and Petersburg and Sitka were the communities that have a high concentration of Alaska owner or addresses for this IFQ fishery, sablefish IFQ fishery, which accounts for about 55% of the CVs. From the CP perspective, the ownership is also concentrated in Alaska at 70%, with Sitka having the highest percentage of ownership address at 33%. Table 5-13 on 114 provides the ex-vessel gross revenue by ownership address. And again, of the Alaska communities, Petersburg at 19% and Sitka at 14% had the largest sablefish ex-vessel gross revenue by ownership address. Technical should be challenged. Table 5-4 on 115 provides ex-vessel gross revenue diversification for these vessels by historic ownership address. What we find is that the vessels that are addressed in Petersburg at 58%, Cordova and Sitka at 41%, and Seward at 33% had the highest dependency on the sablefish fishery. Table 5-5 provides overall vessel community dependency on sablefish IFQ. And what we find here is several communities in Alaska are dependent on the fishery. Sitka is at 23%, Seward, which was a bit of a surprise for me. I don't know how about everybody else, but they had 22% and Petersburg at 12%. Table 5-6 on 117 looks at vessel dependency. Tables show that since 13, the number of vessels receiving less than 30% of revenue from the IFQ fishery has declined significantly. At the same time, the number of vessels receiving a larger portion of the revenue from the IFQ fishery have increased slightly. 5-7 provides diversification for these vessels. And what we find here is that for these IFQ sablefish fisheries, the sablefish and the halibut IFQ fisheries are the primary source of revenue for these vessels, while salmon and Pacific cod are less important. Switching to the crew table, 5-8 on 118 provides crew numbers for the sablefish fishery over time by the vessel sizes. And what we see here is that crew numbers have declined over the years, but in 21 and 22, crew numbers have increased. And crew numbers for less than 40 and greater than 60 have shown the greatest loss in numbers since 13. Next table shows quota share owners. This is table 5-9, provides the number of IFQ quota shareholders by address. Sitka has the largest number of quota shareholders at an annual average of 123. Other communities with high numbers of quota share owners are Kodiak at 68, Petersburg 59, and Seward at 57. Table 5-10 provides sablefish quota by community. What we find here is the region with the highest concentration of sablefish quota is the Southeast at 106 million shares, which accounts for about 31% of the total shares for the sablefish fishery. Of the Southeast communities, Petersburg had roughly 53 million shares or 15%, Sitka at 31 million shares or 9%. Moving to the processors, tables, SIA tables for processors, 5-11 on page 121 shows the annual number of processors accepting sablefish IFQ deliveries by community from 13 to 23. The annual average number of processors was 34 during this period. Table 5-12 provides wholesale values of the sablefish IFQ fishery, delivers to shoreside processors. Sitka, Seward, Kodiak, and Petersburg combined accounted for 67% of all the annual first wholesale revenue from the sablefish IFQ fishery from 13 to 23. Table 5-13 provides the dependency information for these shoreside processors that accept IFQ, sablefish. So Sitka came in at the highest at 36%, Seward at 25%, and Juneau at 14% of the sablefish processors were highly dependent on the sablefish fishery. I believe this is the last SIA table. 5-14 provides dependency information on those communities with shoreside processors that accept IFQ. Seward was at 24%, Sitka at 17%, were the two communities with the highest dependency of sablefish fishery. Other communities with processor dependency included Petersburg at 5% and Juneau at 7%. Finally, Kodiak at 5%. No questions more on the SIA. I'll just briefly walk you through the economic impacts. It shouldn't take very long. I'm sure I'll have lots of questions though. So first, alternative one, I have 2 slides. I believe maybe even 1 slide on alternative one. So selecting alternative one would obviously leave in place the existing regulatory restrictions permitting the release of sablefish caught by the IFQ vessels, either when directing on sablefish or when anyone on board has unused IFQ in their account. Under alternative one, harvest participation and fishing behavior are likely to be similar to their current participation and fishing practices, given the numerous factors that impacting the fishery today, which include, and I have it's like 5 bullets that kind of talk about those current fishery conditions. So the first one is no harvesting, not harvesting all of their allocations. I think we've over the period of the presentation, we've shown that in the recent years, the harvesters are not taking their entire allocation, and that is likely an implication of the market conditions currently that we're seeing. A lot of the information that supports that statement is in table 5-15 and figures 5-1 on 125 shows that the annual percent of allocations by regulatory area. The number 2 issue here is the reduced number of vessels that are active in the fishery. So we're seeing a decline in the number of vessels that are active in the fishery, again, due to the market conditions and due to the high encounter rates of small sablefish. This is depicted in figure 5-2 on page 126, which shows declining number of active vessels. Third bullet here, reduced fishing days, and this is actually presented in alternative one. So figure 5-3 on 126, and especially for vessels fishing with less than 24 days in a year, tables 5-16 and 5-4, figure 5-4 on page 1. So what we're seeing is reduced fishing days in recent years as a result of the conditions that the sablefish IFQ guys are facing on the water currently and the markets. Fourth bullet here, more dependent on the sablefish fishery in more recent years. So those participants that are currently participating and are active in the fishery today in the current conditions, they're more dependent on the sablefish fishery, likely because of all the conditions going on in all the other fisheries impacting their bottom line. This information is provided in table 5-6 on page 117 and figure 5-5 on page 128. Final bullet on standard one or alternative one, no action. Little ability to improve the ex-vessel revenue with higher encounter rates of smaller sablefish on the fishing grounds and the continued very low prices for small sablefish due to the world market conditions. No questions?
We've got one.
One question.
Mike.
Yeah, just a quick question. John, I think you're selling yourself short on your section headings here. Section 5.1 was the methodology for economics, section 5.2 was social impact assessment, including the methodology. In these sections here, you've got them titled economic impacts of the alternatives. And actually you've included the social information in here too. So would it be appropriate, and can you change the titles of section 5.3 and 5.4 to economic and social impacts of those two alternatives to make clear that you have covered the social impacts?
Madam Chair, yes, Dr. Downs, that would obviously, yeah, I would do that change to note that information is provided in the effects section. And I think that now reminds me, I think I do have another slide on alternative one. And that speaks to the social impacts. So, so the last slide on alternative one is just taking the information from the harvester's perspective and now feeding it into the processors and the communities to determine their impacts under alternative one. So processors that obviously receive deliveries of Sablefish IFQ would experience similar processing activities that they are currently experiencing, and would obviously be negatively impacted under alternative one relative to alternative two. And then that likely is the result of having to deal with the numerous small sablefish that comes into the processors and receiving a very small price for that small sablefish. So as noted earlier, table 5-13 provides dependency information for those shoreside processors that accept the Sablefish IFQ. These processors that are highly dependent on sablefish fisheries include Sitka, Seward, and Juneau. And so these would be the processors that would be most impacted as a result of alternative one. Taking the processor information and harvester information and now looking at it from a community perspective, there are obviously communities that are directly engaged and dependent on the sablefish fishery would likely see similar expenditure patterns associated with the sablefish fishery under alternative one, and meaning that the harvesters and the processors that are spending their resource or their money in those communities would be similar to what we're experiencing now. And this would be obviously direct, indirect, and induced expenditures. And so the communities that would be impacted under alternative one, again, would be the same ones we talked about in the SIA that are most impacted would be Sitka, Seward, Petersburg, Juneau, Kodiak, and Homer. These communities would likely see reduced, compared to alternative two, reduced direct, indirect, and induced expenditures. So they would, relative to alternative two. Leave it at that. That ends my alternative one. So we'll move to alternative two effects. I think I have a couple of slides here, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure exactly, summarizing the results. So as we've talked about already, and I don't want to get in, well, I'll just see where the questions go. So simulation results show only slightly improvements in total revenue for allowing high grading of sablefish, less than 22. One of the primary reasons of this obviously slight improvement in total revenue is because of the encounter rates of small sablefish. These smaller sablefish that are on the grounds obviously are less valuable. The fishermen are encountering them at higher concentrations than they have in the past relative to the larger, more valuable sablefish. And so this keeps revenues down, or not as much as one would think if you allow high grading. These encounter rates are likely a significant impediment to the economic success of high grading smaller sablefish for larger sablefish.
Question from Kaylin.
Yeah, thanks. So, John, there was the table that I guess Sarah presented, which was the discard rate of these small fish from 2021 to 2023, broken down by management area. And then that was used to get to the estimated increase in effort, which admittedly under this particular set of assumptions, thinking about 2/3 of the ABC being harvested, I think you could say that's a overestimate maybe. But then I guess I'm just trying to think through if using this analysis framework, you calculated an increase in revenue, what that would look like. Because I guess I'm thinking for some of these areas, I mean, if you're looking at 5% of these small fish, and then you're replacing those with larger fish, that's 5% of your catch, and you're getting a 50% increase in price, or, what would be the average increase in price that you would get with this replacement effort and catch? And then so just big picture, it seems like this is actually referencing Dan's analysis, but then it feels like in this section, you start off down a different path in terms of analyzing effort change, and you could continue down that path to look at a change in revenue. And that might give you a different back of the envelope kind of revenue estimate. And so how should I be thinking about reconciling this earlier effort calculation with this statement of revenue, or is there a reason to not do that?
Madam Chair, I think that it's a good point. I think I see where you're going with this. I approach this from basically a qualitative approach rather than looking at quantitatively, because that's kind of what Dan did. But I see the nuance which you're trying to get at. And I think that the analysis that I provide could include that in the next iteration. It seems like a fairly simple arithmetic where I'm taking the encounter rates and or the composition, I call it the catch composition by processor grade, and then applying a price to, assuming discard. So I can see where that's going, and I don't have that information. I obviously talk all around it by looking at it from a qualitative perspective, but I don't actually have a table that shows, oh, if they're discarding all their 1s and 2s, but they're retaining 2s and above, what's the revenue going to look like by catch composition? I think that could be provided, but I mean, from my perspective, I think at this point, you're likely going to see a very small marginal change, because they're only allowed to discard. And I get to this. There's a bullet in here. This is one of what I would describe as headwinds that the harvesters are going to encounter when trying to utilize this option to high grade, is that a lot of their catch is going to be, because of the way the encounter rates are by catch composite or by the processor grades, they're going to catch 2s and 3s, which are a large quantity now relative to 1s and 2s, which are of little or no value also. So not only are the 1s and 2s worthless, but the 2s and 3s are worthless. So, and yet they have to retain that because under option 2. And so what I see in the going down road in the next iteration, having this table, we're likely to see some small advantages to the fishermen, highliners that, for example, might be able to capitalize on this. But I don't think we're looking at large revenue changes from status quo in that sense. But I think there's opportunities there, because I think the harvesters need this flexibility. And I get to some of that later in my presentation. Does that help?
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering if that was feasible, or if there was reason not to do it, because I just back to the earlier conversations with Dan, and we're trying to unpack some of the assumptions that went into that model. Maybe this would be just taking this one step further, if it's feasible, would be a way that then we could see a little bit more kind of under the hood in terms of how the catch composition is influencing the revenue change. And I think, as you were saying, at least in the short run, why that revenue change would be so small. And because that is something that it seems like your approach would be potentially a little bit better positioned to do versus the larger model. So thanks. Yeah.
Let's see. So again, going back to the simulation results and kind of moving off the simulation results for the RAR and moving into a qualitative approach. So the simulation results, as we've already learned, do not take into account the economic complexity of the variations of key economic inputs that at the harvester level that are factored into this. I mean, the model is not supposed to do that. So, and looking at that in relation to different gross revenues in the future. So, so there's some examples I here have in bullets, and so what I did was I decided to, I moved on and do a qualitative look at fishery behavior and patterns under the alternative 2. So, so discarding of small sablefish from the harvester's perspective would enhance harvester flexibility to improve gross ex-vessel revenue and to be able to reduce the use of sablefish that has no economic value. So in hopes of returning that fish to the waters and then someday being able to harvest it at a higher value. So harvesters' participation and fishing behavior would likely change under alternative 2 when there is a perceived benefit from discarding. And then there's a sub bullet here that we talk about that not all harvesters, we can't lump all harvesters kind of in this knife edge approach where they're all going to suddenly discard and retain. There are a group of harvesters, particularly the catcher processors that operate in the Bering Sea, the freezer longliners. They have indicated that they have fairly strong markets for small sablefish, and they are likely not to change their behavior as a result of alternative 2. Other factors that would likely influence the IFQ harvesters to discard their small sablefish, these are factors that are sort of an impediment to being able to, recognizing that they're taking this opportunity to high grade and be able to improve their the bottom line. So some of these impediments are obviously the continued population trends and what we're seeing in sablefish stocks that have resulted in a high proportion of small sablefish relative to large proportion of sablefish that are on the grounds. So the encounter rates that they're experiencing right now with all these small sablefish to get to that one super valuable larger fish are very high. And so this is sort of an impediment to being able to discard and then high grade for slightly bigger fish. And so that's one of the impediments. Another one is the increased fishing effort, which we talked about a little bit by existing harvesters to high grade, which could increase the costs of fishing, which include higher fuel costs, bait costs, observer costs, vessel maintenance costs, and obviously higher crew costs as they spend more time on the water and use more gear, likely more leaving the gear on the grounds longer to be able to catch these larger sablefish. Also the continued low prices for smaller sablefish due to the seafood water market conditions, which we've already talked about. This is definitely an impediment or a headwind as prices continue to deteriorate. It makes it that much more difficult for them to improve their bottom line, especially when their 2s and 3s and 3s and 4s are eroding. The prices of these fish are eroding relative to, say, some of the bigger sablefish that they're not able to catch because they're just not there. Another impediment that we're talking around is the relative percentage of sablefish IFQ that can be high graded under alternative 2. So we've talked about this a little bit. So they can only high grade their 1s and 2s, but they're, in relative to what they have to retain and the prices of those products, 2s and 3s, for example, they're almost literally the same price. And so they're going to be discarding a 1s and 2s, and they're going to encounter a lot of 2s and 3s, and even 3s and 4s, which are also not doing very well price-wise relative to the larger 5s and ups. The final bullet or the final impediment is the use of ICAs to account for discards. So obviously the IFQ guys are going to have less under alternative, have less of IFQ allocation because of the ICA to account for these discards. And this will obviously impact a little bit more for, say, the vessels that aren't even discarding, for example, those freezer longliners. So they're obviously not going to discard, but yet they have to pay the price of having a slightly less allocation in their sablefish IFQ. Stop there for a question.
Kaylin.
So I'm back to kind of thinking about timeframes and bounding different things. And so I guess I'm wondering if you can talk through the ICA piece a little bit, because with big overall underages, then is the question, I guess I'm thinking specifically about catcher processors. We should be thinking specifically about whether or not the like A quota chairs are being fully utilized, because I could imagine if we were thinking about the full TAC being caught, then this ICA is going to negatively impact some processors, but with this underage, would it? Or would it, or are we back to thinking about our two scenarios? So with the big underage relative to the TAC, then maybe it wouldn't. But if we were thinking about the bound case of a full TAC utilization, then the ICA would cut into the quota. And I see Sarah nodding. Maybe you could rephrase that question better.
Yeah, right. Okay. So the way I understand it, so under the current conditions at only harvesting 66% of the IFQ collectively across all the sub areas, the ICA would not be constraining.
Well, but, or would it? I guess I was trying to think of exactly how it would work. There's a real question in here. I think it would depend on how the ICA works, and I don't have the answer, because if the A class shares are being fully harvested, and I don't know, I guess maybe there's the question. If it, like the catcher processors, if they're taking all their allocation and then you're taking the ICA off the top, then you are cutting in to the IFQ they're getting in a particular year. But if every type of quota share is under harvested, then I don't think it would have an impact in the short run.
Madam Chair, you might be right. It's hard for me to think on the fly with these moving parts. We really didn't get a good chance to really look at this and think about it, obviously. And I need to think about it a little bit more in relation to the current conditions, and provide a little bit more information on the impacts of ICAs. But as we move to a more fully utilized fishery in the future, again, I don't want to think on the fly, so I should just stop.
I think, no. And that was exactly where I ended up, that it's a question of timeframes and what are the, Dan laid out kind of a bounding case. Are you thinking of that bounding case too? And then when you're listing off some of these outcomes, I think I was trying to think, or the question is what falls into what case, but I don't think that needs to be answered right now.
So overall, so getting back to my slide here on the harvester's effects, collectively, I think these impediments or factors, I think from a qualitative perspective, makes it difficult for some harvesters to increase their ex-vessel revenue from high grading smaller sablefish. But I think that there is potential for some harvesters to be able to increase their ex-vessel gross revenue to some degree. I think in some ways it kind of aligns with the results from the simulation, in the sense that we're not talking about a lot of revenue change, but I think that there's likely some revenue change, given some harvesters might be able to figure out how to improve their ex-vessel revenue, given all these impediments.
Sure, I think we've got another question, John. Kaylin.
Yeah, just on the last slide, if you would a minute. So how hard would it be to characterize a little bit of the extent to which there are conditions under which maybe the revenue impacts would be larger or potentially larger for certain types of harvesters or harvesting operations. And or when in general, this discarding flexibility seems like it would be more advantageous.
Madam Chair, I think that, this is, you've brought this up a couple times, and I think that maybe in the next iteration, I can spend a little time talking to the industry to see if there is some more nuances that I can tease out by either gear, vessel, if there is any, or is it just across the board?
Thanks. Okay, back to you.
And I think before I maybe move on to the next slide, I think we talked about it during break, and maybe this is a segue kind of for because you've asked me to try to bring in sort of the time of this in relation to future conditions. And I think I indicated to you that I think that I can spend a little bit of time when wrapping up the harvester effects, as well as the community and the processors too, because I think it impacts them collectively too, that you can move these bullets I have, these impediment levers, and you can move them up or move them down, and I can make some general statements about, just from an economic perspective, what the harvesters and collectively downstream processors and communities, how they're likely to be in fact impacted, say, by the sablefish recruitment events have declined, and now we're back into equilibrium at some point in the future. But yet the market conditions are still where they are now because, again, outside conditions, for example, Russia, dumping their sablefish on the market. So you might get this potential in the future where you might have improvements in one impediment that harvesters face, but you might have either continuing or worse conditions in the market from another impediment, and what this means in the future. So I can see, for example, where the encounter rates are more typical of what we see in 2013 and 2014 and 2015. So you have your encounter rates for larger, more valuable sablefish relative to the smaller sablefish, which I'm really talking about 2s and 3s and 3s and 4s, not necessarily 1s and 2s, because 1s and 2s, their encounter rate is pretty much consistent within a small margin of 3 to 5% over the 15 to 23 period. So it doesn't move much. But what we're seeing is we're seeing higher values in your 2s and 3s and your 3s and 4s. And so I can see a situation where revenues would increase under a condition where you're in equilibrium for recruitment events, but your market is still pretty bad, but you're catching more bigger fish, which obviously that's good for the fishermen. So what I'm trying to get to is I can add, and I did think about it. I just didn't put it in prior to this, but I obviously need to spend some time and think about it the next iteration. Okay, so I think this is the last slide for the economic and social impacts. So the processors, obviously, that receive deliveries of sablefish would likely face similar challenges in trying to benefit under Alternative 2 for many of the same reasons that the harvest likely would impact the harvesters. Obviously, processors would not be getting 1s and 2s coming into their plant, but they still are getting 2s and 3s, which are of no value or little value. So that will be difficult for them to try to, opportunity-wise, to improve their first wholesale revenue. The continued downward pressure in the sablefish prices for all grades, sablefish combined with a relative small percentage of sablefish that can be high graded would likely result in less than expected gross revenue say under a more liberal size selectivity idea. Communities that are directly engaged and dependent on stable fisheries would obviously depend on the success of the harvesters and the processors, be able to improve their ex-vessel and wholesale revenue, and those expenditures in those communities from a perspective of direct, indirect, and induced. And they would obviously likely receive some minimal changes in their revenue in the communities, which is obviously a good thing, but nothing earth shattering. So the communities again that would be impacted would be Sitka, Seward, Petersburg, Juneau, Kodiak, and Homer. And when I say impacted, these would be the communities that would be mostly impacted. Obviously, a lot of communities are also out there and rely on the sablefish fishery, but not to the degree these communities do. I believe, I guess that's the last slide for me.
I don't see any. Thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, I just wanted to follow up on the question about ICAs. I was thinking about it a little bit more, and I definitely see what you're saying. I think we figured out kind of some of the implementation and need for an ICA kind of late in the game. And I think in the next iteration, we can definitely add how that might affect different groups of quota shareholders differently, because it would be constraining for some of those that are currently fully harvesting their tax. So we can add that in. But that's it for our staff presentation on this.
This was great. Thank you for your time with all the questions and working with us. Okay, I don't see any additional questions. It is actually, there's no public testimony still. So let's go ahead and break. It's almost 5 to 12. Let's come back at 1 o'clock for our discussion.
Is there any old Aleut songs that you remember? Is there any old Aleut songs that you remember? Any Aleut songs you remember? Not church songs, but just regular Aleut songs. I don't know. I don't know. Like when we dance Nahashta. Nahashta? Uh-huh. Nahashta tari masya tari pya wahuni ingit yamat lugi Nahashta dung wahwa. You know that one? So we all grew up singing that song.
Who are we? What does it mean to be authentic? A lot of people don't know about us. What does authentic culture look like now?
It does mean different things to different people to be
Charles, did you check? Marisha, this is Maria. Is she a presenter? You should be able to talk. And then I'd also like you to practice sharing your screen. You are muted, it seems like.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So if you want to practice sharing your screen and maybe talk a little bit, and we can get the best way for you to, we're using a new sound system, so we're checking that out. And
Okay.
are you using earbuds? Are you talking directly into your?
I am. Yeah.
Sometimes those don't work as well, but that's why I want you to talk a little bit to see. And the reason is because sometimes the batteries, if the batteries are not full strength, it kind of gets warbly, and I just want to hear what you sound like.
Okay. I cannot, did you say share screen as well? Because I can't, it says it's disabled right now. Did you catch that?
Oh, hold on. We have to stop sharing our screen. Hold on. Sorry about that. Okay, now you.
Oh, okay.
Do it.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't really ready to share anything, but here we go. Are you hearing me okay? I don't really like using my computer audio because I've actually had a lot of issues with that in the past with Zoom. So I like to use the earbuds because of that.
That's fine. But, Marisha, I don't see right now. I'm seeing your.
You're not.
I'm seeing your, not your display. I'm not seeing your screen share. I'm seeing.
Oh.
You know, the note, the rest of the screen. I'm seeing the whole PowerPoint presentation thing and all the slides, and I'm not seeing the right screen. Are you using dual monitors?
I am. Yes. So you are seeing what exactly? You're seeing both of my screens, or?
No, I'm seeing your PowerPoint with all the other slides on the side. I'm not seeing your slideshow.
Oh yeah, I didn't start a slideshow. Did you want me to do that?
Yeah, please.
Okay. How about now? How is it showing up for you? Just as the first slide?
Nope. I am seeing all your other slides too.
Okay. I think, yep. So I have to stop sharing and then I have to start over.
Okay.
And then I can do it. Yeah. Okay. I have from beginning. Okay, that's ready. Oh, no, of course I can't. Okay, well, let's see if this works. Are you seeing? Okay, I can kind of see what you're seeing now. You're seeing the slide, but you're also seeing the next one, right? Is that an issue?
Yep, that's what we're seeing.
Okay.
Are you sharing when you're not sharing screen, you're sharing PowerPoint, right? When you pick from Zoom what you want to share?
Yeah, I picked the window that had the
up at display settings,
PowerPoint.
go up to the top with your cursor. See, I don't see where your cursor is, but under the Gulf of Alaska, the title at the top, it says display settings, and you can pick if you want. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. The swap presenter view.
I don't know what you.
So which one?
Just try that. There you go. That's what we want. Now I see your
Okay.
full screen.
You just see the one slide?
Yes. Like a normal
Okay.
presentation.
Just kind of. Okay. And you're
Yep.
just seeing one slide at a time?
Yep. One slide at a time now. Do you want to try it
Okay.
again
It-
from the beginning to make sure it's, I don't know if your settings stay, but hopefully they will. Because you're up tomorrow, right?
Yeah. It's also pretty weird because it's like not letting me share and see the Zoom screen at the same time. So I'm, I guess there's nothing really to interact with, but
Can you guys
yeah.
understand her?
Do you know what I mean? It's just when I click on present the on presenting the slides through Zoom, it doesn't allow me to also see like the Zoom screen. So I wouldn't be able to
What you
see.
can do is move, you
Yeah.
can move the Zoom over, you can move all the windows wherever you want them to show in Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying that, but it keeps just refiling it back into the. I was trying variants of that, but
That's fine. That's why we're practicing today.
Is it, hi, this is Sarah. So when you're saying that
Hey,
you can't
Sarah.
see Zoom, you can't see it at all? Like you can't even, like if you open it, it's automatically minimizing it? Or is it just when you pull up your PowerPoint, then it's over top and you can't get back to it?
Yeah, exactly. It's just
Okay,
over top.
are you on a Mac or a PC?
A PC.
Can you hit the Windows button and then your menu should pop up and then you should be able to click on Zoom and then you can drag it over to your other screen.
Okay, slow down. Windows button. What's the Windows button?
On your keyboard, do you have a button that has like the Windows icon?
Nope. Nope.
Do you know the function button's different? Do you have a menu button?
No, I do not. How about I try this? See if it will let me.
Marisha, do you want Sarah to FaceTime you so she can look at your computer? What's your cell phone number? Oh, sorry.
I
Never
mean,
mind.
is
We're
it critical
broadcasting.
that is it critical that I see the Zoom thing as I'm presenting? I mean,
Yes. Does your Zoom
okay.
say Zoom Marketplace? Or I mean Zoom Workplace?
Yeah.
Okay, then you don't need an update right now. I mean, not right now. You should do it when we hang up, but it shouldn't affect this. Do you have a button that has 4 squares?
No, I know what
Jason-
the window button looks like.
Jason Gasper says Control Escape will bring up your menu.
Oh my God, is the whole SSC sitting there? This is embarrassing.
You're
What,
in the room with a whole bunch of people.
Okay, good to know. What did you want me to do? I think I might be figuring this out though, because now I move. Okay. What are you guys seeing now?
We see your PowerPoint screen, not the slideshow.
Okay. All right. So, one more time. Sharing. Okay, screen. Okay, what about now?
Yes, that's perfect. Do you want to try it again, just in case?
Sure. Okay.
So we're watching. So it says NPFMC.
Okay.
Yay, that's exactly right. That's what we need you to do for tomorrow. And then if you just want to talk a little bit to make sure, I'm just going to check the levels because you're using earbuds. So I just want to be sure that that's working with our new system. And why don't you want to use the computer? Is it noisy where you are?
No, I've just had issues with the computer Zoom interface with the speakers and audio in the past.
Okay.
So I've been
Um,
kind of burned on that before.
Okay, so just like read something for like a minute or so, and I'm gonna walk around the room and see how it, we've had problems with people when they call in, it gets crackly or something, so I just want to make sure it doesn't do that on you. So just talk for
Okay.
a minute or two.
Okay. I was not prepared for that, but that's fine. So I guess I'll just run through the first minute of my presentation. Hi, random SSC members. I am Marie Shisham-Koviak. I'm a social scientist with NOAA Fisheries, Alaska Fisheries Science Center in Juneau. And I'm going to talk about work we've been doing in the Gulf of Alaska with fishing communities, talking about climate change impacts, responses, and adaptation planning into the future. This graphic on the right is just sort of a snapshot of some of the top level changes we've been seeing in the Gulf of Alaska. This is from commercial fishermen across 9 communities
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
in the
Hold
Gulf
on
of
for 1
Alaska.
second.
Thank you.
Okay, it's good. Let's do this tomorrow then. Yay. Thank you for calling in. Do you have any questions?
Okay. No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
Test 1, 2.
Check, 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 check. The sound, is it working? Do you want me to keep talking? How does it sound? Can you hear it? Do I need to keep talking forever?
Okay, let's bring it back together. All right, so right before lunch, we called for public testimony. There wasn't anybody at the time, but over lunch, I guess it wasn't closed. And so we do have one person signed up, and we'll see if she can. I see you, Linda. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me okay?
I can. And here, let me say, and so it sounds like, so just so the SSC knows, she signed up over lunch and there are comments attached to her public testimony. She had submitted them on the council agenda, but not the SSC. And so we're not required to respond to those in our writing, but it does give context to her presentation. So yes, we are ready whenever you are, Linda.
Okay, thanks so much. And thanks for giving me the chance to testify here while in transit. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. We strongly support moving this amendment forward and really appreciate the discussion here today that I've been able to listen to. As the review document identifies, the ex-vessel revenue realized from the sablefish IFQ fishery has dropped really precipitously from 124 million in 2022 to 51 million in 2023. And that prosecution of the TAC has also decreased significantly from over 90% to under 70%. From our perspective, this amendment will really make a difference, and it's definitely long overdue. We believe that the requirement to retain fish over 22 inches, so the option 2 under alternative 2 has addressed the concerns that we had heard about adding uncertainty to the stock assessment process. And we're ready to place our full support behind that option. In other words, we're okay with dropping out option 1 under alternative 2, unless that narrows the range of options too much from a NEPA perspective. I wanted to highlight that the simulation framework adapted to explore the impact of small sablefish release identifies that alternative 2 option 2, quote, will have negligible impacts on the sablefish stock from page 6, but may allow some harvesters to increase their net gross ex-vessel revenue, end quote, which we believe that understates what the impacts will also be, or the benefits, or what the benefits will also be to the fleet and to the communities who rely on the sablefish resource. We appreciate the socioeconomic data that's included in this analysis, including the impact on processors and communities, but we believe it could be strengthened, as Dr. Downs noted, by including the community affiliations and the regulatory framework similar to that that's included in the halibut ABM analysis, i.e. noting the federally recognized tribes and ANSCA shareholders and sablefish dependent communities, and also including the EOs that were issued in reference to fisheries and fishing communities. It sounded like the analyst didn't think that would be too difficult to incorporate and wouldn't slow down this amendment, and we certainly support that addition to this analysis. I wanted to also flag the issue that's brought up in the document of accounting for the weight of discards, and to be clear that we believe the weight should be derived only from the weight of the fish that are of the size and weight that will be released, not the average weight of fish in the population. We've been through that with halibut, where that weight was significantly overestimated from years of releasing fish under 32 inches, and we don't want to repeat that mistake with the release of sablefish. On escape rings, we do have some concern. We note that there's a request to consider adding a requirement for escape rings and specifying size of the escape rings into this section. We have some concerns about that. Requiring an escape ring size would really be similar to requiring release of small sablefish rather than allowing the release of fish under a certain size, which created a lot of the problems that slowed this down for years, and is a requirement we're trying to avoid with the way option 2, alternative 2 is phrased. I'd also note that the gear is still really evolving. Pot gear, there's been a dramatic uptake in the use of pot gear, but there's a number of different kinds of pots that are used with different size of webs, and that being overly prescriptive at this point may create more problems than we're addressing. The state of Alaska did include a pot escape ring size for state waters in the past meeting of the Board of Fish on Southeast issues, and they're now revisiting that at the upcoming Board of Fish meeting for Southeast, with requests in from the department to make changes and requests from the industry for a different pot size. So from our view, better to leave that out of this analysis, flag that it may be explored and considered at the IFQ review or in a future amendment to the program. And finally, just wanted to state our strong support for adding a careful release requirement to this document. We had asked for that early with this action and been told that there was a careful release already in effect. But if that's not the case, would like to see that added and like to see the amendment move ahead. And that's all I have, but very happy to answer any questions.
I'm not seeing any questions. Thanks very much for your testimony, Linda.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that that is the end of public testimony. So given that, we'll move into our discussion, and first for that is Ian.
Okay. Well, we'll start by thanking the authors for their extensive work in the very short time since the last time we saw this item, and for their inclusion of the previous SSC comments in the drafts. I think we asked for a lot of different simulation scenarios last time we saw this, and I think they provided essentially everything we asked for. So thanks to the authors for that. We will acknowledge the public testimony that we received. The issue in a broad sense, the council's action included two alternatives. Alternative one, which is no action or the status quo, which would retain the current regulations and continue to prohibit any release of sablefish. And alternative two, which included options one, removing the regulations to prohibit release of any sablefish, and option two, allowing the release of sablefish less than 22 inches in length. The council also specified 4 additional elements for further analysis: the selection of a DMR, which I think we took care of in the last meeting, accounting for catch and release mortality in the stock assessment or discussion of that, discussion of monitoring and enforcement provisions to allow estimation of discards, and a timeline for further review if the action is adopted, either 3, 5, or 7 years, with the option for the action to have a sunset after 5 years. The council also requested an evaluation of escape rings as a tool to ameliorate the catch of small fish. I think all of these points, with the exception of alternative 2, option 1, have been addressed in this document. The document includes a broad summary of the current sablefish fishery, an evaluation of how release mortality would be accounted for in the stock assessment, potential economic and social impacts, monitoring and enforcement changes that would be needed, and a detailed simulation experiment to evaluate the effects of release and discard mortality on the long-term spawning biomass, landings, and approximate gross revenue from the fishery. The simulations, as we requested, included 4 future recruitment scenarios, 3 DMRs, as previously recommended by the SSC, as well as a number of sensitivity analyses to the shape of the retention function, the fraction of the future ABC that's actually harvested, and the price structure. These were very helpful. The document focuses primarily on comparing the status quo with alternative 2, option 2. I won't try to summarize all the results because it's took the authors a day to do that, but a few of the most important ones that I think we'll want to highlight in our report. The analysis found that only a small fraction of the current catch is comprised of fish less than 22 inches in length, and therefore many of the results showed only a small response to the action under consideration. The simulation results showed importantly that with the application of the Tier 3 harvest control rule, none of the base scenarios evaluated had a large effect on the long-term spawning biomass. And I think this is a key extension to the previous analyses we've seen. This is really what we were asking for, is to see this full closed loop of applying the Tier 3 harvest control rule. So this demonstrates that there is not an important conservation component within the broader management approach to this action. The dead discards under the base scenario were found to be minimal, and there was only a small increase in gross revenue. There was no increase in the probability of entering an overfish state. The sensitivity analyses did show that discards would increase with increasing age at retention, and that the landed catch and gross revenue would also increase, again without a strong feedback to spawning biomass. I found that the results of this analysis were greatly enhanced by the interactive Shiny tool. I think I would characterize our response to it initially at the last review as maybe lukewarm, but I certainly have been won over by the Shiny tool. It was very helpful to be able to get in and explore all these results, and I think we should encourage others trying to evaluate this document to consider that as an additional tool. I'm also happy to hear that there's going to be a presentation this evening to try to make this information more accessible. I think that's great. This is certainly a complicated topic. Okay, so the analysis also described the likely changes needed to the observer program sampling approaches, the need for changes in the management system, including an incidental catch allowance to reduce the ITQ pool prior to issuing ITQ to account for discard mortality. The analysis described the increased stock assessment uncertainty and potential associated with discarding and the lack of clear information that could result from this action. I think we should note that it's difficult to precisely determine the extent of these uncertainties, and we certainly had discussion about that, but that they would be there. The analysis also found importantly that the potential benefits of this action to the fishery may vary across locations and vessel classes, with some being able and others unable to improve their profitability under this analysis. So, given what's in front of us, our task is to determine whether this is adequate for release to the council for final action. And if so, do we have any recommendations for things that should be changed or improved between now and final action? I suggest that the SSC consider releasing this document for final action, with the caveat that, as the author stated, they did not evaluate in depth alternative 2, option 1. And therefore, I think we would recommend to the council that if they wish to consider that alternative further, which would be the voluntary release of any size sablefish, that some additional analysis and review would be required. I think we will have some recommendations for changes that should be made to the document between now and the final action. I'll characterize a few, and I'll look to others to help me round out this list. The first is with regard to the relevance of this analysis and the scope of the timeline over which this would be relevant. That we had considerable discussion about the next 3 to 7 years, and I think we will highlight that the analysts have described this analysis as focusing mainly on the current conditions and in not considering major changes to the fishery, to markets, to price structure, and other things that could well be expected over the long term. So I think we should encourage the council to plan to revisit this action per element 4, including either a review at 3, 5, or 7 years, or a sunset if and when a decision is made on this. Also note that we look forward to more detailed bioeconomic approach as part of the future IRA project work that's underway, I guess, and recognize that although it's beyond the scope of this current analysis, without that kind of broader bioeconomic approach, the inference we can draw from this current study is highly limited to just the current conditions that we're seeing in the fishery right now. I think we'll also recommend that a table be added, or perhaps just the values for the FABC be added to the table reporting the simulations. I think that's table 6, just for a quick comparison across simulations in the effort needed to achieve those catches. We, I think, also will request a further discussion of the incidental catch allowances and how they would or would not be important under different scenarios of full and partial ABC utilization. I think we had several questions left there, and I believe the authors said they could expand on that discussion. I think I'll stop there and not try to summarize our additional recommendations for economic and social impact analyses and leave that to others.
Thanks, Ian. The only question I have was when you were talking about the economic review at the time when this is revisited, you said it's beyond the scope now. We can't tell sort of beyond 3 to 7 now. Are you expecting that we would be able to at the next review? Is that what you were meaning? Or did I miss something somehow?
I welcome others' opinions on this. My personal opinion is that there's more that can be done with a more sophisticated bioeconomic approach, but that we still may not necessarily know the answer to all these questions. It'll just be a more sophisticated tool to tackle them. I think sort of the reverse of what you're saying. We're limited right now. We may still be limited in the future, but at least we have identified another tool that could be used for this analysis, but we're not expecting to see it right now, and we anticipate its arrival later on.
Great, thank you. Okay, Curry, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your excellent summary, Ian. In terms of the analysis itself, I agree completely. We put forward some very clear recommendations with respect to the simulations, and the authors did an excellent job of addressing all those and the key uncertainties that we wanted to see in this second iteration. And I also agree that we do need to clearly highlight that this is focused clearly on option number 2. And as Ian pointed out, if the council chooses to focus on option 1 as an actionable alternative, there needs to be clear guidelines for the analysts about what should be assumed about retention as a function of age. I think it was really useful within some of the sensitivity analyses that were done. The authors explored non-retention of ages above age 2, so including age 4 and age 5, which helps sort of consider what might occur under option 1. But if that really is an option that's under consideration that needs further analysis, there would need to be clear guidelines in terms of what should be explored. I think it's important to realize as we consider this, there's a few key sort of irreducible uncertainties in this system when we think about both landings and landed value. And one of those is TAC utilization in the future. Obviously, there's both economic reasons for the decline in TAC utilization. There are probably other reasons involved as well, but we don't know what that's going to be in the future. And I think the best we can do for now is look at the recent past in terms of the 66% utilization rate, as opposed to 100% TAC utilization as the 2 alternatives. The other one is pricing. So in the simulation work that's been done, the authors, I think, did a good job of generally capturing what might be a scenario where prices by grade change as a function of landed volume. But I don't know how well we can say what might occur in the future, given the uncertainty in international markets. I think it's a great area for further exploration. But in the context of what we're talking about right now and the short-term impacts, it may be the best we can do, but I'm very excited to hear from others. I also agree that the development of the interactive web-based Shiny app is a really useful way for exploring these simulations. As Dan Gaethel pointed out, there's a large number of outputs that can be viewed, and to put this in the hands of both the SSC and the stakeholders to explore in a real-time way, I think is a really useful pathway forward and something the SSC should encourage for other analyses in the future. Makes it much more tangible from my perspective. So one of the challenges that I had in reading through and thinking about the potential impacts of option 2 were the actual impact and on-deck operations, so both with and without an observer. It strikes me that particularly for longline vessels, number one, without an observer, having to identify the correct size of fish to either release or not at their discretion might be challenging. It was helpful to hear some comment on how that's done from a halibut perspective. But thinking about what happens when you have an onboard observer. So I would guess that most of these fish would be released at the rail to minimize potential mortality. So how does that work when you have an observer on board? And how does that change the behavior of harvesters when you do have an observer on board, particularly for a long line vessel? It seems like from my perspective, there's probably a strong incentive to avoid discarding when you're carrying an observer. And so some of the impacts that we see, we had some discussion about this in a prior agenda item, or differences in catch patterns or behavior with and without an observer might be especially prevalent in this context and something we should consider moving forward. With that, I'll turn it over to others.
Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. So I think Ian and Curry, as usual, did excellent review of this topic. And again, want to just reiterate our appreciation for the responsiveness of the analyst to the things we've asked for. I also found the Shiny app helpful. I'm going to limit my comments to, I think, two relatively high level things that I'd like the SSC to consider. One, this action seems like one that has the potential to move ahead without a really clear definition of what it means to be successful. I mean, we've heard that this action is relatively benign as it regards conservation, but is responsive to concerns about revenue within one of our fleets. I expect going forward, either due to declining stocks or increasing stock size, resulting in increasing supply, that we may see revenue challenges in other fisheries and other systems. And so perhaps the SSC would consider a statement regarding the way this particular action may or may not set precedents going forward. I think this is something that's important for us to consider, especially because of the concern we have when it comes to capacity in terms of our ability to continue to review and monitor the types of policies that go forward. And so I don't have any specific wording relative to that, but I think at a very high level, our field has made it pretty clear over the past 20 or 30 years that discarding is not a direction that we generally want to go. And so here's an example where we're actually moving away from a full retention framework to a plan that expressly uses discarding as the tool to achieve an outcome. And that may very well be appropriate in this instance, but I think it may merit just a note that it's not generally a tool that we're keen to use. And then two, I think related to this, whichever alternative and option the councils choose, I think it would behoove us to sort of call forward some comments we've made in the past as it regards clearly defining performance metrics. So what is it specifically that will be indicative of success or failure? And that prior to going into a review in 3, 5, or 7 years, or going up to against the sunset provision that we've defined in advance, meaning we, the council, what it means to be successful, what maybe some of the key thresholds are for defining that success or potentially failure or somewhere in between, and then how that might inform some big decisions forthcoming. For example, observer deployment plan. Currently, 83% of the fishing for this species is unobserved. And so we've addressed that as far as one of the key uncertainties. How will that influence the council's ability to determine if they're successful with this action? And then if we've identified key performance metrics, how can those be articulated with the way observers are deployed? So my hope is that we can include a few statements that both suggest that this is we're going to take these types of issues one at a time, as opposed to this becoming sort of a precedent-setting approach. And two, that we recommend that there are clear performance metrics identified to be addressed in future reviews.
So I have a question for you, Brad. Totally understand about the performance metrics. I'm trying to think of where that fits in this process. Because if we at this point are saying this is ready for final review with revisions, is the SSC asking to see this again before final action so we can set up performance metrics? Hurry.
One of the items under consideration is the timeline for review of this action item if it moves forward. And I think as a comment and part and parcel to that can be Brad's suggestion, the careful consideration of performance metrics for this or similar actions in the future are really necessary in addition to considering the timeline, perhaps more important than considering the timeline.
Okay, great. Caitlin.
Yeah, let's see. So in general, I support this moving forward as well, and I'll add to some of these other comments about some of the smaller changes that could be made to the document. Let's see. So just big picture, one thing I would note is that I'm having a little trouble reconciling a lot of the public testimony related to the potential for more substantive impacts with what the analysis is showing. And so just in general, I'm wondering if there are could be some more distributional impacts that are important here. And so that's just a kind of high level comment going into some more specific suggestions of, I think, some relatively minor changes to the document that could maybe bring out some of those potential distributional impacts if they exist. So I think another bigger picture challenge that Ian mentioned, and I would definitely support mentioning, is that we don't have a full bioeconomic model. And so we're in this world where we're trying to take the ecological model and then a more sort of descriptive section in the report on economics and bring them together to not exactly address, I think, Brad's performance metric kind of comment, but figure out what the potential impacts even could be, potential changes that could occur. And that there's a little bit of a challenge there given the models and the work that's been done in the data that's available right now. So I definitely support the proposed IRA work, and I think this would be a great application. So those kind of two high-level comments, some more specific suggestions. So one thing that I think this document could benefit from is just being a little bit more clear on the purpose of the simulation model and how that may or may not perfectly align with or well align with some of the other assumptions that are made, some of the other avenues that are explored, some of the complexities that are noted in the social and economic section. And I think that that can be done just with language. So I want to pick up, I think Ian made a comment earlier that, simulation models, these more complex models with stock dynamics, you're going to need to simplify things down. So from the more ecological side of things, there's a fantastic simulation model, and it does include some catch and then integration of some prices and some revenues. But it doesn't include full fleet behavior and prices that we might expect for the future. And so that model is then augmented with additional work that we heard about from John, laid out in the document that it identifies some additional complexities on the economic and social side. So I really liked how in the slides there was a statement about how how this section really went beyond some of the assumptions that were in the simulation model and sort of built from there. And I think that some language like that in the document could help. I also, I think there were some questions about the exact nature of the price model. Curry, you kind of started off, that is used, price assumptions that are used in the simulation model. And so picking up on that earlier language, I think, of course, we need to make some simplifying assumptions for a simulation-based approach that has all the stock dynamics as well. But I wonder if, or I would suggest that potentially there could be a little bit more work done to build out the effort adjustment table and model, and take that just one step further to identify some revenue impacts there, but in that framework, different types of assumptions about prices could be more easily explored. And I think that already that's been done somewhat qualitatively in that section. So hopefully that's not a big lift, but that would then kind of transition away from the simulation model for when the revenue impacts are being explored in more depth, and that would hopefully integrate well with a lot of the text that's already there. My other suggestion on the lines of looking at potential revenue impacts is to think a little bit more about distributional outcomes in terms of who would benefit and who would be negatively impacted. And I'm going to leave for Mike a lot of the more community-oriented pieces, but I think that to the extent that individual harvesters who could be identified that are fishing potentially in areas with higher levels of historic small sablefish catch or gear types or any other work that could be done potentially through discussion with industry to just flesh out a little bit more what we've been hearing, I think, in public comment about types of harvesters, harvesting operations that might benefit. I think that that could add a little bit of richness to the social and economic analysis. And then on the flip side, picking up on an earlier exchange, I think it could be helpful to think a little bit about the characteristics of harvesters and harvesting operations that could be negatively impacted. And so we had talked about the structure of the IPA a little bit, and I think that there was an exchange. We weren't 100% sure what was going on there, but to bring in any information about maybe area and quota class, that area and quota class combinations that are at their tax, to the extent that that's occurring, because that would be a larger group of individuals that would then have less quota to fish essentially because of the IPA, if I understand how it works. And then I was talking to Sarah about this earlier, actually, it may also be useful to think about characteristics of individuals who are at their cap, who are fishing up to their cap as well. And again, that could be, what size of operation, area, quota class. So the other thing I'm struggling with here, and I hope I'm trying to come up with language here that leaves things open so that the analysts can think about what approach makes most sense here. I think there are some questions around the potential benefit of a more general discussion around market conditions or other factors that could lead to more substantive fleet changes and impacts. And I think something like that is already in the document, but to expand it just a little bit further beyond the focus on the current conditions, I think there could be some benefit there. And I think it would support the statement that Ian made at the beginning regarding the potential or the SSC's general support for this coming back, either for some kind of review or sunsetting provision related to element 4, because there are some complexities that are not taken into account in the current analysis that could be relevant in terms of future conditions. Another more specific kind of point that I think does have a nexus with the who would be negatively impacted, the ICA issue, is the extent to which the more economics oriented section would consider this other bounding case where instead of a large TAC or ABC underage, there would be fishing up to that ABC. I think that there were some bullet points on the slides. There's a little bit of discussion now that I think fits more in that case. And so maybe this is just a issue of being really careful with language and terminology, or it could be helpful to say, you know, here's an analysis and discussion that relate more to outcomes expected under the current conditions, and here's how things may change if utilization increase. So I would leave that up to the analysts, but that's one other thing that I think came up in some of the comments that could be refined a little bit in the document. And that's all I have. Great, thanks. Mike.
Yeah, thank you. And Caitlin, just one point of clarification. You used the word come back. You didn't mean come back to the SSC. You meant subject to review at a future date, like the 3 to 5, 7-year review, correct?
I definitely didn't mean for this to come back to the SSC. I can't remember exactly what I said, but I do very much support Ian's statement related to element 4 and the appropriateness of this analysis for the next few years, and some concern over this being applied beyond that without additional analysis. Does that clarify? Sorry,
Yes.
I said something wrong.
No, I saw a couple people wince when you said come back. That usually means we want
No,
to see
I
it
don't want to
again
see
before
this
it goes
back.
anywhere.
No.
Okay. All right. I've just got a couple of things, 2 or 3 things. One is, I think in terms of the social and economic section, that we recommend that in the methodology section, there be a subsection that talks about the regulatory context. We've discussed that a little bit in terms of the national standards and executive orders, and that actually inform why we're presenting the data we're presenting in terms of fishing communities and engagement and dependence and community sustained participation. Doesn't need to be extensive, but just a summary of that, similar to what's been done in previous SIAs. And then second, the part of the methodology that talks about or references community characterizations, which are currently not in the document. Instead of doing full community characterizations, recommend the inclusion of a couple of tables that have become sort of an informal, a standard in practice, if not a standard in codified practice, of an institutional summary table for the communities, which then also has a couple of columns that sort of check off key indicators of engagement dependency in the fishery, and then a demographic summary table, which contains the information that would help address some of the executive orders and other parts of the regulatory context. And again, just a couple of tables, and depending on the sort of looking at the thresholds of what could be substantial engagement or substantial dependency, that depending on how conservative you want to be with that, that would make the universe of communities somewhere, it's either 6 communities or 12 communities, the way that I saw the tables that are already in the document, based on number of catcher vessels, number of catcher processors, shore-based processors, and QS holder or IPQ holders, IFQ holders, mixing up my agenda items. So there's that. Those are the 2 main ones, but then picking up on what Caitlin was just discussing in terms of exploring differences in vessel characteristics, gear types, size of operation, that sort of thing. If you identify differences on those dimensions, then map those onto the communities, so that if there are clusters of those things that are different in some communities than others, point that out. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Hurry.
Yeah, one piece that I meant to comment on, as we consider this issue, I was a little surprised that there was not much consideration of the West Coast sablefish fishery. I realize there's different gears, but that fishery has had potential to release sablefish for a long period of time. And it strikes me that despite the fact that there are different gears, they're being sold to the same markets, there might be some lessons learned. And perhaps not requesting anything in particular, but just highlighting when we consider issues such as this that might be novel for Alaska, they might not be novel elsewhere. And despite how unique we tend to think the North Pacific is, there are often lessons to be learned from other parts of the country or other regions, and we shouldn't overlook that.
And is that for authors? Is that for like other review topics that we deal with? I'm trying to think of who the message is for.
I think we can highlight it specifically in here as just a general recommendation that, similar questions that are considering actions that have been taken in other areas for the same species probably should be considered in similar analyses in the future to the extent possible.
Wonderful. And I've actually got a question. I realize I'm going back to this. It was for Brad and Curry. We're talking about performance metrics. I know we're not asking to have this come back. And so it sounds like instead of asking for it to come back to figure out performance metrics or other things, it sounds like we're looking to have it come back earlier in the 3 to 7 year period. But is that to define performance metrics? So in other words, it seems like if you bring it back sooner, you still need performance metrics to evaluate it sooner. So I'm a little mixed up, and I'm guessing that you can clarify it somehow. Again, I'm trying to think of process in case we get questions. You go, Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. So I wasn't thinking about anything related to an expedited time frame, whatever the time frame is that the council may select, whether they do so through a sunset or they do so through the selection of one of the options presented for a review, that they would potentially benefit, as the SSC's noted in the past, from defined performance metrics that are related to their own goals for this particular action.
So it's just reiterating for these reviews to define those in advance is helpful, especially as it regards things to do with the observing program that may provide key information for that review.
Thank you. Chris?
I was actually going to speak a little bit to that suggestion, because I like the idea. I like being able to figure out whether or not 5 years down the line this has worked, but also been mindful about how we've articulated performance metrics in the past and how we've come up with them. And in general, we as an SSC have sort of backed away from wanting to tell people how to measure what they're doing. We've wanted the analysts to do that and bring us things to review. I think in general, we have not wanted the council to do that because that is not their expertise. So maybe there's some solace in the process that we will see in the next agenda item, which is one where we hope the council has a purpose and need statement with elements that are measurable. And then when it comes time to do a review, it can be left to the analysts to identify what the metrics are and track and report them. So if there's an action item at this stage, it would be to make sure that the council is clear in the purpose and need and the action, that it has objectives that are related to the objectives that have come up in the discussion of this amendment and analysis, so that there's a placeholder there for us to fill in a metric later.
Franz?
Yeah, just trying to clarify that, I guess so. I guess this would be a recommendation to the council to, if the element 4 is considered and the timeline for review is set, to consider the importance of defining performance metrics through the process. However, you know, they wish to initiate that, or how it could be done. But yeah, some guidance from the council on who and when would develop these performance metrics would probably be helpful.
Great, thank you. Okay. All right, I will work on a summary. I'll work on I'll work on a summary. We want to include a thanks for authors. We mentioned that in a whole number of ways. Appreciation for the analysis, for bringing back a slew of things that we've asked for bringing back the Shiny app, which we didn't ask for, which we ended up loving, and other things. So we will we discussed sort of what's in this analysis, what was analyzed. We'll include that in our summary. And I think, and we'll note that, which won't be a surprise, that the document accounts for everything except for alternative 2, option 1, and name that, you know, if the council wants to consider option 1, that this would require, I guess I should say, the SSC is planning to say that the analysis currently is sufficient to inform the council at final action. However, if the council, this is a little bit conditional, if the council wants to consider option 1, this would require additional analysis. And it would also, the analyst would need clear direction on what assumptions to make when exploring retention. We've got we had a whole number of things. We'll highlight important results that are in this report. I'm not going to go into detail on that, except for one, which I'll say that we are going to note that it's difficult to describe the extent of the uncertainty that there is. And I think that that's pretty key. We then had a number of suggested changes before the final action as practicable by the authors. And those would include the following. We discussed a lot the relevance of this analysis and the timeline over which it would be relevant. And so note that this is focused on current conditions and doesn't look at major changes in fishing biology, composition, prices, etc. We do for a number of reasons, we do suggest review at the 3-5-7 time frame. And then and again, you know, whatever the council chooses as far as whether there's a sunset provision. And what we're suggesting is that at that time, there can be additional economic review at that time. One of the things that we'll note is, as we knew, as we expected, as we asked for, this is a simpler, it's a straightforward simulation that could fit within the time that we have. And the SSC has discussed in April possible contracts through IRA funding. We talked about situations that we may look at SCS 8. Those may inform a larger bioeconomic model, which could provide additional information at a later review if it materializes, essentially. The other thing we wanted to note was we asked for the ABC and effort to be added to Table 6. And as I'll talk about in a second, further discussion of ICAs. We're going to outline a bit, sort of in the projection, what relies on what we know now and what may change in the future. So like landings and landed value, they will depend on the TAC in the future, and we don't know what that's going to be. We think that the assumptions that were made in this analysis were good at the moment, but we are going to acknowledge that it may not perfectly outline what will happen in the future. And that we mentioned landings, we mentioned pricing. One of the things we will also notice is that there was one challenge is looking at the actual impact on deck operations. And honestly, we talked a bunch also about how these would or would not change if an observer was on board, and the potential bias, the observer bias that may result as a result of this action. We also discussed that for any future analysis, it would be valuable to have council guidance on developing performance metrics that can be evaluated at that next review. We will also note that this action is a bit unique and precedent setting in using discards to allow flexibility with revenue. And just note that it is unique. And I think that there are certain characteristics that led us there. And one is the survivorship of sablefish. That's very different than, say, rockfish. So anyway, it is a unique situation. We will note that. we asked for some additions to the text for clarifying the purpose. One thing that we thought would be helpful is to define the purpose of the simulation model and how it may or may not align with other assumptions that are made and complexities that are noted in the bioeconomic section. This is sort of trying to bring the two sections together and show how they relate. And part of this is so that, you know, the simulation can be augmented with additional language that discusses the complexities which aren't in the simulation but do apply in reality. And some of these, like we gave an example, it was great on the slides. You know, we described how the second section went beyond the assumptions in the simulation model, and that was helpful if that could be added to the document. I'm not gonna repeat all of the suggestions on how to do that. They came up in our discussion. We didn't have any argument on that. But it was how to use the qualitative section to transition from the simplicity of the simulation model to link the two together. We did discuss for revenue impacts, explaining a bit more who would benefit: communities, individual harvesters, fishing in some areas or with certain gears that are different. And that was, we talked about using local knowledge and communication to help with that. Also looking at which harvesters, gears, areas could be negatively impacted. And that included a discussion that we talked about earlier with has less dealing with the ICA. If there's additional discussion that can be added to discuss a little bit more about market conditions and outline, I guess, to the extent practicable, sort of, if there were greatly different conditions, what results qualitatively would result, what results could happen, could occur as opposed to the current conditions that we're under. And some of that can be, we recognize that would be limited in this review, and there may be more of that that can come back in a later review of this action. We asked for an addition of including regulatory context, so national standards and executive orders to inform why we're presenting data that we're presenting, both for the community engagement and participation. And we also talked about adding a couple of tables that have been standard practice and have become for us. Institutional summary table for communities, columns with dependence and engagement, a summary table for executive orders and other parts of the regulatory context. And if when the authors describe differences that may be found between different harvesters, different gears, different areas, we are asking if those can also be mapped onto communities. If there are, we'll make a note that in the future for this analysis or for other analyses under the council, that considering other areas with fisheries, lessons learned in other areas would be helpful. That's what I have. Thank you for the nod, Pat. That was long. I don't see anybody completely cringing at things that were left out, or the amount that was left in. So I think that we are at the end for this. What if we go ahead? It's 2 o'clock. I realize we've only been back here for an hour. Let's go ahead and take though a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back with D2 CRAB program review. And thanks to everybody for working through this item.
Oh.
Hi, Daryl. This is Sarah. Do you want to test your mic?
Yes, please.
Yep, we can hear you.
Excellent. I'm going to go back on mute for a little bit.
Oh, this one doesn't work? Oh, Tess, can you hear me? Can you hear me in that? Yeah. How's that work for you?
Daryl, this is Sarah. If you're on there, you can go ahead and start screen sharing whenever you're ready. We're not starting just yet, but if you want to pull it up just so I can make sure that it is all good to go.
Is there something else I need to
I
do?
think we're seeing the wrong screen. I think we're seeing the other screen.
Do I need to load the presentation itself? I guess I'm not sure what I'm doing here.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what I'm supposed to be loading, I guess. I thought it was going to just pop up.
Are you wanting me to load the PowerPoint or are you pulling up the PowerPoint?
I thought you were going to, but I can do that.
Oh, no, okay, I can pull it up. No, it's no worries. I'm sorry. There was a miscommunication over here. That I was told that you wanted to load it yourself. I'll load it and I'll give you control of it. Okay. Give me just
Okay.
a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, Daryl, if you click and accept control, then you should be able to use your right and left keyboard keys and then control it. There you go. Beautiful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. I'm Sarah Marion, council staff. I'm just here to give an intro. This is the CRAB Rationalization 17-year program review. The presentation that you're going to receive will be by Daryl Brennan. He's remote, and Dr. Mike Downs. Also, primary contributing authors to this document are Caleb Taylor with NIM Sustainable Fisheries and Kendall Henry and Carla Bush with ADF&G. And there's a number of other contributors that are cited at the back of the document. So the program review is posted on the e-agenda and the SSC's e-agenda. There was a Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee meeting that happened on May 22nd. We're not going to present that report to you, but it's posted on the e-agenda so you can see those minutes and the recommendations there. So this is going to be a brief overview. The action memo includes this infographic to remind you of the process here. This is not an action document as an amendment analysis, but it's intended to meet the requirements of MSA and also serve as an allocation review. So at this meeting, in terms of the SSC's considerations, you're thinking through any improvements or additions to be made to this document as a program review before it's finalized. Typically, this process involves SSC recommendations, and then the council usually asks analysts to incorporate those recommendations to the extent possible before the document is finalized. And typically, this process involves finalizing the document and then posting it to our website. And it doesn't usually return through the council process. It's just made final at that point. And then this comprehensive review also provides an opportunity for the public and the industry to think about the program holistically and recommend any changes they'd like to make to the program. Those kinds of changes might come up during this agenda item as this action moves through the council. And if those are taken up by the council, they would take on a life of their own through a discussion paper or an analysis. So this is sort of a standalone document in a comprehensive nature to look at the program. And that's my brief introduction. And with that, I can pass it over to Daryl Brannon and Dr. Mike Downs.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Daryl Brannon, and I'm going to start off the presentation of the 17 review. And just note that this review is intended to meet the requirements of both the program review and the allocation review. Those are both due at this time, and this is going to cover both of them. Just a quick reminder of the program objectives that the council had included, and these are taken from the 10-year review as kind of a distillation of what the council had been asking for. And so as part of this presentation, we'll touch on these issues as we walk through the proposal or for the presentation. We'll also try and tie in some of the program elements that were included in the CRAB rationalization program, and those are listed here. And in general, talk about how effective they were or some of the issues that have arisen and those elements meeting the program's objectives. A quick presentation overview. The SSC asks for dashboard type figures to be included in the document, as we have in many of the previous program reviews and allocation reviews. Those are included in the executive summary in section 5 of the document. And the intent is just to provide a simple at a glance kind of high level overview of the fisheries. The crab fishery dashboards are a little bit more complicated than some of the previous ones because there's several more species involved, and there's allocations to processors and crew and which together kind of make the program a bit more complex than some of the other catch share programs that we review. I would also like to note that when you're reviewing some of the dashboards and some of the other information in the document, the crab fisheries covered two partial years, and some of the catch data and the EDR data used in this report are annual data. And so if you look at like the dashboards, for example, the TAC data and the catch, it may seem like the TAC may have been exceeded in some years. That's not the case, and that's just a function of the fishery year is not coinciding exactly with the annual data that was used to generate those dashboards. And just a caution. Beginning to walk through the program objectives, the promote resource conservation, utilization, and address management problems. The program has allowed the fisheries to be open under low tax, and I think that's one of the most important things, or one of the many important things that this program has done. And I don't know that was one of the issues that the council was really trying to address when this program was put into place, but because of the structure of the fishery and the low tax in recent years, I think this has been a key improvement that has been allowed under the program. Just allowing people to fish under small tax, generate some revenue in years that they wouldn't have been able to otherwise. The season lengths have been extended, and they've often been extended from just being a few day fishery to several months, noting that within those several months, often the fishery takes place in the general months that it had occurred in the past. It's just extended some and stretched out some over more of the time that the fishery's open. The race for fish was slowed because the program elements provide individual allocation of quota share, and these are allocations that were made to the vessel owners, crew members, and processors under this program. Another change this program made was the establishment of TACs. And as I noted before, they've never been exceeded, and that information is shown in 4.2. Prior to implementation of this program, the fishery was managed under GHLs, which were generally ranges of target harvest. There's been reductions in lost pots and associated ghost fishing in section 4.10, and this again has to do with being able to fish in times in conditions that would require less gear and less lost pots. There's been improvements in data quality, and we'll go over that in a little bit more detail. That's detailed in section 4.3. And some of the ways that data has improved, not just because of data collection implemented as a direct result of this program, but as cooperative efforts between industry and the management agencies. There's been less need to rail dump pots due to fishery closures and allocations. And, under the race for fish, people would set more pots than maybe they needed and could retrieve before the fishery closed. Under the catch share program, people are better able to determine the exact number of pots that they may need to use to catch their allocation. And that has greatly reduced the rail dumping of pots that we saw before. There are fewer management problems under the cooperative structure and the catch share program, but there's some challenges that remain, and that's discussed in section 9. And very briefly, from the NPFMC management perspective, some of the issues that they're working through are aging computer infrastructure, stranded shares, the issues of allocating quota share in a timely fashion, and dealing with mixed landings. And there's other issues that are discussed in that section. Another issue that's often brought up in catch share program is the barrier to entry. And this is something that I think we typically struggle with in catch share programs. The program is basically a program that's designed to limit entry and allow people the flexibility to fish without other people, harvesting shares that would close them down early. As a result of that, it's more difficult for people to get into the fishery. They have to buy into the fishery or enter through some other mechanism. But that's always an issue that's important that we at least think about and see if there's ways to allow people to enter the fishery that meet the program's goals and objectives. There's a discussion of direct marketing issues, and this is essentially issues of people that hold harvest quota wanting to be able to directly market their catch, and it's occurred in at least one instance in recent years. And the discussion basically centers around the requirements that they must meet in order to be able to directly market their catch. They must meet the requirements of a registered crab receiver. That has a lot of paperwork, and it may be a lot too much in some cases for small vessel operators to be able to go through that process and meet all the requirements to be a registered crab receiver. There's also estate planning and beneficiary issues. This becomes more of a concern, especially as the time that this program has been in place increases. People that received initial shares have to address some of these issues in their families, and that remains a concern. NPFMC also addresses a potential future actions, and those deal with stranded catcher vessel quota and catcher processor quota shares, issues with volume and value reports, and discussion of Aleutian Island golden king crab season dates, and there's been proposals in front of the Board of Fish to change that season's date to earlier in the year, and just the complexities that the National Marine Fisheries Service would have to deal with in terms of allocating quota, and meeting all of the requirements to allocate quota to ensure people are eligible with a sooner season date. And we don't offer any ways to solve that problem. It's just something that could be a concern in the future. Another of the council's objectives for this program was to reduce bycatch and its associated mortalities and potential landings loss. This slide basically walks through the fisheries and talks about them briefly. In the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, the overall discard rate is variable, but has declined slightly, and you can see it's declined from a rate of about 1.7 crab discarded for every retaining crab before this crab rationalization program went into effect, to 1.5 crab discarded after the CR program was implemented. In the Bering Sea snow crab fishery, the overall discard rate has been relatively stable since implementation of the program, but beginning in 2015, it increased slightly in all years except 2020. There are other fisheries like the Bering Sea tanner crab fisheries, which make comparisons difficult because of the to compare rates pre and post fishery because of closures in the fishery. In the Aleutian Island golden king crab fishery, the discard rates began to decline before 2016, before the program went into place. But discards in the eastern and western golden king crab fisheries have been stable, ranging from 0.6 to 1.1 crab discarded for every retained crab under the crab rationalization program. To reduce the mortality in this slide also deals with reducing bycatch as well, the second point. But in terms of reducing bycatch mortality, under the catch share program, fishermen have more flexibility regarding when to fish, and for safety reasons especially, they choose not to fish in extreme weather. In those conditions, they may have gone out fishing before the rationalization program went into effect. They wouldn't now. And that extreme weather may have an effect on handling mortality, since extreme cold and windy days appear to increase mortality in the discarded crab. Studies have also shown that longer soak times, in conjunction with the required escape mechanisms, are likely to increase the proportion of legal versus non-legal crab caught in the fishery. And soak times have more than doubled on average under the program, in fisheries that have been open since 2000. And in many of the fisheries, they've more than doubled. Slowing the pace of the fishery has allowed people to improve their fishing methods, including sorting on deck. Many of the vessels now have conveyors and chutes that allow the vessel to discard crab without the need for additional handling. Some of these conditions and considerations may have affected handling mortality. In terms of reducing landing dead loss, and these are crab that are delivered to the processor but are dead and therefore can't be retained and utilized. When compared to the period immediately preceding the crab rationalization program, the rate of dead loss was slightly lower than the post-rationalization period. In other fisheries, and that was the Bering Sea snow crab. And in other fisheries, there's not been a significant change in the rate of dead loss pre and post rationalization. And table 2.4 goes through each of the individual fisheries. Another program objective was to reduce excess harvesting and processing capacity, as well as discouraging low economic returns. The allocation of quota share to harvesters and the use of cooperatives has allowed the harvesting sector to better match harvesting capacity to the available TAC. Table 6.9 shows an 80% reduction in active vessels from the year before the program was implemented, and we used 2004 in this case, to the most current year that we had data available, which is 2022. The data also shows a 30% decrease in active vessels since the last program review, comparing the 2016 to the 2022 years. And the recent declines in the number of vessels is likely primarily due to the reductions in TAC declines in the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, the Bering Sea snow crab fishery, and the Western Bering tanner crab fishery that have occurred since 2015. The allocation of crew shares or C shares was intended to provide crew with additional market power and aid their transition to vessel ownership. The right of first offer program was not part of the council's list of elements that they included in the program, but it was more of an industry organized program that gave crew the opportunity to purchase up to 10% of the quota share transferred. And this usually occurred within cooperatives, and crew were notified that the transfer was going to take place and given the opportunity to buy into the fishery if they so desired. The overall market for C shares has been weak in recent years, and demand has been low for quota shares. This is primarily due to the cost of entry, the purchase of quota share. There's been what's been described as a very limited pool of buyers by quota share marketers, and uncertainty in the fisheries. There in recent, especially in the 2 or 3 most recent years, just given the overall level of uncertainty in the fishery, the risk of buying quota share has not been very attractive for crew. And so there's been very few transactions that have occurred in crew purchasing quota share. I would note that the council has been addressing active participation requirement challenges as the number of active vessels has declined. And these are issues that have gone through the council process, and the council has taken action at recent meetings to address this. These amendments have been implemented just recently. And so the council continues to work towards allowing crew to be involved in the fishery and give them some reprieve on the active participation requirements that they be to hold their quota share, while still keeping the spirit of this requirement that crew that hold quota share should be active participants in the fishery. In terms of processors, again, the processors have been better able to match their processing capacity with tax that are set on an annual basis, in part because of the allocation of processor quota shares. Table 8-15 shows the distribution of processors by community. I think it's worth noting that the decrease in the active number of shore-based processors in 2004 to 2022 has gone from 18 to 6. If you look at the floating processors, the decline has even been more dramatic, because there's very few floating processors currently being utilized in the fisheries. And Michael will go over that a little bit in the community sector when he talks about those issues. I think one of the concerns that's been raised recently is the lack of markets in some areas, as well as the overall reduction in processors. And while this certainly wasn't a goal to keep processors in the fishery, the current market conditions have reduced the overall number of processors that are active to a level that have resulted in concerns being expressed by stakeholders. We provided discussion in the analysis of the world markets and other factors that are primarily outside the control of the program that have created economic challenges for both the harvesters and processors. My intent is not to walk through those here, but just because of the importance that they've had in market conditions, we felt that it was worth noting in the document, the effect that those may be having on some of the other issues that the council was trying to control for. Participation in cooperatives has increased since implementation of the program, and the increase in cooperative participation, is partly driven by the ability to more freely transfer IFQ. It allows harvesters to utilize efficient vessels without being subject to use caps, as vessels within a cooperative aren't limited to the use caps that are set for people that are fishing outside of cooperatives. Cooperatives have also been very useful in fostering cooperation within the fleet, and they've been able to use the cooperative structure to address certain concerns in the fishery. For example, limiting Bering Sea red king crab and Bering Sea snow crab lease rates to protect crew shares in their payments, since the lease costs are often deducted from the ex-vessel revenue when crew shares are calculated. And as I've talked about already, the right of first offer for quota share transfers has been driven in part by the cooperative structure that's been developed. One of the issues that I think is an issue that is probably of concern for the processing sector and harvesters is the share matching and binding arbitration system that was set up to help balance market power between the two sectors, given the uniqueness of allocating harvester and processor shares. The share matching and binding arbitration system has provided a structure that increases communication between harvesters and processors, because at the beginning of the year, they have to communicate with each other and they have to work through some issues. In general, harvesters support the provision of the binding arbitration system, but they have concerns regarding the possibility of share matching with a processor that may be unable to pay for deliveries. And I think this is an issue that was highlighted in the last year, where some vessel owners hadn't been paid for deliveries and were concerned about how the share matching process might be done in the future, depending on who applied for processing A shares. That would have to match their A shares with processor quota shares. Processors are generally less supportive of the system and express concern over the general structure of the share matching and the baseball style arbitration system and the division of revenue formula that's been utilized. In the document, I walk through and lay out kind of the structure of the arbitration system that's been used in the catch share program, and how it's the harvesters that trigger the arbitration if during a year, and processors do not have the ability to trigger arbitration. And so anytime arbitration is used, it's at the request of the harvesting sector. And there's also been some general concern about the division of revenues and how the formula has been utilized to determine what the appropriate outcome should be. There's also been some discussion of concerns over the cost of the arbitration system. Over the past 7 years, the average cost has been about $110,000, which is equally divided between harvesters and processors. And the issue is, a lot of these costs have to be incurred before the industry even knows if the fishery is going to be open. And there's even the potential for arbitration. And we certainly didn't come up with a solution given the timing of when the reports that must be submitted have to be made and when the determination that a fishery will be open. That's an issue that would likely require additional study if it's going to be addressed.
We've got a question for you, Daryl. Mike.
Daryl, could you explain the baseball style of arbitration, what that is?
Yeah, sure. Baseball arbitration is also called pendulum arbitration and final offer arbitration. It's basically a structure where the harvesters and processors give the arbitrator their best offer. And it's up to the arbitrator to select one of those two offers. The arbitrator does not have the authority to negotiate different outcomes than the two offers that are submitted. And so the arbitrator is somewhat limited under the baseball style arbitration just to select one of the outcomes that was submitted to them by the harvesters or the one by the processors. They usually issue the finding without explanation of how they came to that conclusion, but that's how it's primarily different from other types of arbitration where there can be some give and take during the arbitration process.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Daryl, I missed one.
Oh.
Chris.
Daryl, thanks. I actually appreciated the depth on the arbitration process here. Could you say a little bit about why about how the costs are split between the harvest sector and the processing sector, and why the costs need to be incurred even if no transactions take place?
There's, and I don't have the list in front of me, Chris. I'm sorry, but there are like 4 reports that have to be submitted by a certain time period. Those reports require, the cooperative manager. There's usually lawyers involved. There's usually the hiring of a market analyst to present a report. And so when you take all those reports that are required and the people that they need to be paid to provide those reports, that's the cost that needs to be incurred. Those reports need to be submitted before we set a TAC for the fisheries. Given the timing of when quota shares need to be issued, these reports have to be in that whole structure. And so it's really a timing issue of these reports have to be in by a certain date. We don't know when the fishery is going to be open until after a certain date. And just the timing of those two things require that the expenses be incurred regardless of whether the fishery is going to be open to directed fishing or not.
Okay, thanks, Daryl.
The program also included a low interest loan program, the fisheries finance program loans. These are loans that can be used to purchase quota or make improvements to a vessel as long as the purpose of the loan is not to increase the harvesting capacity of the vessel substantially. During the fiscal years 2011 through 2023, the program approved 18 loans for a total of $5.7 million for an average of about a little over $300,000 per loan application. And so you can see that, this isn't a widely used program, and probably in recent years, especially the last couple of years, there really hasn't been much movement of quota in the marketplace. We had some discussions with dock steer broker staff, and the crew shares, the vessel owner shares, and really haven't been much of a market in the last year or so. There was some discussion of purchases like Bering Sea snow crab quota in like 2021 when it was a relatively high price paid, and then the fishery TAC was either reduced or the fishery was closed to directed fishing, and so the timing wasn't good. And I think as a result of those things and the uncertainty because of that, people are waiting for a few years to see what the market's going to do, what the fishery is going to do before wanting to make large scale capital expenditures to buy quota. Another program objective was the data collection aspect of the program, and the annual economic data collection for the crab fisheries, is a detailed in a mandatory census of cost, revenue, ownership, employment data collected from vessel owners, leaseholders, and processing plants and registered crab receivers participating in the program. The EDR program is extensively used in this analysis. It was extensively used on annual economic safe documents. It's used in many of the BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP amendments. And that data collection program is a primary reason that we didn't feel the need as part of this program review or other past program reviews to request extensive additional data collection. There's been other data collection and data development programs that resulted from the program. The record keeping and reporting regulations that require vessels to complete a daily fishing logbook has improved the information. The logbooks increase the consistency in reporting and improved catch summaries and effort data by fishery location that's collected by observers and dockside samplers. The observers can compare the data that they have directly with the logbooks to make sure they match, for example. Federal regulations require registered crab receivers to use e-landings, and the e-landing system has error checking built into it so that you can't enter a code that's incorrect, that's not in the system. And so a lot of the error checking is done at the time of entry. And so those errors are caught immediately instead of down the road at some point. The slower pace of fishing has allowed observers to complete and get their paperwork entered more promptly. And the free time that's resulted from getting that paperwork done quicker has allowed them to participate in special projects. I list 4 of them here. There's others noted in the document, but for example, short-term mortality holding experiments to improve estimates of discard handling mortality, information on size and maturity that can be used in stock assessments, mature female egg collections for use in assessing reproductive potential, and sampling crab to assess bitter crab disease. One of the outcomes of the crab rationalization program in terms of data collection was also the collaborative research efforts that have been undertaken by both industry providing funding and other sources of funding with management agencies. And these types of collaborative efforts were really rare before the crab rationalization program went into effect. And some of the examples of the work that the foundations have provided funding for include like crab surveys, crab movement, bycatch, habitat, recruitment, limitation, and predation surveys, studies, growth rates of Tanner crab and snow crab, a study that transcribed logbook data from 2005 to 2016 for analysis for mapping purposes that has been used and has benefited studies. And this has been an issue, a long issue since I've been around the council process of having logbook data but not being able to enter it into the computer, and so it's easily accessible for these types of purposes. And as a result of the crab rationalization program and funding through industry, that data was able to be entered and used for different purposes. I would note that the industry contributions to these collaborative programs has been severely impacted by the recent collapse in the snow crab fishery and the closure of the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery. The industry has been cutting back on a lot of expenses that aren't absolutely necessary during these hard times, and this is one of the areas that that has been cut back that has been very useful in the past.
Daryl, we've got a question for you. Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate the presentation and couldn't agree more about the importance of the research program and collaborations with industry and agencies. I'm at this point, it's a statement that, you know, we presume that crab rationalization is the cause for that collaboration. I'm curious what your thoughts are on what about crab rationalization provided that opportunity. I think there's lots of research collaboration that goes on in other industries that's not related to a rationalization program. So was there something in particular that we can highlight in that regard?
Madam Chair, Bob, thank you for the question. I would, I didn't draft the section, Bob, and so I would speculate on exactly why that is, but I would note that under the crab rationalization program, it's defined who the players are, who the stakeholders are in the program, and they have more of a vested interest in ensuring like the long-term stability of the fishery, perhaps, than would have occurred under the race for fish. That's one of the benefits that people often cite for a catch share program, that that are the shareholders have either were gifted or have invested in the fishery, and they have a direct stake in ensuring that, you know, future returns can be derived from the fishery, especially if they've had to buy into the fishery. And it may be some of those desires to better understand the fishery, you know, understand what's going on and driving changes in the fishery that maybe industry and stakeholders may be more willing to fund than they would have if they didn't have this financial vested interest in the fishery, you know, beyond what was traditionally required to participate in the fishery through vessel ownership or whatever. And if you want a better answer, I would have to ask one of the authors to chime in.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Daryl.
Another program objective was to eradicate the high levels of occupational loss of life and injury. We note in the document that during the 1990s, which is about 5 years prior, the end of the 90s is 5 years prior to implementation of the program, the crab fleet was described as one of the most hazardous commercial fisheries in the United States. And during that decade, there were 73 people lost their lives as crew members because of vessel disasters, fall overboards, or other onboard injuries. The good news is that there's been no fatalities attributed to the crab fishery since the last program review. There was one vessel sinking, a pot boat sinking, but that was making its way to the fishing grounds to fish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands Pacific cod pot fishery. And that occurred in November of 2017. So that sinking and those fatalities were attributed to the pot cod fishery. One thing that we did not do as part of this program, because it's not only a loss of occupational life, but also injury, was we did not update the information on injuries, non-fatal injuries, that was generated as part of the 10-year program review. And that was a large undertaking that NIOSH did, Coast Guard participated in, and there were several individuals that spent a fair amount of time putting that data together. Given the time frame we had for this, we did not try to go through that process again. Although I would note that the 10-year review found that safety had improved not only in loss of life, but also in injury. With that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to Dr. Downs unless there are specific questions for me at this time.
We do have one, Chris.
Daryl, thanks for the the discussion on the safety issues, since this was like one of the really super important things to the council in implementing this. I was also curious about how the 2020 sinking of the Scandies Rose was captured here. And I just want to make sure we're kind of respectful to everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I may have my dates mixed up. I think that was the Scandies Rose that we talked about as the pot vessel that sank, making its way to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And let me go back and double check my information. I may have confused putting the 2017 date in there with the last time the program was reviewed, as opposed to when the vessel sank. But I will make a note of that and make sure that I have it correct in the final version of the document.
Yeah, my quick Seattle Times search had the 2017 as the destination, and the Scandies Rose was 2020.
Okay,
And
thank you, Chris.
Yeah, there were a couple places it felt like maybe that was glossed over, or things were stated very carefully around the last review and those dates, and it felt a little glossed over.
And I appreciate that, because there's nothing we do that's more important than people's lives in this process. And so I will make sure that I get that correct. And I really do appreciate you commenting on that.
Thanks, Daryl. We've got another one. Jason.
Hi, Daryl. Thanks for the overview. Appreciate it. As I was reading the overview, something that I struggled with thinking about in terms of how to incorporate maybe into the future in these reviews, and I think it's particularly relevant for crab, is the environmental changes that we've seen and sort of the instability in the stocks and climate issues. I felt like a lot of the sort of pieces regarding stability were present in the document, and I was thinking about how a synthesis could kind of be pulled together, maybe in terms of how sort of resilient the program has been against sort of these climate shocks. I was curious if you this may be an unfair question, but I don't know how else to ask it. If you have thoughts on maybe how that kind of information could be pulled together in sort of future reviews, or if, in context with the objectives, if that's something that would seem appropriate for a review. Thanks.
Madam Chair, Jason, yeah, that's a really good point. And, given the high profile nature of the climate change and its impact on the crab fishery and other fisheries, and, I'm certainly not an expert in that area, but if you've kind of follow the dots along, I think, as you indicated, that climate change is one of the primary drivers of the change in the resource available to harvesters, then we should be able to talk about some of the factors that the program has had on being resilient. And I think, for example, one of the things I started out the presentation talking about was, without the crab rationalization program, even under low tax, we were able to actually have a fishery. It was a small fishery, and it probably wasn't as large a fishery as a lot of people would have liked, but they were able to have a fishery. And if we say that the low tax are at least in part driven by climate change, then the program was successful in allowing the fishery to occur in that case where it wouldn't have otherwise. I think some of those kinds of discussions could certainly be brought out a little bit more in the document and kind of synthesized, as you said. And I think that's a really good point.
Great, thank you, Daryl. I think that those were the next questions. The only questions, sorry.
Okay, thanks. And for the record, Mike Downs, Whistler Research. I am going to talk about the social and economic piece of this, the social impact assessment component. And there's, excuse me, 3 program elements that were designed to be community protection measures. There's others that we're going to talk about that have functioned in part as community protection measures, but the primary 3 are regional landing designations, rights of first refusal, and CDQ and ADAC community allocations. Section 8 of the document is the social and community section. It incorporates key elements of a social impact assessment. This was one of the asks at the program work plan review, both from the AP Council and as well as the public. And this section focuses primarily on what has changed since the 10-year program review and on outcomes relative to the program elements that were designed as or have served as community protection measures. It starts off with a regulatory context section that you've heard about in the last agenda item, kind of summarizing the relevant MSA national standards, the executive order on environmental justice, the tribal consultation and collaboration process, recent executive orders, and NOAA fisheries equity and EJ strategy. Section 8.2 looks at fishing community engagement and dependency through quantitative indicators of engagement and dependency. And there's a couple of trends that I think are worth pointing out. And these are trends that have been sort of in progress since the implementation of the program. First, within Alaska, there are fewer catcher vessels over time, which is not surprising given that one of the functions of the program was designed to address the excess capacity in the fishery, both on the vessel and processing side. But what's happened is there are now not only fewer catcher vessels involved, those catcher vessels have consolidated into fewer communities. They've consolidated into what are, with one exception, large communities by Alaska standards at least, and into a relatively narrow geography within the state. The only vessels left that have ownership addresses in Alaska are in the South Central region and in Kodiak, and that had happened by the 10-year review. And there's only 5 communities left, and that's Anchorage, Wasilla area, which is within the Anchorage MSA, the metropolitan area, if you will, of Anchorage, which consists of the municipality of Anchorage and the Mat-Su borough. There's Homer and Seldovia, which is aggregated because Seldovia was represented by a single vessel. So it's aggregated for confidentiality purposes, but those are both within the Kenai Peninsula borough. And then there's Kodiak here within the Kodiak Island borough. It's also important to note that the other communities that had participated, which are enumerated in the document, where those communities have lost vessels during this program, those vessels have never, those or other vessels have never returned to those communities in terms of crab fishery participation. So for example, King Cove had a number of vessels in that community. Those vessels are gone. So it's kind of a one-way door, basically, so far. And in terms of the, not just in Alaska, but outside and across all geographies, where the kind of distribution of vessels stands now, Alaska a little bit over a quarter, Washington well over half, Oregon about 12%, another 2%. So Washington clearly remains the center of gravity for the fleet, as it has always been, but the numbers have shifted a bit over time. One thing I would point you to also is the distribution of quota share ownership for catcher vessel owners. catcher vessel crew, catcher processor owners, and catcher processor crew shares. There's been notable shifts since the original allocation. And one of the larger trends is there has been a shift of quota away from Washington and toward Alaska ownership over time in terms of ownership address. Within Alaska, a very notable trend is that by 2022, CDQ and tribal ownership accounted for more than half of Alaska-held catcher vessel owner shares and catcher processor owner shares. One of the things you asked us to do at the last program review is to try to disaggregate or decompose ownership that involved at least partial CDQ ownership. We've been able to do a much better job of that. And so this trend is much more apparent than it was. Recognizing that CDQs did not have, and no CDQ had any initial allocation of CVO or CPO shares. They had CDQ quota, but not these shares. And given the fact that there was no tribal ownership at the time of initial allocation, that makes the trend even more sort of apparent. And among other Alaska communities, Kodiak and Anchorage have gained in shareholdings. Homer has gained in crew holdings. Wasilla Kenai and Alaska gained in vessel owner holdings. Sandpoint remained the same in CVO QS holdings. All other Alaska communities with initial allocation or other types of asset or other types of shares have seen the number of those shares decline, if not entirely exit the community. In terms of the distribution of processors over time, Daryl noted the decline in the number of processors. The number of shore-based processors has been stable in Unalaska Dutch Harbor, which has multiple ones, and then in one processor towns, Acatan, King Cove, St. Paul, except there was one fewer processor operating in Unalaska Dutch Harbor in 2022. A number of shore-based processors engaged in the program varied from 0 to 2 in Kodiak and ADAC over the time frame covered by this review, 2016 to 2022. And inshore stationary floating processors have all but disappeared from the relevant fisheries during this time, with one exception of a processor off of St. Paul for 2 years, one during COVID and one in 2022. And that's going to be an interesting, an important distinction here in just a minute about the difference between floating processors and shore plants. In terms of the ROFR rights and movement of processing quota between communities, you'll recall there were 29 eligible crab communities at the start of this program, and eligible crab communities are the ones that got history qualified for processing quota. And that processing quota, right of first refusal, is held by eligible crab community entities. And there's a listing, there's a table in your document that shows which organizations are those entities and which communities they hold the right of first refusal for. And 3 of those are CDQ groups and 2 are CDQ groups, 3 are other nonprofits. And to be an eligible crab community, to qualify for that category, those communities had the processing history in those communities during the qualifying period had to account for at least 3% of the total. And so when we did the original pre-implementation cut at which we thought were going to be the communities that qualified, we had Sandpoint originally in, it missed the cutoff. So it had considerable activity beforehand, but didn't make the 3% cutoff. So how has this turned out? There has been movement of processing quota share between communities. And the first way that has happened is right of first refusal does not apply to transfers of quota shares if it's intra-community transfer. So for example, if you are a company that has plants in 2 different communities you can move all of the quota out of one community and stack it in the other community without triggering right of first refusal. Some of the eligible crab community entities have acquired ownership or control of processing quota share due to some processors hitting ownership or use caps based on corporate changes in those processors. Some processors acquired other processors, caused a cap to be hit. The quota share had to be divested, and the eligible crab communities picked up some of that quota share. There's also been at least one instance of a processor making a business decision to sell PQS that has ended up in the hands of a eligible crab community. But I would stress that the formal ROFR process has never been triggered under this program. There has never been a transfer of processor quota share that's gone through the formal ROFR process. However, the eligible crab communities that have acquired quota have credited the existence of a right of first refusal as aiding them in reaching an agreement to buy quota shares that otherwise would have had to have gone through the ROFR process. And of the eligible crab communities that we talked about, included both CDQ groups and others, the CDQ groups who are the ECCs, have acquired and still retain all of the processor quota shares they've acquired. That's part of the CDQ thing we were talking about earlier. Of the eligible crab community entities that are not CDQ groups, one has acquired and subsequently sold all their shares. That's Alucia in King Cove. One has acquired PQS and retained it. That's our home ECCE here, the Kodiak Fisheries Development Association. And one has waived a ROFR opportunity. That's Unalaska Crab Inc. and has never acquired PQS. Back to floating processors and the distinction between floating processors and shore plants. There are 3 eligible crab communities where the qualifying processing history that resulted in the issue of processing quota shares was exclusively earned on floating processing platforms. And that's St. George, Falls Pass, and Port Moller. In each of those cases, no crab has ever been processed in those communities since the implementation of the program. Where floating processors were, that PQS has exited those communities. And it's been through intercompany transfers, and it's been through acquisition, other acquisitions that didn't trigger the ROFR process for a number of reasons. Some PQS has left Unalaska Dutch Harbor through that waiver we talked about earlier, but that's a relatively minor, it is a minor amount compared to the amount of PQS that's held in that community. And then I think this is the final slide on ROFR. No PQS to date has left the following EECs for any reason. That's St. Paul, Acatan, King Cove, and Kodiak. To date, no PQS has left those communities. And ADAC is the only eligible crab community that was not provided ROFR protections. The reason it was not provided that was it was the beneficiary of 2 other community protection program features. One is a direct Western Aleutian Golden King crab allocation and a West regional designation for landings and processing. Which brings us to CDQ and ADAC allocations. As a result of the crab rationalization program, CDQ allocations increased from 7.5% to 10%. And in all fisheries except Western Aleutian Golden King. And ADAC received a 10% allocation in that fishery. I would note that the allocation, ADAC allocation alone and in combination of those other West region protections that we just talked about have not been as effective as they might have been or were designed to be, in that due to multiple factors, including intermittent operation of the local shore plant and multiple changes in ownership of that plant, have served to not allow those measures to reach their full potential for developing sustained participation of ADAC in the fishery.
Chris?
Thanks, Mike. I think you just said something that I was trying to tease out of the document and didn't succeed. The increase in the CDQ allocation from 7.5% to 10% was part of the outset of the crab rationalization program, or did that increase occur later?
I'll rely on somebody else who's got the expertise, but I think it was coincident with I think it was part of you'll recall this program moved through a bit of a different process than most programs and involved legislation. And I am looking to somebody that I think knows that. I think it was coincident with that and not a part of the program itself.
Mike, my understanding is that that's correct. It was part of the legislation that approved or provided the impetus for the program that included an increase in the CDQ allocation.
So a long-winded way of saying, in my mind, it's not disconnected from the program, but it's not a part of the program. It was part of changes to the crab fisheries that occurred as part of a single thing. Two different elements of that thing. Okay, I had mentioned the tribal participation in the crab rationalization program fisheries. And you remember how few communities in Alaska are now participating in the fisheries by processing plants and by local ownership address vessels. In 2021, 35 Western Alaska tribal entities, not communities, not CDQ groups, tribal governments, sovereign tribes, gained ownership interest in multiple LLCs that in turn own crab rationalization catcher vessel owner QS. This was part, and this is described in your document. This occurred for tribes in 2 CDQ regions, Coastal Villages, CPRF, Coastal Villages Region Fund, and BBEDC, the Bristol Bay Economic Development Corporation CDQ group. Those 2 groups were involved with the purchase of LLCs from owners who received initial allocations through those that went to those LLCs. Those LLCs were sold intact. It's still those same LLCs, the same structure that owns those, but the ownership of those LLCs went from non-CDQ holders to CDQ groups that now own part of those LLCs. The total number of quota shares involved in that transaction was beyond the cap limits of the CDQs involved in the transactions, which allowed the opportunity for the partners of these transactions that had a global closing all at once to offer ownership interest in those LLCs to tribes in these 2 regions. Each individual tribe acted on its own. They made their own decisions, and not all tribes in these regions opted in. So it was an individual tribal decision, and in the CVRF region, it was all 20 of the 20 communities in that region. The tribes affiliated with those communities or associated with those communities opted in. In the BBEDC region, it was 15 of the 17 tribes in that region. So this marks the first entry of tribal ownership interest in the crab rationalization program fisheries. Remembering that CDQs aren't tribes, CDQs are nonprofit corporations, and it isn't. It's again ownership interest in the LLCs that hold the quota. The individual tribes don't own quota, but they have ownership control, basically.
Question from Jason.
More of a curiosity question. So the tribes that are indicated on this map are all coastal. Can non-coastal tribes buy into this program?
The tribes that are on this map in these regions, the coast, within 50 nautical miles of the coast, that defines the CDQ regions, were the tribes that were offered the opportunity in this single transaction.
Stopped. There we go.
Is that on now? Is it working? Okay. So those were the tribes that were offered the opportunity based on the fact that the two CDQ regions couldn't accommodate the number of quota shares involved in the entire transaction because the sellers wanted to exit the fishery and wanted to get rid of everything at once. And it couldn't be accomplished with the two CDQ groups. So basically the overflow was offered to the tribal entities in these communities. And I think in part of your question is, can other tribes buy into the fishery? And I'll leave you to read the description of the type of transaction and how it was done, because it was carefully laid out. But a key is that the LLCs that are the holders of those quota were initial allocation entities that has more those original issuees, there's more flexibility of what can be done with subsequent transactions on those for those entities.
So Mike, because we took a break early and it was a bit long, we're a little bit off timing. I'd like to take a 10-minute break. Is now an okay time to?
Perfect. That's the end of that section.
Wonderful. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 3:40. All right, let's bring it back together. Okay, back to you, Mike.
And just to give everybody a preview, we're nearing the end, so don't despair. The next program feature, community protection, the next feature that functions as a community protection measure I want to talk about is regionalization, and that's the creation of a North Landings processing region to provide for the sustained participation of St. Paul in the crab rationalization fisheries. And I need to note an errata that I'm going to fix in the next version of the document. There's a statement in there that the emergency relief had been triggered, exemption from landings required, otherwise required landings in that region has happened. It has not. It's happened in the West region, but it hasn't happened in the North region. So I will fix that. The one way it could occur potentially in the North is the ice events that happened in St. Paul that closed the harbor. But the way that that has been addressed, typically through the co-op process, is to take care of landings in the North region early in the season, hopefully before the ice events occur, so that you don't end up having to go through a relief process or not make your landings. So there's been sort of a behavioral change in terms of trying to avoid ice conditions, which is easier under the co-op system. But emergency relief hasn't happened, or it hasn't been triggered. The regionalization has also indirectly helped to foster the sustained participation of St. Paul and St. George in the small boat fleet in the halibut fishery, the presence of the processor being anchored there in St. Paul. You've heard about that in previous meetings. A West Landings and Processing region was created that helped ADAC work towards sustained participation in that fishery. We've already discussed that, but its efficacy has been limited to date. There's also another regionalization-like feature. This is not a figure that's in your package now, but will be in the next go-around. There's a Central Gulf of Alaska, deep breath. There is a crab rationalization program, Northern Gulf ROFR region, seen here in the dotted line across the Gulf of Alaska. It's a sweep-up feature of any PQS that's held within that region. Kodiak gets first shot at it through the Kodiak Fishery Development Association. And here's the other landing regions, the North region in the Bering Sea, 56 degrees, 20 minutes north latitude. And below that is the South region. The West region is west of the dotted line. You'll see it passes close to the community of ADAC and ATCA. ATCA is almost on the line itself. St. George and St. Paul are the only communities currently with processing capacity north of the North region line. And it's kind of hard to symbolize on the map, but all of the Gulf of Alaska, even the portion north of the dotted line there, the ROFR region line, that's all considered part of the South region, even though it's geographically north of the North region line in the Bering Sea. And then for this program review, we didn't do the extensive community characterizations that have been done before in the 3-year and the 5-year review. Those weren't done in the 10-year review either. We focused, as I started off on this, on the efficacy of the community protection measures and things that have changed in the most recent cohort of years covered by this review. And we have incorporated community attribute characterizations that have been featured in recent council SIAs, including the community institutional summary tables and the community demographic summaries that we talked about in the last agenda item. There's a kind of a roll up at the end looking at the how some of these community protection measures have played out, and some of the different quota types and movement between communities. So this is kind of color coded for, it's a snapshot of 2022 for eligible CRAB communities and other communities. It's tabular in format. We're including maps that will in the second go around have these same sort of movements coded on the maps. And here's what that map looks like. And you can see from different colors of communities what I described to you verbally earlier with quota movements and vessel consolidation and so on. That's sort of going to be at a glance in the next version of the document. And my last or next to last slide is beyond these community protection measures and looking at the efficacy of those, or how that's turned out as we have in this analysis. There are other social and community considerations and our social impacts that in previous reviews, we've talked about sort of employment pluralism strategies and income pluralism strategies, where the rationalization program has made it more difficult for people to move fluidly between fisheries when resources fluctuate. And not only do natural resources fluctuate in employment and income related to those, other employment and income opportunities fluctuate in a lot of these small communities with the construction projects or roadway projects or other things like that. And there's been concern expressed in the past, especially in communities like King Cove, Sandpoint, that this program has made it more difficult to pursue a way of life that where you can respond easily to different changing conditions in different fisheries. And one other thing that has been mentioned a couple of times is currently, and this is not really captured in this program review, which is by nature a retrospective look of the last 7 years, what people are facing going forward. And there are currently levels of uncertainty, especially in some key communities, that are both profound and unprecedented during the crab rationalization era. So for example, the processing plant in King Cove is closed this year, and it's currently in receivership. It's unclear how that's going to work out. It's not clear that there is a buyer willing, able, and ready to take over that plant. And it's not something that the right of first refusal entity can take over for two reasons. One is, when the plant changed ownership a few years ago, the original owner of the plant retained the processing quota share. They didn't sell the processing quota share with the physical plant, the name of the company, all of the other assets. It's still in King Cove. It hasn't moved, but it's not part of that entity that owns the plant and is in receivership and so on. So it's unclear for the local fleet, for others, for the community, what's going to happen to their tax base, what's going to happen to, harbor fees, what's going to happen to all aspects of life that, in a community that hasn't developed a lot of support services, because in a single processor plant, The plant supplies a lot of those services. It's tough for other companies to come in and build those types of businesses. So it's unclear what's going to happen there. And the mayor gave an information release 2 weeks ago or so, kind of outlining the challenges that the community is facing, and it's an uncertain time. In Acatan, nothing that immediate, but the processor in Acatan has publicly announced that they're planning to move operations from Acatan to Unalaska Dutch Harbor. Unalaska Dutch Harbor started building infrastructure for that movement. That move is currently on indefinite hold, pending developments in the economics of the fishery. After it was announced, things happened, stocks collapsed, and so on. And so the processors not actively pursuing the move yet. It's announced that it will happen, but it's on indefinite hold. So there's a lot of uncertainty in that community too, in terms of, and the borough, in terms of a tax base and, implications and so on. In St. Paul, that plant is currently in mothball status because of the collapse of the Bering Sea snow crab fishery. And it's unknown how long that's going to take to rebound and what implications that has. So St. Paul is facing a level of uncertainty they haven't faced during this program. So despite all of the community protection measures, there's other things that have happened that, as much as you would like to think that the community protection measures we've tried to build in help provide for the sustained participation of fishing communities, there's communities that are facing kind of existential questions at this point, or challenges. And that's my last slide. So I think Daryl's going to take us through the national standards now, but the bottom line on the social and community impacts is the measures have been largely working as designed. There's some nuances around the edges, but most of the protection measures are functioning as planned, but there's a lot of other things going on in the world as well at the same time.
Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mike, for that presentation. And you mentioned this at the end, but I'm wondering, and this is about the ability to have alternative income, and you mentioned the snow crab crash in particular. Was there discussion or thought in highlighting that fact even more than is done in the document in terms of the last 7 years? Those topics were brought up all the way at the beginning of crab rationalization as potential issues down the line. But the extreme and unexpected nature at which the snow crab crashed and the potential for that to increase in the future just exacerbates what you said about the uncertainties. So I guess the question is whether or not you thought there was value to highlighting that even more in the 7-year review in terms of, again, that unexpected nature of something that we can't predict in terms of community protection measures in the future.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, we certainly can highlight it more. However, the period for this review stops at 2022, and there's things that have happened since 2022. So you're kind of chasing a horizon as the document goes through the process. And I think it's something that as part of the program review, we struggled a little bit about how to talk about those issues, or how much should we talk about those issues. And I think what we tried to say is the things that have happened with the stock collapse and low tax, and not only low tax in this fishery, but what's happening in the Pacific cod fishery and what's happening with some of the salmon fisheries and so on, is trying to say in so many words, and maybe not eloquently enough or forcefully enough, that these events have stressed the system, that was set up in the crab rationalization program in a way that it has never been stressed before. And so the program, obviously, kind of like every other council action, has to balance different national standards and so on. And, you know, and we've tried to look at, and we're going to talk about the national standard summary right now. That's what we're going to finish, what Daryl's going to do. I guess try to not ignore the elephant in the room, that it's not due to the crab rationalization program, but it's part of the context within what is the crab rationalization program is the context within which the program is operating now is very different, and to capture that, but sort of addressing these problems that are not directly program related going to the future, we struggled with that a lot. And maybe if there's certain things you would like emphasize more in general, we can certainly look at that, but I'm trying to say in a very inarticulate way over many sentences that we've struggled with that, and I don't have an elegant solution for how we deal with that.
Thanks very much for your presentation, Mike. I think that we're,
Daryl's up now.
yeah, I think we're set for you, Daryl.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And the national standards section that I'm going to walk through very briefly is our slides that and issues that we're thinking about adding into the document in terms of including a national standard summary that briefly touches on each national standard and how the crab rationalization program addresses those national standards. To be perfectly transparent, we are going to skip these slides if time limits precluded us from doing it. And so I think what I'll do is I'll give the SSC the opportunity, since many of the issues we've already talked about in other contexts in our presentation, I can either walk you through the national standards summary, or they're there in the PowerPoint presentation if you want to look through them. Either way is fine with me.
I think at this point, I want to make absolutely sure that we've got enough time for this. And I think that the leads knew when we came into this that we may have to shorten the presentation. So what I'd like to do is refer leads to these slides in the presentation. It is up on the agenda, so you can pull those up and refer to them as you need. And I think that it may be worth leaving it at that, Daryl, unless you have like highlights or concluding sentences, we can certainly do that.
Madam Chair, thank you. And so with that understanding, I'm just going to skip to the very end, just skip through each of the national standard discussion. There was a slide at the end of the PowerPoint that I was going to have acknowledgements and thank the authors, Caleb Taylor from the National Marine Fisheries Service, Carla Bush, and ADF and G staff for their contributions, as well as Mike for his social science community and social impact sections. They greatly improved the document more than I could have done by myself, and I just wanted to thank them for their contributions. And with that, Mike and I are happy to answer any questions you may have. If the questions are too hard for us to answer, I think we have ADF and G and NIMS staff standing by.
Wonderful. Thanks, Daryl. Question from Mike Jepson.
Thanks. And this probably is more a question for Mike Downs. In looking at the document, you identified a number of qualitative data sources that were used in writing up this plan review and a number of key informants. And I wondered if you consider some of that information local knowledge. And the reason I bring that up is the council has kind of pushed to get more LKTK into all of our documents. And if so, maybe we should that be mentioned? And it's up to you whether you think that is really considered local knowledge.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. I hadn't thought about it that way, but it does make sense that when we did the first, well, we did the pre-program SIA that was part of the EIS, when we did the 3-year review, 3-year review and 5-year review, ethnographic field work was done in 7 of the 9 eligible crab communities. And since then, for the 10-year review and for this review, we have contacted people in various capacities in the involved communities and in the industry sectors in those communities. And so they have contributed basically their knowledge of lived experience, basically, of what is happening in the fishery and how things have worked out and so on. So while we're not extensively quoting their words and having like an original artifact directly from them, I think it's safe to say that that type of targeted outreach for updates of key information could be considered, if not local knowledge informed.
Helen. Thanks. So maybe for Daryl, maybe for Mike, I don't know. One of the things that I've been thinking about after reading the report is what are some of the kind of high level takeaways, and in particular thinking about this fishery and this program review as one where unlike a lot of these other program reviews, things aren't going so well. And so when we think about sustained community participation, when we think about economic impacts of these programs, I think a lot of the initial thinking, a lot of the initial program reviews is really predicated on quota being this valuable thing and who gets it and how does that flow change through time. And I was thinking back to an executive summary or sort of summarizing the impacts in this program review, wondering how do you think about, or have you thought about how to summarize and maybe capture some of the value that's been lost and who's losing the value? And when we go to map things back to the national standards and our traditional way of thinking and talking about things, I'm thinking specifically, Mike, of the tribal example. Oh, look, they're seeing quota move into more remote communities, tribal communities. But if I'm doing the math right, these are the communities that bought high and now are sitting on a bunch of quota that's not worth much at all.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, we have thought about that. And I think it is really, really important to separate what is part of the program and what's not part of the program. So I think, in fact, the program within its constraints is actually doing quite well for the communities in terms of the design of keeping quota in communities and so on. Quota isn't moving out of communities at this point because there's no buyers for it. Yes, and I'm sure that the tribal entities involved in purchasing that quota just before the collapse are now rethinking the wisdom of that investment. That being said, it's kind of like when your questions about earlier, are we looking 3 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road? will that have turned out to be a good thing to do when things external to the program itself change? If the stock comes back and so on, then it will have proved a good thing to do. But the other question in terms of the program and measuring the effects of the program is, it's hard to remember because, at least for me, you tend to forget about what things were like in the past, except to idealize them. But the no catch share program has been implemented in this region when things were going great. That there was overcapitalization, there were fatalities, there were processors and vessels operating on the brink of bankruptcy. The seasons were short, and there were people that were losing their boats, and you know, because they couldn't make payments and so on. And so I try to think about, if this sort of collapse we're seeing in fisheries was happening now without the program, would it be better or worse than in the context of the program? And my personal opinion is it's much better than it would have been. I think we would have seen a lot more vessel bankruptcies. I think we would have seen a lot more problems. I don't think we would have seen the fishery open in low TAC conditions, because it wouldn't have been possible. I think that's going to help the rebuilding and help well, during whatever recovery period there is, it will allow fisheries to occur in conditions that otherwise would not occur absent the program. So I don't know how to quantify that. I don't know how to, wrap that up neatly. But I think when looking at the efficacy of the program as a whole, you have to think about the before and after, as well as the current kind of fluctuations of things that are beyond the control of the program.
And Mike, if I could add one other thing, a lot of times when we think about these programs, we end up and develop these programs, we end up talking to a fair amount of individuals in the industry. And the vast majority of people that are stakeholders in this industry are very much in support of the program and often talk about how bad things may be currently for them if the program hadn't been implemented. That kind of information doesn't usually make it into these kinds of analyses. That kind of just barstool kind of talk with people that are involved in the industry. But I think that gives us a pretty good sense of how important they think the industry or the crab rationalization program has been to their well-being, as Mike indicated. And so I think that's another just another metric that I think about when I go through this process and talk to people and the people that are involved in it, if they think they're better off. And the vast majority of people involved in the industry have indicated that to me in my discussions with them.
Go ahead, Mike.
If I can follow up on the follow-up to my follow-up. Thinking back about vessels, there are a lot fewer vessels now. So there's fewer vessels to support during these lean times. Those vessels are now supported by co-ops, not just individual owners, in the sense of when they start to fish again, they're not only fishing their own quota share, they're fishing the quota share of other owners, so that even in the low TAC years, they're going to get much more than they would get as an individually owned vessel in an open access fishery. So I think, as bad as things are, and they're really bad in some communities especially, I think looking at the program holistically, and based on the perceptions of, as Daryl said, the people that are living it right now, they're better off with it than without it.
Back to you, Kaylin.
I'm going to laugh that this is the economists and asking about the program performance here, and you're defending it as a social scientist, Mike. Um, so, and once again, this is just thinking about what the high level summary is and how to synthesize a lot of what is actually in the document. So another question I have is thinking, so there's program versus not, but then I think the other question that could be asked is community protection measures versus not. And so I guess I'd be curious to hear you talk a little bit more, you or Daryl, summarizing a little bit on the community protection measure side. And I think there, you know, the counterfactual is less of those community protection measures. In that case, does that mean that people have more flexibility to sell earlier, move operations? And so thoughts on that kind of comparison or the high level performance of the community protection measures?
Sure, through the chair, sure. I think I've covered this, but let me distill it down to its maybe essence. So looking at the three main community protection measures, regionalization. I don't think there is any question that the northern region was designed to benefit the communities north of 56 degrees, 20 minutes north. The only two communities with processing capacity north of that line or had earned processing history north of that line are St. George and St. Paul. So has that community protection measure worked? I think there is no question that it has created, absent the crash that just happened, in relative to the program as a whole, that served to anchor that processing capacity in St. Paul. And the reason that region was created was because during the race for fish, St. Paul processing grew because they were close to the fishing grounds. And time was as important as money. It was more expensive to process fish in St. Paul, but if you're not losing fishing time because you're getting to the plant faster, doing your offloads faster, getting back to the grounds, it made sense in the race to fish to have a processor there. Without a race to fish, it's more efficient to process in, for example, Dutch Harbor than it is in St. Paul. There's better infrastructure. It's on the Great Circle transportation route. There's the harbor's better, the waterfront, and so on. More efficient. There is no question that the North region has worked in keeping a critical mass of processing occurring in St. Paul, which has helped the local fisheries, the halibut fishery as well, and so on. So that measure has worked for St. Paul. Has it worked for St. George? Well, St. George earned their history on floating processors. That's existed. However, the eligible crab community entity has acquired that quota that was processed in St. George. It hasn't been processed on St. George because St. George Harbor, there was a storm, the infrastructure's not there. It hasn't been feasible to do it. But the fact that the CDQ entity that represents St. George owns that quota, they've been able to do programs in St. George that otherwise benefit the community that they wouldn't have benefited from absent the right of first refusal, which wasn't triggered, but got them to be able to do a deal. That's helped St. George. So that measure has worked. The Western region we talked about hasn't worked as well because of the intermittent nature of processing in ADAC and lots of ownership changes and so on. Has the right of first refusal protected all other communities? No, it hasn't, because of the intra-company transfers where things moved out of Falls Pass and and Port Moller. But those transfers took place within the Aleutians East Borough primarily. So the borough as a whole has retained that that tax base. And so those communities gain whatever measure they gain of borough-wide benefits of having processing in those economic activities occur within the borough. So the funds borough programs that those communities, benefit from. Not the same as having vessels in your community, buying gas, storing gear, supporting your local support services, but they're getting something out of it. In terms of I'm blanking. What was the other one, Daryl? Right of first refusal, regionalization, and how am I forgetting this? It was on my first slide. What was it? CDQ and allocations. Thank you. There's no question that the CDQ communities are better off, and CDQ organizations, CDQ organizations are better off in, having a larger stake in the fishery. And the ADAC allocation is, again, the efficacy of that has been hamstrung by the intermittent nature of the operations of that plant for a variety of reasons. So I think that in super quick overview is whether those community protection measures have worked. It's mixed, it's complicated, but overall they've worked. The measures that have served to function as community protection measures, but not designed as community protection measures, the ownership and use caps has also benefited communities that, if they were eligible crab communities, processors had to divest. It went to those crab community entities that holds that quota in those communities or in those regions. So that's my quick and dirty off the top of my head. Sort of run through that. Can we distill that and put it into the executive summary and do a better job of that? Yes, I think we can. Can we highlight in the executive summary? It's now a series of paragraphs. Can we do sort of like bolded topical words at the start of each paragraph that would point you to what element that's talking about? We can do that. That would be good. So that's my quick take on it.
Wonderful. Thanks, Mike. I think so. Let's take a question for you guys. Is the question critical? Because we've got more public testimony and we've got to get a discussion in. If it's critical, yes, let's go.
I'll just save it for discussion.
Okay. All right. Thank you to all the authors, and thank you for the presentations. All right, we do have public testifiers. And so at this point, I believe that we can close the sign up for public testimony. And let me just refresh this. Okay. And the first testifier is John Ianni. And welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the SSC. My name is John Yanni, and I represent the North Pacific Crab Association. It's a small trade association of the majority of IPQ quota shareholders. That is holders of processing quota share under the crab program. We have holders that hold processing quota share that operate primary processing plants in the Bering Sea, and we have quota shareholders who do not operate primary processing plants, but have purchased or acquired processing quota share and have to either lease that quota share out for processing or engage a primary processor in custom processing that crab. And that's a new phenomenon since the program went into place, and it's a growing sector, as you heard from Mr. Downs and Daryl. Some of the community groups, CDQ groups, are now holding processing quota share, but have no means to process. These program reviews come and go in the rationalized programs. And for the most part, the council just kind of hears the report, moves on, and we wait again for 5 to 7 years for the next one. We think now that because the crab resource is low and significantly low, unprecedentedly low in the Bering Sea, it's time to take a look at this particular program and maybe address some of the problems that we see in the processing sector. And those center around the binding arbitration program. The document did a good job of at least informing the SSC and the council of the arbitration system, but we think there are two paths that the council could take now. One would be to investigate a little further in some of the information that is contained in the report as to exactly how that program works. Remember, members of the SSC, this is the only fishery management plan in the country, not just the North Pacific, but in the country that has a very organized and complicated, in our opinion, overly complicated and burdensome commercial transaction mechanism in a regulatory program. The terms of processing crab and when it's processed and what share of the price is paid between harvesters and processors is within this arbitration system that the council created and is in present form. And we think that's important because we think that, as I'm hoping to convey to you in my next three minutes, the 20 years of the program, we think there's some, from our perspective, problems with the way the binding arbitration system is working. And so we think that this review, the council can ask for further information on some of the program elements, and it can also suggest changes, like to do a discussion paper and make some changes. We think there are both present here. But just to elaborate, I don't think the document really explains exactly how complicated this system is. If you'll recall, when the program was designed, rationalizing the fisheries, the only fishery that had been rationalized in Alaska was the halibut and sablefish fishery. And at that time, the processing sector, a major component, you need only look across the street here to see what kind of component the processing sector is, was not awarded any rights in the halibut and sablefish program. All of the rights, all the privileges went to the harvesting sector. And immediately when the program went into place, processors were closed out. Their capital that they had invested to process halibut and sablefish was immediately reduced to zero because they had no rights in the program. All the rights went to the harvesters. The harvesters, as they would naturally do, negotiated with processors and said, we will pay you X amount to process our fish, or we will find new entrants to process our fish, which happened readily. And many, many, many processors around the coast of Alaska left the halibut program. So when the crab program came along, it had followed the pollock program, and the pollock program was rationalized by the Congress basically through the American Fisheries Act, although the council had to do all the work of implementing the program. But what the American Fisheries Act did was it included processors in the allocation of the processing or the harvesting rights to pollock because it formed co-ops and it closed the class of processors, and therefore processors were included. So when crab came along, processors wanted to be included. The council came up with a different approach, a three-legged stool where it included harvesters, processors, and communities. And it created harvesting quota share and processing quota share. Harvesters demanded protections.
You can have concluding,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, your concluding
Yeah,
statements.
anyway, we are hoping under the binding arbitration program that the council will look further at the non-binding price formula, because the data that was put into the non-binding price formula is so old and dated that we think the preservation of the division of first wholesale revenue is not correct as the fishery has matured and things have changed, but it preserves an old formula. Second, we think that it's a one-way arbitration program. Only harvesters get to trigger arbitration. Processors do not. If a processor and harvester match, the processor has to perform, the harvester does not. And we think baseball arbitration, which is described a little, doesn't make any sense. It's only two alternatives. The arbitrator should be allowed to pick an alternative that's in between both of those. And we hope that the council will allow that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The next testifier is Heather McCarty.
Madam Chair, members of the SSC, I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group in St. Paul. We are the epitome of the crab program's three-legged stool concept. We, as the CDQ group, have assets that are harvesting quota, and we have processing quota. We're an example of what Mr. Yanni was just talking about, folks who invested in processing quota and don't have a processing plant that we own. We were lucky enough to have a processing plant on St. Paul for a while, quite a while, but we don't have one now. And so we are kind of the poster child for not only the successes of the crab program, but also some of the despair that we are all feeling in the crab program now. In addition to harvesting and processing, we also are the ECHO, the ECCO in St. Paul. So that's the community leg of the stool. So we're actually all three, which means that we participate in a number of forums. We're a member of NPCA, Mr. Ianni's group, and we would like to support Mr. Ianni's comments regarding the binding arbitration program. As you have heard in this presentation from the analysts, we have concerns about the viability of the processing in St. Paul. And it is really the central piece in the economy of St. Paul, as well as being the central piece in the success of CBSFA. We are the second highest owner of PQS in the North region, and we're the third highest owner of PQS in the Bering Sea. And so we're entirely dependent on that as a CDQ group as well. So without processing ability in St. Paul, we are really looking at a disaster for the community, which I think you'll hear more about from Matteo, my colleague who works for the city of St. Paul. But we also have this added problem of the CDQ group that fulfills all the goals of the CDQ program for St. Paul community also failing because of the situation that we're in. So as far as the binding arbitration rules that make it harder for processors, we feel that we support the looking more closely at some of the elements of that program that might make it even harder for a processor to survive in St. Paul in the coming years. If there's not a lot of crab, it's going to be harder. We hope to see the resurgence of crab, but it's not going to be overnight, I don't think. So we need all the help we can get. We believe that the crab program has been successful in its community protection goals. that was asked of Mr. Downs, Dr. Downs. I hardly feel like we need to testify to that after Mr. Downs' amazing, really, coverage of that element of this program. So I thank him and the other analysts for doing a bang-up job in bringing this summary to you. So thank you for that, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Mateo Paz-Soldan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. Oh, my screen went black. Mateo Paz-Soldan on behalf of the city of St. Paul. St. Paul is a mostly Unangan Aleut community of approximately 345 residents. And since the late 1980s, its economy has been largely dependent on the revenues, taxes, and businesses associated with the BSAI crab fisheries. This fishery also underpins St. Paul's way of life, its subsistence traditions, and the local halibut fishery. Notwithstanding the dismal situation of the snow crab fishery and the current uncertainty surrounding the halibut ABM action, there is much excitement in the community this summer, and dare I say, a pinch of optimism and pride. In addition to preparing for the annual fur seal harvest, local fishermen will actually be fishing later this month for halibut, delivering their halibut to the Trident plant, where it will be frozen and delivered periodically to plants in the Aleutian chain. These are small family operations where parents, sons, and daughters all work together as crews, baiters, and general support. This is a huge morale booster for the community. St. George fishermen will also participate in the halibut program as well, and so that's important to them also. So carpe diem, the community is taking things one day at a time, one season at a time. The city appreciates the effort by staff in drafting the program review and developing a comprehensive social and community section that is responsive to the public testimony we provided in October at the October meeting. The city also finds the recitation of relevant standards, national standards, executive decrees, and guidance concerning underserved communities and Alaska Native populations extremely valuable. This will serve as a useful tool and guidance to the council and to the public at large should any changes to the program that affect these underserved populations be considered in the future. The program was implemented in 2005. This was a year before the Magnuson-Stevens Act was reauthorized, which was in 2006. And it was in an era before we were all as fluent as we are today in the national standards and their requirements. It is noteworthy that while the program is large and complex, and people say we would never do something like this today, it was also ahead of its time in many respects and succeeded in being responsive to the conservation requirements of the MSA and its national standards. It is also responsive to our current understanding of equity and environmental justice considerations towards underserved communities. And it created tools that allowed for flexibility with regards and resilience with regards to changes in weather and climate, like the emergency relief from regionalization tool. What is also notable is that throughout the life of the program, the council stepped in on multiple occasions to amend and improve diverse aspects of it in response to stakeholder input and external factors. We will be spending 2 days tomorrow talking about climate change scenarios and developing resilience in fisheries and among stakeholders and communities. The lesson from the crab program is that successful programs not only require careful development at the outset, which is obvious, but constant review and when necessary modifications to adapt it to current pressures, such as the issue brought up by Mr. Yanni and Mrs. McCarty on binding arbitration. So this is how we develop flexibility, adaptability, and resilience. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. The next testifier is Jamie Goen.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We represent the majority of harvesters in the crab rationalization program. I want to thank the analysts for this analysis. They do a really incredible job pulling a lot of information together in just a few short months. And I'll point you to our comment letter under this agenda item. These continue to be challenging times in Alaska's crab fisheries, and we encourage the SSC to look for solutions that add flexibility in times of low abundance and growing uncertainty. Were it not for the crab rationalization program, the crab crisis would have undoubtedly hit our industry harder. And you just heard Dr. Downs and Daryl responding to that question recently, and I think they did a great job at that. Further, we point you to Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers Resilient Fishery Action Plan that we developed last year in partnership with someone on detail from NOAA Fisheries. That's linked in our comment letter. And we presented it to the Council's Climate Change Task Force and the Crab Plan team. Our action plan highlights what industry scientists and managers can be doing in the short, medium, and long term to increase resilience. And the key findings are the need to build flexibility in the system and to allow for diversification of businesses, which I think we'll be hearing a lot here in the next 2 days with the climate workshop. Given the challenges the Bering Sea crab fisheries are facing, in part due to the effects of climate change further straining marine resources, we urge the SSC to look for ways to increase flexibility and allow for that diversification. And our comment letter includes some points that we're going to present to the council that could be considered in future action. But as part of this analysis in front of the SSC right now, we just want to note that we don't think it fully captures the breadth of the crisis our crab harvesters, processors, and communities are facing, and not only with crab, but with other fisheries as well. We note that we requested last fall that the analysis look at the differential impacts to independent harvesters versus processor-owned and CDQ-owned vessels and quota. However, we don't see that included in the analysis. Among harvesters, the crab collapse is putting the largest strain on operations that are not diversified in other fisheries or operations. And we think it's disproportionately hurting independent harvesters and creating some equity concerns. Other than that, we think the analysis does a great job and, like I said, pulls together a lot of information in a very short time. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Hurry.
Yeah, thanks for your testimony. In reading through your comment letter, you spoke a bit to adding flexibility in purchasing sea shares and maintaining sea shares. I wonder if you could tell me a little bit more about what sort of flexibility is required.
Yeah, so NOAA Fisheries recently implemented amendments 54 and 55, which increase facility use caps and are increasing flexibility in maintaining sea shares, the requirements around active participation. What's not included there is actually the flexibility for buying sea shares, which we think could help new entrants in the fishery or fishermen that are wanting to buy more sea share quota. And including tendering in that active participation requirement. So we think that would be helpful to add some flexibility around that. We also think it'd be helpful to increase the ownership caps for sea shares. We didn't propose an amount per se. I think that could come out in analysis. But again, to build some flexibility into the system. The third thing we put in there was around sideboards between participating in Gulf of Alaska versus Bering Sea fisheries when crab fisheries are closed or quota is low.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Frank Kelty. You could probably introduce yourself.
Well, I know you guys are rushed, so I'll be very brief. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty. Today I'm testifying individually because I didn't think I was going to testify for this on behalf of the city, but I probably I was a little late getting here on this. Anyway, Just a quick background on me. I was a 50-year resident of Unalaska. I ran crab operations in Unalaska for 35 years. And I was heavily involved for 3 or 4 years when we put this plan together. And myself and others that just previously testified were all involved in certain legs of the stool. My leg was the community leg. I think the overall, the plan has worked very well. The last few years have been very difficult for crab-dependent communities because of the allocation crashes. The snow crab crash was really a gut punch because we didn't really see it coming to the extent that it happened. And naturally, when you're part of a community, you're hit with lost revenues. One thing I didn't see a lot talk about in the plan was naturally you have lost revenue, but we also had the part of in Unalaska's case, we're the major port with support services for the crab fleet. And all our support sector businesses that were involved with crab took a hit. There's employment losses that were companies that dealt with the crab fleet. We had consolidation in the plants. We have 3 plants in Unalaska that could do crab. Well, now with the lower quotas, now one company owned 2 of the plants. They'll utilize one plant to do crab, and the other one will either do nothing or maybe we'll do codfish or something. So there's less people being involved in the crab sector. And, when you lose the fishery like that, especially on the snow crab part of it, it impacts everything. The transportation sector, the guys that work on the working waterfront, there's almost 400 longshoremen and truck drivers that work in the waterfront in Unalaska. All those guys lost a lot of hours because there was no crab to load. So that was a major impact. But I think overall, involved with it, the north-south regionalization that we put in on the program was very good because it protected our historical landings. And especially was impacting, as they explained earlier, about when it was open access, everybody could try to deliver as much as they could up north because they'd be right on the back of the grounds. So it did impact Unalaska. And as a crab plant manager during the time, I was pulling my hair out. And, guys that I knew for 30 years, I said, well, you coming down this week to see me? Oh, yeah, we'll come down once a month, and see you, Frank. But most of the time they tried to deliver at St. Paul. But that was a very important part to get that regionalization for protection of communities. The rights of refusal for communities was also very important. The ECCO organizations, I was a longtime chairman of the Unalaska Crab Inc. on that. We had very little movement of any large amounts of crab going out of the community, and that was a good protection measure for communities to have that first right of refusal to try and either stop the crab from going out or coming up with funds to purchase it so they could keep it in their community. So I think I'll just wrap up by that, saying that overall, Dr. Downs and Daryl did a great job on the overview, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Thanks for coming and testifying.
Okay.
So that's the end of public testimony. Next, we can move into our discussion. And for that, we'll start out with Mike Jepson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So council staff and authors presented to the SSC a summary of the 17-year crab rationalization plan review. The Magnuson-Stevens Act requires that each limited access privilege program undergoes a formal review every 7 years after the initial 5-year review. This document serves as the required program review and serves as the allocation review required under NOAA Fisheries Allocation Policy Directive. And I want to thank and commend the staff and the authors on a very thorough and extensive report. The SSC received public testimony in written form and oral testimony, which will be noted in our report. The SSC reviewed the work plan at the October 23 council meeting and recommended additional information focused on community impacts be included in the final report and that the use of dashboards to focus on how the CR program elements have or have not met the goals and objectives defined by the council. The SSC also asked for an analysis to examine crew advancement over time. And I want to thank the authors as they did follow through by incorporating most of those recommendations when possible and noted any barriers that prevented them from including others, such as crew data deficiencies. In general, the review finds that the crab rationalization plan has met many of the goals and objectives originally identified and realized several conservation goals. The authors indicated that the allocation quota shares has provided substantial benefit, especially during low TAC years. It also removed the derby fishery, which had many benefits. Although many of the goals and objectives of the plan have been addressed, the authors note that some aspects of the plan have been more successful than others. And I will try and highlight some of those features and their effectiveness. I did cut out some of those because I was afraid we wouldn't have much time. So if my colleagues want to fill in any deficiencies after I go through these features. The report identifies several factors outside of the crab rationalization program that have had significant impacts on crab fisheries, those being recent low tax fishery closures, world markets, which includes international trade, the dollar's value, and supply and demand. These factors are discussed throughout the document as they relate to and affect many aspects of the program. As mentioned in public comment, these factors will likely have a continued impact, and the council will need to continue to build on program flexibility to account for future changes. There has been significant decline in harvesting vessels. Harvesters have looked for new opportunities to fish under low crab tax, but those opportunities are limited by management measures implemented to protect participants in open access fisheries, as well as vessel design, as crab vessels are not always easily converted to other types of fishing. While some crab vessels have been utilized as tenders to deliver salmon and some ground fish to processors, other vessels remain for sale with weak demand because of limited fishing opportunities available to buyers. The report points to share matching and arbitration processes as one of the more debated aspects of the program, with the harvesting sector generally supporting the structure and the processing sector having more concerns with the process. Stakeholders express concern that certain costs associated with the arbitration process are incurred even when a fishery is not open. Furthermore, public comments have identified outdated historical pricing data used in the price formula as a concern under the current arbitration process. The right of first offer provisions in an industry-led program to benefit active Bering Sea crab crew members by providing them an opportunity to purchase. It is an industry-led program to benefit active Bering Sea crab crew members by providing them an opportunity to purchase crab quota shares. Crew wages as a percentage of ex-vessel value have declined and have been a concern, along with some recent crew quota share being revoked. The council has begun to implement changes deemed necessary because of the limited opportunities for crew members to retain those shares because of COVID and more recently low tax. This could be a continuing problem if tax remain low. Lease rates have been relatively stable in recent years. The stakeholders have generally agreed to limit lease rates, but to address council concerns regarding lease rates, cooperatives have asked members to consider voluntary caps on their lease rates, asks, and offers. This process may have mixed success. There's been a general shift in quota share away from Washington to Alaska, but concentrated in larger communities. The increase of CDQ program allocations from 7.5% to 10% of the TAC and the waiver of sea time eligibility requirements successfully increased engagement in the CR program fisheries through expansion of CDQ ownership shares. In addition, these program features have also led to tribal acquisition of ownership interests in LLCs that in turn own quota share now. The declining number of processors and the cascading effects of their departure from the community was identified as an important issue. Current market conditions and tax appear to be primary drivers of reductions in active processors. In some cases, community protections have been unable to keep viable processors within some communities. The authors highlighted regional landing designations as having varied success. A northern region quota share designation for several crab fisheries designed to help keep shore-based processing activity in St. Paul and St. George. That program element has helped ensure sustained participation in the communities of St. Paul through processing crab at the local shore-based processing facility or on a floating processors outside of St. Paul's Harbor, as it was mentioned in public comment. It should be noted that while the CR program right of first refusal element has functioned to help keep processor quota share in some communities where its qualifying history was accrued, it has not happened in all cases in St. George, Falls Pass, and Port Mahler. Processing of BSAI crab has not occurred in many of these communities since implementation of the program, as the use of floating processors declined immediately after the CR program was implemented and has continued to decline in recent years. The creation of a West Region designation for Western Aleutian Island golden king crab was to keep shore-based processing activity occurring in ADAC and ATCA since the implementation of the CR program. Shore-based processing of Western Aleutian golden king crab has occurred in ADAC, but not ATCA. However, the ADAC community allocation has provided resources to use towards building sustained participation in the CR program fisheries. This allocation has not been successful due to multiple factors that are primarily external to the CR program. Overall, while the program has been successful in meeting many of the management goals and objectives, recent outside factors seem to be testing whether the program is flexible enough to continue meeting those goals within the national standards. The authors have noted that there's profound uncertainty in the crab rationalization for the future. The council will likely have to consider future changes to the program to accommodate a changing climate and the impacts that may occur as a result. And again, I want to thank the staff and authors for developing a thorough review of the plan, which meets the requirements for the 7-year program and allocation review. My only recommendation for the document is to revise maybe the executive summary to provide a bit more structure and clarity, and mention the use of LK, TK in the review of qualitative data used for the analysis. And I'll leave my comments there.
Thanks, Mike. Chris.
All right. Yeah, I'd like to weigh in supporting Mike's points here, and also commend the authors for sort of a sort of sensible and responsive review here. It wasn't just extensive, but it was generally clear why each piece of information was offered and what question it was answering, and that was made it nice to read. I really particularly appreciated the depth on the right of first refusal program, the processor quota, and the arbitration process, which I think is new relative to previous reviews, or at least it hadn't sunk in up here. I really only have a couple things to add. The first is, well, I appreciated the discussion of sea shares. That is only part of the story of intergenerational transfer in this fishery. And I think there's some allusions to some other data that has shown up in the crab safe, that we know that lease rates are really high and regular quota shares are not turning over. And I think it would be at the very least useful to have a dashboard element that was the percentage of or portion of the quota that is fished that is leased across the different fisheries. And I think in preparing the conclusion, it would be nice to consolidate the findings into something of a reflection of the elements of the program that sort of conferred some resilience to this shock of the crab collapse versus those that were maladaptive, to borrow a phrase that Jason used a little while ago. You know, certainly we had the observation that small plants are struggling to operate, but perhaps that shouldn't be surprising given a 90% drop of catch, right? So is that a failure of the program, or would things be even worse if we had a different program? So perhaps in the context of the conclusion, it would be useful to reflect a little bit on this, or use that as a frame to discuss and structure the conclusion. That's kind of all I have, but nice job, folks.
Thanks, Chris. Caitlin.
So I think Mike and Chris hit most of the points that I was going to raise. I thought this was a really complete program review, and I think I just pick up on the sort of one of the last points of Mike, and then I think where Chris headed, which is more along the lines of how to pull things together and synthesize. And Chris, I really like your suggestion to think about the performance, I guess, of the program in general, in particular elements in the face of poor fishery conditions. And I think along those lines, the one thing I would add is in multiple sections of the report, there's discussion of things like sideboards, diversification, and consideration of outcomes that are a little bit more broad than outcomes just related to crab, but I think do relate to the program itself. And so I think that when we're thinking about climate resilience or performance of this program during a period when many of these crab stocks are doing very, very poorly, that might just be something to consider in the summary and integration and sort of bringing that up. And I don't think I saw that featured so much in the current kind of summary at the top. And then maybe just to be really explicit, and I'm going to kind of check myself, and Chris, you can nod or to nod if this is right or wrong, but I guess I was thinking to be really clear on sort of what the reference points are. So it's program, no program, but then I think the other valid comparison is with and without a particular program element. And I think that with that framing of performance during a poor period, I think it would be valuable for this particular report, but more broadly, given that many of these programs are likely going to face periods of poor stock health. And so, yeah, thanks for that suggestion, Chris.
Jason.
Yeah, I agree with much of what my colleagues have said, and again, compliment the authors on a comprehensive document. I thought it was really well done. I have kind of two sort of detail things and then one broad comment. I think the author of future reports should consider putting key program elements in context with the program objectives and climate environmental related instability. So this could be a qualitative synthesis of the types of information that's already contained in the report, as well as introducing additional climate specific information as appropriate, including maybe highlighting both potential adaptive and maladaptive features of the program. So I think building on what Chris maybe was suggesting. And two kind of specific things. There's a table in there, 2.7, that has the amendments to the FMP. I think this is a very useful table, and it provides a summary of the actions taken to address management issues and tracks the evolution of the program. I think it could be enhanced to include a brief description of the action and how it may relate to the program review requirement objectives. I think that might help the reader. And then I really liked the table that Mike actually presented of the summary of the community engagement outcomes. I think if possible, including some context in terms of the magnitude of the change in the consolidation in the quota share relative to the community would really enhance readers' ability to determine, whether those changes were substantive. So it's pretty in the details, but I think it would help. That's all I have.
Great. And Bob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also appreciate the thorough review from my colleagues. Appreciate the authors' well laid out and comprehensive review, and appreciate how clear it was building on the previous reviews to see what was new and acknowledging change since the last review, and appreciated the dashboards in particular. I do have just a few items, one I mentioned, or a couple I mentioned in questions. I think with respect to identifying the importance of research programs, collaborative research programs, just request that the authors add some rationale for why it is important that a program like this identify the stakeholders in a way that creates that environment where collaborative research and interaction with agencies is readily identifiable and can move forward. Second comment, I did not bring this up in the interest of time, but there is a section identifying the importance of the EDR data throughout this process. So I'd recommend that the authors consider whether or not there was a comment there about SSC requests in the EDR data after the last review. And I would ask that the authors consider whether or not the process whereby we're identifying or assessing the value of those EDR data was beneficial or could be improved. I think a simple statement there about that process and whether it was valuable would be helpful. And then lastly, just to touch once again on this topic of the current situation with stock collapse. And I think it's important that we emphasize that in this last 7-year review, it was highlighted by unexpected changes associated with pandemic and extreme climate events. And the key word being unexpected. We also heard that in public testimony, the important aspect of watching a stock decline slowly where people can respond versus what we're experiencing now and expect to experience in the future, and the unexpected nature of these changes. Is it important to identify the impacts that has had on this program and whether or not this program is resilient to those changes in the future? Barring the discussion that we had, acknowledging that this is not a forward-looking document, but I think we have had enough experience with these extreme events in the last 7 years that the effects that these have had on limiting opportunities for participants can be stated. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there additional SSC comments? So at the fear of not being able to say quite as clearly what the leads have already said, there wasn't disagreement, but I'm gonna still take a shot at a summary. I'll take a shot. The SSC feels strongly about the quality of the report and wants to express that. We described it as extensive, clear, sensitive, responsive, really well done, clear building on previous reviews. And so I will express in our report our appreciation for the work that was done on this review. I think that the focus of some of our comments will be, as was in the presentation, on some of the outside factors and how those are testing whether the objectives can continue to be met. We had some straightforward suggestions on like revising the executive summary and naming data for the analysis. There were a couple of tables that we thought were really valuable and had a couple of suggestions on. And we also let's see. Okay, and then we're back to also having a few suggestions for expanding for things that can expand on this just a little bit to improve clarity or message. And one of these are when discussing C shares, lease rates are currently really high and regular quota shares aren't turning over. And so one addition that would be helpful is naming the portion of the quota fish that is leased. And then also having a dashboard across fisheries would be valuable. At the end of the document, consolidating some of the findings and naming the factors that have increased resiliency against the fishery disasters would be valuable. We discussed that there were multiple sections of the report that were, you may have to help me with this one, Caitlin, that were a discussion of sideboards and other elements that are broad outcomes, but not for crab. And so I'm wondering, can you help me with the phrasing of that?
Actually, yeah, I think it relates to Bob's comment as well. The flexibility or lack thereof in the program and how that might have impacted outcomes at a scale beyond just crab. Is that, I'm seeing Bob nodding. Yeah, I think both of those comments were just kind of along the same lines, and there's pieces in the report itself, but just when thinking about kind of the summary and the higher level conclusions, that might be something to consider elevating.
Great. We also had a suggestion to, and again, this is sort of on summary at the end, but be clear on what we named as reference points. So looking at what would outcomes be with the program, without the program, and not only that, but also looking at with a program element and without a program element. And we'll suggest that that may not only be helpful for this report, but it may be helpful in other program reviews as a way to look at that. Another suggestion would be to put key elements, to look at key elements, the objectives in relation to environmental variability. So again, we have discussed it, but that may be helpful, and it actually may be helpful for other programs in the future as well. And a different way to say that would be to name adaptive and maladaptive features of the program. We did really appreciate the depth of the review. Just a couple more things, the depth of the review and also the dashboards that are in there. And then a couple of other suggestions. When you identify, so when the document describes collaborative research between industry and agency, we've got a suggestion to add the rationale for why this program, why this rationalization program led to this collaboration between the two. Another one is regarding the EDR data, and was the process, if it's possible, to clarify whether the process for evaluation of the EDR data was valuable or whether or not that could be improved. And then I think the final one that we had in here was, I think it may relate to what Kaylin was helping me summarize, and that is sort of in reflection at the end, possibly to discuss whether this program was resilient to changes, and not only changes in the environment, but the unexpectedness that has occurred both with the decline of fish and crab stocks, and in this case crab stocks, but also with the pandemic. Those were the key pieces. If anybody wants to help me rephrase, I welcome it. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I do believe that was the last item for the meeting. I will say before we go anywhere here, just a second, so that couple of end of meeting announcements. The ones that I have, and so I'm going to name, do you want to name deadlines? You go.
Give Sherry a little break here. Yeah, so just to reiterate the deadlines that we spoke to yesterday, we're gonna need C1, the observer report, in, excuse me, in the Google document. We already have slides. Thank you, Dana. By 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Wednesday, and we need to complete that review by 8 a.m. on Thursday morning. All of the other sections, that includes all of our crab sections, C4, small sablefish, and D2, the crab program review that we just completed. We need in the Google document and slides by 2 p.m. on Wednesday, and we need to complete our review by 10 a.m. on Friday. And as usual, let me know if you guys have any issues accessing anything. Don't bug them, bug me. How was that?
I liked the last part. That was fantastic. So the other thing for our committee and for the public is that thankfully we have co-chairs and we are doing kind of a divide and conquer for this meeting. So I will be working on the report with Allie, and you may or may not see me at parts of this workshop. Franz is going to focus on the workshop, so you can tackle Franz. But the other thing is for members, when you send emails, if you don't mind sending it to both of us, because we may not be in the same place and we may not be able to chat. Or just send it all to Allie. We're good with that. So, and the last thing is, so we will then, I'm excited about how many of you are going to be able to say for the CCTF workshop. And so yay, go CCTF workshop. I think that's what we've got. Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. One last reminder, we have SSC dinner tonight at 6:30, the Hana restaurant. It's about a 10-minute brisk walk. Martin tested it for us. And so I was thinking if you're keen to walk over together on the harbor side of this building at 6:15, maybe we meet up and we can wander. It's just down Marine Way from here, so not too far.
Okay, and a last thank you to presenters, to council staff, to SSC members, and to testifiers as well for helping us get through this meeting. So thank you. I know you all worked together on it. Oh, forgot, done.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Maria, I was trying to talk to you. Like all of this.
Oh, yeah, totally. Glad I got public. Perfect opportunity to get this out, but